So you could maybe just take some time to look around, get a sense of what's here, find out if you're here. So here we are, we have some time together to see how our mind actually is. People have come here from many different countries with different cultural backgrounds, growing up in families with different kinds of expectations. So this is our kind of inner topology, the shaping of our inner world. And then we have a space, and then we have the outer world. So the space of the mind is open and generous, and within that many kinds of hills and valleys arise. So sometimes we're on the crest of a hill and we see very clearly, and sometimes we're in the valley and we don't see very much. Our sense of self is discontinuous because it's arising in relation to the factors which are all around. So what does this mean? This means I have to hold this. Some problems are quite simple to solve. We have the unique specificity of how we are. And we grow up in cultures which give us rules and regulations and encouragements. This is how you should be. If you were like this, then life would be better. So you should improve yourself by aligning yourself with this particular model or vision of order. So Buddhism has many, many maps like that. The thing about maps is they never quite fit the territory. You are the territory, and your territory is always moving. You are not a fixed thing. None of us are fixed things. If we walk across the open grass, and some bits are flat, some bits are more bumpy, our bodies are moving. We are ceaselessly in a dialogue with how things are. We start to feel hungry and we become more interested in food. After food, we're not so interested in food. So moment by moment, we expand out towards the world or we contract away from the world. If I feel I have a lack of some kind, I want to get more of what I feel I lack. And if I feel I have an excess of another kind, then I want to get rid of some of this excess and push it out there into the world. Because everything I have belongs to the world. We eat, we drink, we wear clothes, we speak language, we learn things from the world. We are aspects of the world. So this is the central understanding of Dzogchen, which means the great completion, or rather that everything is complete in emptiness. So if I start with the notion of myself as someone who can be known, that I can give an account of, that I can have a particular shape that I can present to you, I'm starting from limitation. And these limitations have been given to me by my kind parents, by teachers, and so on. At certain stages in our lives, it was vital to be able to show other people that we had internalized their maps. That's all an exam is. When you're at school, you're endlessly having to regurgitate, to vomit out all this stuff you've been ingesting, to show that you hold this knowledge inside you. So knowledge is formative, but our experience is flowing. And when the water is flowing, the patterns of the water are ungraspable because the waves are just rippling and rippling and rippling. Yet our sense that I exist, I am someone troubled by many things in life. So, when I experience myself engaged with a world where I have an idea about how my life could be better for other people if I was a kinder person, a more generous person, better for myself if I spent more time just being quietly with myself, marvelous. So in that way, I'm looking for an adjustment. Now, if I want to adjust the strap of my watch, I can do that because it's got different holes in it, so it can fit on people's wrists of different sizes. Here is a thing which is adapted to adjustment. The ego self is adapted to adjustment. We learn how to fit in with other people, how to make some kind of connection. We understand a little bit about different cultures, how different people are. We learn what kind of vocabulary we can use in order to connect with people, or what kind of vocabulary might alienate other people. There's a lot for me to do to stay on track. I have to keep constructing myself according to the image of myself. Because sometimes I might feel I've let myself down because I've got some kind of benchmark of how I should behave. And then if I'm not as kind as I would like to be, I drop down. Now I have to get back up to the proper level, so I have to try harder. But I'm not in control of the factors of my life. And so whatever I build up gets knocked down. So hopefully you can see here there's a very big lie at the center of this, which is I am in charge of my life. And if we take that as a starting position, then I need to develop self-knowledge. I have to know myself, which means to know about myself, to learn things about how I am. I can observe myself dancing with different kinds of music or cooking with someone, and it's easy to cook together, or it's not easy to cook together, and we find out who we can easily form an attunement, a collaboration. So we build up a knowledge base. I know something about myself. That's a reasonable sentence. But of course it's a kind of madness to say it. I know something about myself. Well, first of all, we need to find the self and then check whether the something I know actually fits the self or obscures the self. So the more I know about myself, I can add things on to my image of myself, and then it's covered over. And what's underneath the covering? Well, I'll never know because I keep putting more covering on top and on top and on top. So there we see the great difficulty of using thought to dissolve thought. So from the point of view of meditation, it's not really possible to have a homeopathic approach, because the potency of our thoughts, when they're taken hold of, when they're apprehended in terms of I am thinking about something, or this thought just came to me, I am here, the thought is here, this thought is my thought, but it doesn't quite fit, so I have to adjust the thought, I have to find my way into my thought to build up some sense of this is what I am, this is how I am. There's a lot of words there. These words make stories. We each tell stories about ourselves. Why do we do that? Because the self is a story. It has no other status than a patterning of concepts. I feel happy, I feel sad, I'm hungry, I'm lonely, I'm energetic. And on the basis of that starting first sentence, you can elaborate many other sentences and build up a big narrative. So we talk ourselves into existence, which of course is why in many schools of meditation they focus on silence. That if only you were able to make your mind silent, then you would see how it actually is. So, the cup is empty, and there's a particular kind of potential for this cup. I can put something...
I think there's a way around this. If we run it differently, if we run it through there, it's because as you move, it gets stuck by your leg, and then it gets pulled off.
Now I'm getting knowledge. Stop giving me knowledge, information.
I take it all back. I said nothing.
Now
Right.
where am I?
Now where are you?
This isn't a vajra.
This is not.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Oh, wrong place.
I'm just trying to work out how best you're not going to trap it when you move. And
I will move, and I will trap it. This is a continuing bad luck story. Never mind. Sit. Hut. So, event, response to event, and the elaboration of some storyline of happy or sad. Some stories seem to welcome us in, others keep us at bay. These thoughts meet together and create patterns, and the patterns are the structure of our world. So if we go for a walk here, we see trees. Not only do we see trees, but we think many different kinds of trees. If we go back a step, not only do we see trees, but we think trees. And because we are quite good at thinking trees and not so good at seeing trees, when we think tree, we think we see tree. So you walk around running an internal narrative, telling yourself the story of the trees. Oh, that's a magnolia tree. Oh, we came too late. The flowers have all gone down, but the leaves and endlessly the mind is producing thoughts, interpretations, responses, which are beautiful. These are like sky flowers in the tradition. Sometimes they say, these goddesses appear in the sky and they scatter flowers and they float in the sky. So when you have a thought, wow, this bush is so beautiful, it's like a shining flower in your mind, and then it's gone. It's there, and then it's gone. It doesn't give you anything except this moment, the flavor of this moment. Now, the next moment also has something to give. Yeah? So, how do you deal with that? Because now you're getting this and this and this, and it's very, very big. In the rich families in Lhasa, before the Chinese came in, the rich families would have very big dinners and invite other rich families to come. And it was especially important for the young ladies of the family to arrive and to look at the food and not eat. Because it was considered very, very elegant not to eat. No, I'm full. Thank you so much. It looks delicious. Oh, it looks wonderful, but no. Meanwhile, their stomachs go. I don't need. I do need. I have to pretend I don't need. Not needing is part of my identity. Endlessly, cultures give us these kind of things. If you're an enslaved person, a bonded laborer, you have to work in the hot sun. You can't say, I'm tired, otherwise you get beaten. You have to keep going. So, most of the time, we have very limited autonomy to decide what to do. How shall I behave? So at the heart of this is the teaching the Buddha gave in the Heart Sutra, that there is no substantial basis for anything. Things appear, but they appear in the manner of a dream or a reflection or a rainbow or like a shooting star or a smell which suddenly comes in the air and vanishes. You know, there's some beautiful flowering plants here with wonderful scents, and you get something, but you don't really get anything. Just as if somebody tells you a joke and you get the joke, you laugh, but you don't get anything. So this is the kind of getting that we want to have, the getting of not getting. That is to say, to be present in the moment of the arising of the situation, to be fully receptive and fully responsive. So we are fully tidal. We receive and we release. Here we are in the world with our feelings, our thoughts, our memories, and so on. How shall I be? Let's see. We don't know. Let's see. But how should I be? That depends. Depends on your rule book. Who are you trying to please? What are you trying to set up? There is no truth in the rule book. The rule book is conventional. So, linked with the Heart Sutra, we have the idea of two truths. We have relative or conventional truth, and we have absolute truth. And in relative truth, we have... It was I might say, it was very warm today for this time in June, because June can be quite cold. That is to say, in my mind, there is some echo of some previous years when this time of the year, in the month of June, which is all concepts, what the hell is June? It's just a word. And they certainly don't say that in Denmark, do they? No. Say something else. So these conventional titles seem to give you a handle you can hold on to. We seem to be talking about something, but that something becomes nothing. And that is our freedom. Because if every something becomes nothing and shows its nothingness, there's no point to try and grab it. However, no something is the last something, there's always another one. And so the next moment comes, and the next moment comes, and the next moment comes. So can I be available to be receptive and expressive of both aspects? So some people here work with other people, talking with them, hearing their stories, their difficulties, and so on. You have to receive how the person is. Now, as soon as somebody starts to tell you why they've come to see you, imagine you are some kind of healer or mental health professional. If I start by thinking there must be something wrong with them, they think there's something wrong with them, and there must be something wrong with them, because they'd have to be stupid to pay me money if there was nothing wrong with them. Otherwise, that's really sick, isn't it? You go to a therapist and give them money when you feel really well. So maybe they're in some inner delusion. There's something wrong with me. I know there's something wrong with me. Now, is there something wrong with I? That is to say, as I and me, are they the same person or different? What do you think? I don't like myself. You can say that. It's quite a reasonable sentence. But what does it mean? What is this myself? So the myself, the object side of the description, gives the sense that there is some aspect of my existence that I stand in relationship to. So I am a reasonably balanced, neutral person, and weighing up all the factors, I come to a conclusion. I don't really like myself very much. I wish I was different. So not a difficult thought to have. That would indicate that I should be able to change the composition of what I take to be I, me, myself, and produce myself in a better form. So this is the basis for a lot of work. A lot of work. There are many, many spiritual paths, which are paths to somewhere else, and they tend to be long paths and often quite boring paths, and you're never quite sure if you ever met anyone who actually got to the end of the bloody path. But we won't ask each other. Let's all pretend. So you're in a path because you want to go from here to there. There will be better than here. There and here, comparing and contrasting. This is the meaning of relative truth. Any proposition inside relative truth or dualistic construction or dualistic interpretation can be held in relation to any other appearance. So that's what we do all the time, compare and contrast and try to improve and reshape ourselves. There is no end to that work. Since we were born, we have had many, many, many thoughts, many memories, many feelings, aims, ambitions, plans, falling in love, falling out of love, being happy with the way one's life is developing, feeling upset and frustrated that we can't get our life to go the way we would like it to be. These are all judgments upon ourself, our sense of ourself, the shape we attribute to ourselves, and yet, moment by moment, it's changing. Moment by moment, it's changing. Even if you're sitting very still here, you're breathing in and out, and as you breathe in, the angle of your head shifts slightly, you get a slightly different vision of what's around you. The field of experience is dynamic and ever-changing. That is to say, whatever arises now is there for a while. So, when I first sat down, I could feel the wind behind me on my back, and it felt a bit cold, so I went into the house, went to my room, got this jacket, brought it back, put on the jacket. Now it gets a little bit warm inside the jacket. This is samsara. Damned if you do and damned if you don't. So we are adjusters. You know, it's very important to be able to adjust your mood, you know. There are many meditation systems that say you should sit without moving. But moving is fine. The body is made for movement. That's what the joints do. They bend and they move, and you feel some pain, and move. The pain goes away. No, you have to sit through it. Why? Why? I don't like the pain. I'm sitting with the pain. Fucking. Where are we going? We're going more and more into the pain. I'm putting up with it. Patience. Oh yes, that's one of the paramitas. That's a transcendent pain. Oh. It's very easy to trick ourselves by telling these stories and imagining there is some profound purpose to enduring pain and suffering. This body is exquisitely made to say, you're off balance, that's why your back hurts. If you get the weight of your head going down your spine, you're not going to harm your back so much. So when you're off kilter, you're requiring your muscles to tense. So when you get some pain, you should realign and relax. Then it's easier. Don't struggle. Don't struggle. My main teacher, Siya Lama, he said to me many times, take the easy path. Don't struggle. I always thought it should be hard. You know, you grow up in Scotland and it's cold and it's damp. And the only thing you can eat is chips. So, yeah. That's brave little Scotland. I carry it in front of me. So, we do our best. We try our best. We could try harder. We could do more. Who's acting on who? I am trying to improve myself. That is grounded in duality. You know, so whether you study Buddhist non-duality or Advaita Vedanta or Ramanuja's modified Vedanta, it's always the same issue, that as long as you are taking up a position of self to other, you are in a position where you cannot see the ground of your being. Because I'm thinking about you and how you are, and I'm thinking about myself and how I am. And so the movement is from subject to object, then object turns into subject and sends a message back to object, who now becomes subject, and you get an internal dialogue going on. You can also have it as an external dialogue, in which I'm confirming certain situations. Oh, I feel really tired for a while. But when we feel tired, we don't say, I feel tired for a while. Because I'm interested in getting your sympathy. So I'm very tired. Oh my God, if only you knew. This is an unchanging, eternal condition. I don't care what the Buddha said. Shh, you, shh. I suffer. I suffer. You know? You can say that. I suffer. Life's shit. Life's horrible. I spent hours and hours and hours with people who were determined to kill themselves. And they were sure life has no meaning. Life will never get better. No one will love me. I fucked up. I've ruined my best chance of a relationship. You know, storyline after storyline after storyline. And these are so seductive. They seem to fit. It's like two pieces of Velcro coming together and they just lock on. But they're just thoughts. All that you have learned at school and writing essays and doing exams has just been pattern formation. And if some people agree with your patterns, they say, well done, you passed your exam. And if they don't like your pattern, they say, that's a very wrong pattern, you need to get a better pattern, you will have to reset the exam. Until you can show me that you can generate the right kind of pattern, which is to say the pattern that I accept as being the right kind of pattern. So knowledge and power go together. So someone like Mr. Trump has so much power, he doesn't need to worry about knowledge at all. So, when you start to just be aware of the thoughts and feelings and sensations in your body, they are all movements. They are fleeting, evanescent, just arising like bubbles in a pond, bubbling up, bubble up, bubble up, and then gone, and then gone, and then gone. Now, if they're gone, and their nature is to be gone, if I then think they are the best, then I'm going to be chasing something which is gone, which may not be a very good recipe for happiness. But it was the best one. That thought was a really important thought. People have different ideas about this. Some lamas who I know, they never write anything down and they never think about anything that comes up in the meditation. And others have little notebooks and write lots of things down. So one person feels they're having a revelation of truth, and the other person was saying, no, you're just deluding your mind because you're still in love with the contents of your mind. Why wouldn't you be in love with them? But if you're going to have many, many thoughts, you have to be like a good Muslim husband. Equal sex for each wife. Yeah, it's very important. So every time you get a thought, you give them a kiss. My thought. My darling thought. So you give yourself to the thought, and the thought goes. You kiss the vanishing. I love the vanishing. I know you're going to leave me. That's why I love you. A little goes a long way. But if you see that, since you woke up this morning, how many thoughts you've had, how many feelings, memories, sensations. When you arrived here, some of you know quite a lot of the people who are here, and some of you don't know anybody who's here. So you have a different kind of connection in the situation. And whether you feel at home and at ease here, or you feel a bit anxious or socially awkward, that will affect how you are. Whether you are happy to sit next to other people when you're having the food, or maybe you think they're looking at you, they're all together, and they can see I'm a sad, lonely git and nobody wants to talk to me, but I'm just, I'm part of the group. So you just think, oh, this is the mind, filling and emptying, filling and emptying. The lungs do that. If we are healthy, our lungs fill and empty. The heart, blood comes in, boom, blood goes out, blood comes in, blood goes out. This is our body. Our body is rhythmical, flowing, expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting. So the key thing is, it's always arriving and it's always leaving. Every thought that comes to you comes and then it goes. What should I do with it? What are they for? Whatever you like. Give yourself a hard job. Give yourself an easy job. What are thoughts for? They're not for anything. So that's when we read about the moment of Buddha, of Siddhartha, when he's under the Bodhi tree and he's sitting on that fateful night of enlightenment in this month of Sagadawa. He's not doing anything. He spent all these years, 6.5 years, on this Naranjana river near Bodh Gaya, wandering, doing ascetic practices, doing all kind of intense yoga and so on, trying to control his mind. And when he's sitting, the provocative Mara demons, some with an angry flavor, some with a sexual flavor, some with an insulting flavor, they all have a particular kind of way of getting through our ego defenses, making us feel uncomfortable. But he just sits. Say what you like. Say what you like. And he's able to say that to his own mind, say what you like. Because my mind is me and not me simultaneously. So form is emptiness, emptiness is form, emptiness is not other than form is not other than emptiness. So in the moment that this thought or sensation is arising in me, what's arising is like a rainbow in the sky, or an echo, or a mirage on a hot summer's road. You cannot say nothing is there because you're having a sensation or a memory. But it is insubstantial. It has no inner essence, inner self-definition that you can grasp and hang on to and build something on top of. And yet, we grasp and we build and we create these huge castles in our mind. Sometimes they're Gothic castles of torment where we're in the dungeon. Sometimes they're, some celebratory event, but they all vanish. Good thoughts become bad thoughts become good thoughts. Friends become enemies, enemies become friends. All the schools of Buddhism stress the one vital understanding or clarity we need is to see the impermanence of phenomena. So we see, I walk according to what is outside me. I walk according to my shoes. I walk according to whether the grass is slippery or not. That is to say, if I believe that, this is esoteric. Do not try this at home. Don't know what I'm doing, but anyway, I'm doing this. So every time you're moving around, you have two ways to understand this. Start with yourself. What's happening to me? Then you look at how I impact the environment, or how the environment impacts me. So there are two factors, self and other and self, okay? Now, each of us is sitting here, yeah? Can you feel your bum on the seat? Yeah? My bum is my experience. Yeah? Well, it's not your experience. It's my experience. My bum for me. So, my bum is my life. The tent is my life. Simultaneously, feet on the carpet, bum on the hard seat, tent, the evening light dappling on the trees. It's all at once. It's all together. Or it's sequential. According to the ego, our experience is sequential. According to Dzogchen, Mahamudra, the higher tantras, it is instantaneous, all at once, spontaneous, intuitive. So here you are. Now you can look at me and then think, oh, I'm looking at James. Yeah? So you start from yourself. My experience is here. You can feel your head, you feel your shoulders. I'm here and I'm looking out and there's James. That's a thought. Gone. Just relax your gaze. Some sound is arising. Shapes of people's bodies moving. It's all at once. The doves. Come. That's my world for this moment. And my world is the sensation in my bum, the coldness under my feet, the way my neck is at the moment, the sounds I see, what I hear. All five senses arise at once. So what I experience is experience. I don't actually experience my bum, or my feet, or the back of my neck. I experience sensations, which I then reify and take to be signs of my bum, my back, my head, and then I stick some attribute onto that. So there's the flow of experience, which is difficult to catch, uncatchable actually. But that flow of experience, if I, like with a rabbit, if you catch the rabbit, you hit it on the head. You can't eat a live rabbit. Come on, that's cruel. Kill the bloody thing and you roast it. So you kill the rabbit, now you got a rabbit. It's a dead rabbit. So that's what a thought is. A thought is a dead rabbit. It was bopping about in your head. Going here, there, everywhere. What? You little bastard. Now you're in charge of the mortuary. Got all these cabinets, pull them open. Some very ancient rabbits rotting, moulding, turning into slime. And it's gone. It's actually uncatchable. It's just stories you tell yourself. I was so unhappy then. It was really bad. I stayed in that relationship. I don't know why I did it. Da, 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 da. We all have these kind of stories which solidify a particular contour in the vast field of the topology of our mind. So one minute you're just looking up a particular curve. Oh, it's like that. From this point of view. So it's always these two things. I'm here sitting in a chair, in a tent, in Emerson College, in England. So that is a here which always, in each iteration, in each repetition of it, stands in relation to something else. So if I'm in this chair, I'm not sitting on the carpet. If I'm in this tent, I'm not sitting under a tree. If I'm sitting in Emerson College, I'm not in London. So every assertion of here-ness as a graspable or a definable proposition, I know where I am, I'm not daft. I know where I am, I know. I'm getting a bit old, but I know. But actually, that doesn't really tell me where I am. I'm in England. It doesn't mean anything. I'm in England. England's very, very big. I'm in this bit of England. So I'm not in England, I'm in this bit of England. But my England is not too far from your England. Maybe, 3 meters of England between our Englands. But your England is revealed to you through your mind. Because England for you, which is the only England you can have, and my England, which is my England for me, that is to say, what I receive through my senses, through my memories, through my creation of thought patterns and so on, how that constellates, how that comes together as something depends on the unique specificity of me here now. That is to say, how I am with this. That is to say, I'm not on the outside looking at the world. I'm on the inside with the world. James is revealed in the world. How is James? Let's ask him. James, how are you? Well, I'm like this and this and this. It's a story. It's a story. It's a revealing, but the revealing is a construction. It's a construction. I don't know what I'm going to say next. It's not worked out. It comes out and surprises me just as much as it surprises you. Which is how it is. Because it arises from the connectivity. This is so important. And I come back to this point again and again. How I am is how I am with you now in this situation concerned with Dharma. Because Dharma is how everything arises all together. In Sanskrit, this is called the Dharma Dhatu. Dhatu means the space or the infinity of dharmas. And dharma there means not holy dharma, but phenomena. The Dharma Dhatu is the space of all phenomena. And that is our ground. That is how the mind is. And in that, there is this my sensation of my bum on the seat, my feet on the carpet, how I feel in my shoulders. All of this, all at once, as part of the field. I'm not outside the field, entering into the field. You can't go out of this. This is all we have. This moment. And this moment is never alone, because I'm always me with you. Even if you decided to walk the length of Britain and not speak to anyone along the way, you would see tree after tree after tree, birds in the sky, you'd feel the rain, you'd feel the wind, you'd cook your little food at night time. In each of these situations, it would be you with your spoon stirring the soup. You with your gaze lifted because you see it's a big buzzard in the sky. You and the buzzard are co-emergent. You and the rain are co-emergent. You are manifesting with, not onto, not from, but with. It's always with. Always with. That's how people manage to do retreats for year after year after year in a cave without going crazy, because they weren't alone. They were with the cave. The cave is shining at you. Hi! You're so cold today, cave. Oh. It's with. Experience arises. I looking. See, well, my delusion. My eye looking out. The eye's not looking out at all. The eye's just open. The light is coming in. The world is shining in through my eye. Sound is coming in through my ear. Sensation is coming on my skin. Smell through my nostrils and so on. I'm participating in a field of revelation which is always changing. Since you've been sitting, I see people's bodies move a bit, someone lifting their knee a bit, that's sore. We're always in conversation. We're always arising with. So, if this is something we can explore, what it can do is help us to put into question my starting point of being, well, I'm me, let me see whether I like this or not. I'm starting with myself, because I'm always me. Let's see how I get on. This is where samsara begins. We've got time over these next days to go over the traditional Dzogchen explanation of unawareness and how the mind gets lost in samsara and so on. But there are many, many writings about this. But for us, we don't need to study it as a kind of intellectual pursuit. You are always somewhere. Since you woke up this morning, you were somewhere. Maybe some of the time you were traveling and it was a bit boring. Maybe some of the time you were desperate to get to the toilet, but you couldn't because you're on the plane and you can't get the door open. And that's happening for you. Now you can think, oh my God, my bladder is tormenting me, as if something is doing something to me. Or you have the sense that this is arising all at once. There is 4 cups of coffee. There's a lot in the bladder, and there's some bugger in the toilet. God. So this is dependent co-origination, very important part of the Buddha's teaching. It all comes together as a transient pattern, then it shifts, and then something else, and then something else, and then something else. So, the meditation instruction is always, don't be ahead of the game, don't be leaping into the future, trying to work out what's going to happen next. And don't go into the past, don't look over your shoulder to think, how was it, how have I been, how should it be, and so on. The past is gone. The future hasn't come. What is there? Just this. It's always just this. And just this is all this just now. All this just now. So if I turn my head, each of these is just this. I'm not making it, but it wouldn't be happening without me. So I'm not the master, I'm not the magus, I'm not the magician conjuring something out of nothing. But the field of experience is vibrating and pulsing and I'm part of the pulsation. So in the tradition, we talk about the ground, and that the ground is radiant, and that radiance manifests in compassionate forms in the world. So you've got the Dharmakaya, the empty ground of the mind, the radiance of the mind, the Sambhogakaya, and then its compassionate manifestation, the Nimanakaya, taking on the form of cows or dogs or humans, whatever. The emptiness of our mind is difficult to see when we fixate on the content of the mind. If I want to know what I'm thinking, I have to think about it. True or false? Interesting. I have to think about it. So if I want to catch what's happening in my mind, I have to do two things. I have to identify something catchable, and I have to catch it. The catchable is the object formation, the thought or the sensation arising now, and I catch it by naming it. Naming is death. Naming is pseudo-power, because it thinks we seem to know what something is. That is an oak tree. For me, it's not an oak tree for a squirrel. It's not an oak tree for a butterfly. I give it these names, and I'm sure that my naming is accurate. Therefore, I don't doubt my proposition, that is an oak tree. But it's only an oak tree if you know English. If you speak another language, you call it something else. So how could one tree have 10 names? Maybe the tree itself cannot be caught by the name. Maybe I just have a little snooze now then. That's nice. No need to talk. What does the talk do? It constructs. So, we see the clouds in the sky. White clouds, fluffy clouds. Wind blowing, clouds meet together, they billow up, they get bigger and bigger. Can you catch something in that cloud? The aeroplane goes through the cloud. Same with your thoughts. Your thoughts catch, you make your palace in the sky, but it's dissolving. Nothing is created and nothing is destroyed, yet everything is nothing. It is because everything is nothing that nothing is created or destroyed, and yet everything is created and everything is destroyed, inseparable from emptiness. It is an illusion. An illusion. So you have a crystal and it's a bright sunny day, and you put it on the table so it will catch the ray of the sun coming in the window, and suddenly you've got these little rainbow lights coming out. So there's a conjunction, a benign positive conjunction between the ray of light and the nature of the crystal, which reveals the potential inside the clear light. You can't see the clear light, but now you have 5-colored light or rainbow light. So this is the same for us. When you look for your mind itself, you can't find anything. It's ungraspable, and yet situation by situation, patterns of thoughts, feelings, memories, plans, and so on arise. So the richness of the mind, the richness of the potential of the mind, is just another word for emptiness. If the mind wasn't empty, it couldn't be filled. So, here there is some kind of tea. Here we have a teacup with tea in it. But you can pour this, whatever it is, out and put something else in. Put water in, then it's a cup for water. Or put coffee in it, and it's a coffee cup. So while you're calling it a teacup, that is an accurate description of functionality. But the function can change, then the name has to change. So teacup was not describing the eternal essence of the cup. It was describing the situational, codependent emergence in this moment of what's in the cup due to causes and circumstances. Does that language make sense? And yet it's so tempting to say it's a teacup, because that allows us to arrive someplace. Actually, everything is in movement all the time. So if you want to stabilize your experience, it appears from, the, as it were, the outside. I have to grab something and hold on to it. So some people do that with cigarettes or alcohol or sex or pornography, all sorts of things. People are desperately hanging on to some sensation which they feel is repeatable. But it's never repeatable, because our constellation of our sensation and so on is changing. The past is gone. So what will I rely on? You could rely on space, on the openness of the mind. You could rely on the fact you're not a thing. That's very unpleasant, to not be a thing. Who would I be? What would I be? We have to be something. We have to demonstrate value. We know that. When you read about all the stories of the gulags and the concentration camps and so on, or what happened in Cambodia with Pol Pot, you know, you at least should be able to dig your own grave, because you've got to show some kind of function. Value comes from developing value. You have to make it happen. Now, that would indicate value is not intrinsic. Is anything intrinsic? Emptiness is intrinsic. Emptiness is true value. So I'll say a little bit more about emptiness, because without emptiness there is no Buddha Dharma. Otherwise Buddhism is just be a good person and be kind to people. Everybody says that. And the danger of saying it when you don't understand emptiness is you end up being very cynical. Dear God, please save all the Christians. Don't save the Muslims. They've got another God. Do they have the same God? Do they have another God? Who owns God? It's just a name. Now, if you follow that line, you have to be very careful, because you're going to end up with a kind of nihilistic emptiness, a total emptiness of any kind of value. Buddhism's emptiness is not that. It means, emptiness means empty of inherent existence. Yeah? We're all here in our different ways. You experience yourself. We could call that your existence. So that's going on for us. And it's a dynamic kind of thing, isn't it? Because you get different sensations in your body, or some memory arises. I exist as the experiencer of existence. But none of these existence has inherent existence. Does that make sense? I'm cold. I'm cold. And you feel it cold. You think, oh fuck, it's cold. It was hot today, now it's getting cold. So that's something is happening to me. I am being impacted by coldness, yeah? So the coldness appears to exist, or to have a being that enters into some dualistic contact with me. It conditions me. I want to keep my jacket on. If it got suddenly very hot, I'd take my jacket off. But I'm not always cold. So to say I'm cold is to make a statement about the current set of factors operating in the field that I'm inhabiting, a feeling tone which is generated by the setting of the sun, the dampness that's in the air because the earth hasn't fully warmed and so on. There are many different factors. This is existing for me now. It is a contingent existence. Do you agree? That when you need a pee, that is an undeniable fact of the phenomenology of your being. Isn't it? When you gotta go, you gotta go. It feels very real. It may not be real, but it will certainly be damp. It's an event. It's an event. But we turn the event into being the sign of some underlying true cause, some existent factor which is driving that through. Does that make sense? So for us, as a preparation for practicing meditation, the key thing is to become aware of the dynamic nature of your life, that you're breathing in and you're breathing out. And that depends on the whether the air is warm or very cold. It depends on your teeth. If you need to go to the dentist, breathing in deeply will start to trigger some sensation in your teeth. Our embodiment is part of that communication. I exist. So I could say, I'm a man. My grandfather worked in John Brown's shipyards in Clydebank in Scotland. And the shipyards were very, very physical places in those days, with the brazier and heating up the big rivets and hammering them home, and very, very physical. Me, in comparison to my grandfather, he was a real man. Come on, he was a real fucking man, that man. Oh, that was a man. What am I? I'm just a wee boy. You know, when you have a frame of reference to identify something, then you have all these adjustments to make to fit. So then we see, oh, to be a man or a woman or a girl or an old woman, to be a hag, to be all of these kind of descriptors which are placed on people depends on circumstances, whether the people are wanting to be insulting or polite or generous or whatever it would be. But none of these names or titles defines us. They speak to the patterning of our expression in the moment, so that we are happy or sad, we talk too much, we talk too little, whatever it would be. That is not the truth of how we are, except how we are in the moment. It's not how we are eternally, the truth of me. I have no essence because my essence is empty. What is it empty of? Inherent existence. Now, if it's empty of inherent existence, then we see this is only contingently, conditionally a teacup. Yeah? Would you agree? We can put something else in it. It is a teacup, but it's not really a teacup. It is a teacup due to causes and conditions. Now, whatever else is going on for me, since I got the cancer, I get these depot injections to reduce the testosterone in my body. So I have a chemically demanification going on. This is a very interesting process. You get a kind of mini menopause, and your skin becomes incredibly smooth. Oh, ladies, you should. It's wonderful. So what I take to be me that was me without cancer. Me with cancer plus drugs is somebody else. We are always in formation, whether you've eaten food or you're hungry, or whether you've got diarrhea or constipation, whether you're cold or hot. These are formations of your potential arising in the field of potential. They do not express a graspable essence. No one can catch you. So in the Nyingma tradition, we have Padmasambhava and the 8, in Tibetan it's called the 8 names of Padmasambhava. Guru Tsengye, his 8 names. So his body shows different forms. He's got flames coming out of him. He's riding on a tiger. He looks very dangerous. He looks very sweet. He's a monk. All of these different forms are formations arising from his potential. None of these forms is the truth of him. Now, this is a problem with iconography, because Orthodox Christianity and Tibetan Buddhism and Hinduism are full of descriptions, paintings of gods and goddesses, sculptures. But Tara, we don't know that Tara looks like that. You don't know how Tara looks. Tara looked one day at one time, and an artist drew it, and someone else said, very good. And there's your Tara. And everybody else is copying Tara. That's what she looks like. Never met her myself, but she... It's illusion. So we like icons because they give us something to go back to again and again. Mom, where's my shoes? Mom, my shoes, I've got to go. Give me my shoes, Mom. Oh, God. Next, I want a better mother next life. That's why I'm getting all this karma. We want someone to rely on. So Tara becomes your mum. Tara, give me the merit. I like you, Tara. Do you like me? I'm smiling at you. You're actually smiling at me. Good, good. Oh, that's good. I'll go with you then. Where do you live? In a pure land. Oh. Does that mean I've got to wash all the time? These are stories. Now, they function. How do they function? They function by giving regular stories, repeatable stories, which allow the creative potential of your mind to constellate images which have some resonance with the images of Tara or Padmasambhava or Buddha Shakyamuni, whoever it would be. They do not have a real form. Reality is delusion. Reality doesn't exist. Reality is delusion. Actuality is illusion. And illusion is when you can see, oh, it was just a mirage. Duality, that is, when duality strongly takes hold of you, then your illusion is likely to become a delusion. So I say, oh, Donald Trump is the most powerful man in the world. That's a delusion. He's not a very nice person. You know, he's selfish, mean-spirited, narcissistic, not nice.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, we are very sorry for it. Yeah, we're sad for him. But he has power. And because he's called the president, everybody's saluting him. And he has a lot of power. Although he's out to lunch, he's a crazy guy. He's a crazy guy. So we all vote to have our world run by a crazy guy. That's an amazing thing to do. No wonder we're afraid. We can die very easily. Every day I get messages from people that their friends are sick or they've got cancer or they're, in the hospice. Our life is just on a thread. It can easily vanish. And we have chosen to be under the power of Donald. Not even Ronald MacDonald, which would supersize you to quite some extent. But this Donald is worse. How does that come about? Well, that's because we believe in what we see. I have no objection to Donald Trump doing whatever he does because it is illusion. Nothing is established. But when you believe that what he does is real and that he is real, and people believe he is the real president of America and therefore has a lot of power to cause wars, to put on tariffs, take off tariffs, do all the crazy things he does, he has that power because people believe it, that he has that power. And even when you can see that the person functionally is perhaps slightly inadequate to the task, very difficult to depose them because we want to believe in the signifier. You know, killing the king, regicide, was considered to be such a bad thing because God blesses the king. So when you have the consecration of the king, blessed with the holy oil, and they put different relics onto their body and so on. So the state seeks to have a very direct line of communication between the king and God above. And then the nation will be a pure nation protected by God. So many stories we tell ourselves. America is God's own country.
I'm so sorry for that, Jay.
Yeah. But it's so interesting, isn't it? Does that mean then God doesn't like black people? Maybe. Maybe. God made everyone in his image. So maybe he made some people like his feet because they're not very clean. And maybe other people he made like his nose, which is very clean. Why not? Hindus have a whole thing about how the different castes come out of the body of God, from the soles of the feet, which are dirty, and so on. We are storytellers because we're trying to make sense, because making sense is like a bandage that we put onto the wound of not being able to tolerate emptiness, not being able to tolerate the fact that nothing is established. Everything is potential. If everything is potential, you have to be careful. So I'm sitting in my seat. I don't need to do anything. If I was 100 meters out from the shore in the sea, I would need to be doing something. You know, when you walk into the sea, kind of you've got your feet on the sand, the water's rising up and up and up. By the time it gets to your middle, the power of the sea is starting to move you. You're not so stably on the sand anymore. When it comes up to your chest size, you know, you're really being moved by the water. You become part of the sea, and then you have to swim. And you can only swim for a long time if you're nice to the sea. If you swim, you will drown because you get exhausted very quickly. Darling sea, I love you. Oh. Because you make friends with the sea, you collaborate. You can stay in the sea for a long, long time if you swim in a way that is working with it. As Namkhai Norbu said, working with circumstances. You find out how the situation is and you work with them. Don't work against circumstances, but with circumstances. So this is the essential thing. If one of the circumstances of your life is that you're emotionally labile, you get lots of moods, happy, sad, depressed, hopeless, and so on, that's what you work with, that's what you live with. I have a lot of moods. Okay, so give it more space. I get so angry. Oh, give it more space. Just give it space. And then you see, oh, harr, and then it vanishes. Comes full and empty. You breathe in, you breathe out. You can't breathe in and then You explode. You have to breathe out. Emotions come in, things come into the mind and go out of the mind. In Tibetan they call it rangsha rangdro. Rangsha means arising by itself, rangdro vanishing by itself. Nobody's doing it. There's no one behind there. There's no God. There's no Holy Spirit doing it. There's not even your individual karma doing it. It's just pulsations in the field. It's like if you go to the sea and you go out on you've got a little stone pier and you watch the waves, they're coming in ripple, 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 and they come to the stone and they start to go back on each other, and you get much more complicated patternings of little waves. It's beyond mental computation, but you get it all at once. That's what the sea's doing. When you look at these trees, you get the whole tree, but you couldn't possibly count the leaves. The tree is beyond your computation. Even if you try to freeze it and turn it into a dead object, it will elude you. But if you receive it, you get the wonder of it. So the basic orientation here is that if you tilt towards aesthetic appreciation, the appreciation of the beauty, or through the senses, through the vitality of your being with the world as part of the world, you taste the immediacy of each moment without having to work out what it is, because you respond. Be as if you were dancing and there's 40 people and you're dancing and you change partners every 2 minutes, and then you experience how different people are dancing and what you can do because now you're dancing with this person. And then it goes on and on and on. Nothing is established. How you dance is how you dance with the other person. If you want to be with them, then you have to dance with them, which is to say you receive how they are moving and you move with that. Receive, respond, receive, respond. It's not dominating and controlling, but you can't be standing still. You're not the boss, you're not the servant, you are a participant, because you are part of what is going on. And that's at the heart of it. We are all part of this field together. So the more we see, I cannot predict how I will be, because that will depend on how it is. And I am always part of how it is. I start from the inside, not from the outside. If you start I, me, myself, you're on the outside, because there's I, me, myself, and all the rest of you guys. All that's not me. There's me, haha, and not me. But if it's we, the we is all of us. And that has no center. Because if we are together, imagine we're in a circle, 40 of us, and anyone could start a song and other people join in. So whoever wants to make the first note, everyone joins in. This is we singing. The singing is coming through our participation. Now, if you would like to make a noise, but you're afraid people are going to judge you and say, oh, you can't sing, then it will be very difficult. So self-remembrance is self-alienation. Self-forgetfulness allows the direct sense of belonging. You manifest from the inside. So we'll take a break now for the day, and we start again tomorrow morning. But if you want to, you can wander around. There's plenty of space. And try to be present with how the world touches you. You know, there are big leaf plants here. There are tiny, tiny little flowers. There are so many things. Now, without seeking out things or putting them in any hierarchy of value, just receive and see how you respond. You can jump up and down, you could roll on the grass, however you feel like it. Be with it. This is a very nice place to be a bit silly. Okay, so in the morning we have, if I've got it right, we have from 7 to 8 we've got Tai Chi, is that right?
Yeah.
7.
We got the time wrong with the breakfast. So breakfast is from 8 to 9, not 9 to 10.
Breakfast is 8 to 9.
Here's your Tai Chi master. Out here on the lawn? Yeah.
Okay, so that'd be great. So you're going to do that 7 till 8, yeah? And then breakfast is 8 till 9, and then you can have a little rest.
Yoga teachers here. Yoga teachers. That's pretty rare, isn't it?
Yeah?
No one from Brighton then. You, when you grow up.
I know I'm going to be.
Well, yoga's
All right.
I practice Tai Chi. 24 forms.
Well, you can back that up.
Excellent. Authentic.
8 till 9. And then still won't start till 10, so you've got time.
Or we can do some silent meditation here, or, it's all sorts of things we can do. And I'm around and some of the time and free, so if you want to have a word with me, come up and say something and we can have a chat, and I try and fit everyone who wants to do that in.
Can I just say, if you haven't registered or anything, come and see me after breakfast tomorrow.
Can you repeat?
If you haven't registered, come and say hi tomorrow. If you have bought a ticket, it's fine. But if you haven't, people come up and say they just want to come along, get a ticket when they're here. So if you're one of those people, just come and say hi.
How about the seating? Is this working? Are you happy to be a bit outside? Far away, ready to run? I mean, there are some spaces down the side here as well, so make sure you feel comfortable, and if you need a seat, we can bring in some more chairs.
More chairs if you need.
Yeah.
Ask at reception in the morning. Or there might be someone in the girl. That's a girl, not a year, by the way. And we're going to have some storytelling and music over the week. And Wednesday night, Shivam's going to have some music and story. If you want to offer something at some point, let me know. Story or anything, we can do that in the evenings. And there's a fireplace in the campsite. You can have a fire.
Yeah. Also, I should say, Agnieszka's also, we've got some clay and some molds here, so we can make some tsatsa while we're here. We don't have too much clay, but if you've never done any tsatsas before, it would be a useful thing to learn. Particularly, it's a way of molding clay into a Buddhist image. And at this time when we are impacted and molded by so much crap coming from the world, it's very important to proactively mold something of value, something you can believe in, and then put those little images out into nature so that you've got a sense that you can light your small lamps in many different places. Okay, see you guys in the morning. Pleasure. Quiet sitting is called shamatha. In Tibetan it's called ji ne. Ne means to abide, to stay, to not be moved. And ji means peaceful. So not moving on the inside through thoughts and feelings, not moving on the outside through making sense of what's going on, just being present with how it is. All we have to do is relax and release. We're not being required to make sense of what is occurring. We don't have any intention to progress or to arrive somewhere, to achieve something. We're just being here, that's all. So that's the main practice. When we become active and we set out to establish something, I become the doer, the maker, the one who acts on the world and forms it according to my intentions or my hopes and fears, my maps. And then I'm very busy and I don't find peace. So, is my practice going well? I don't care. I don't care because it's not my practice. I'm just tuning in. It's like this. And sometimes the mind is turbulent, sometimes it's peaceful, sometimes it's ethical and generous and compassionate, sometimes it's mean-spirited, selfish. This is the content of the mind. And the content of the mind shows itself for what it is in this moment as a transient pattern formation. It doesn't show you an X-ray of your essential being or who you really are. So that's the whole thing. It's like if you stay relaxed, it comes as it comes and it goes as it goes. But when you have an idea of how you want it to be, then you're into correction, because the mind will never be the way we want it to be. So there are many schools of meditation where you're very, very busy trying to achieve something, which can be useful because you're altering the patterning of the content of your experience. However, you remain in a dualistic formation because it's all up to me. If I don't keep a track of how I am, if I don't correct myself, I'll get lost. Now, what is embedded in that? If I don't do it, I, ego self, don't keep an eye on what's going on, I will get lost. The path to enlightenment lies through the ego. If you want to buy that, don't be here. Because that is a big, big delusion. You must try harder. First of all, find out what's wrong with you. And there's a lot wrong with you. You really fucked up. So there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot to be done. I wish I wasn't the way I was. That's a wish. That's all you need to do. Catch, oh, that's a thought. I wish I'd spent more time with Dumbo when I was small. Dumbo's very nice. Dumbo believes in the feather. We believe in Padmasambhava or Tara. And when Dumbo caught the feather, remember, he could fly. And when we believe in Tara and Padmasambhava, we also fly in the sky. Not very different. Not very different. Your thoughts are always flying in the sky. Your feelings, your sensations, they're arising and passing, like rainbows, like a mirage, like a dream. It's not about being the doer or the non-doer. It's being present with the movement as it occurs. So that's the basis for calm sitting from the Dzogchen point of view. So sit in a comfortable way. Because if your skeleton can hold your weight, your muscles relax, you're not straining. And then relax in the out breath. And then you're just here. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. I am the space of occurrence. I'm not the occurrence. If I'm the space of the occurrence, there will always be something occurring, and it both is me and isn't me. If I am the space of occurrence, this is always there, and it is me and it isn't me. Because I'm not just space, I'm also these occurrences. I'm not just these occurrences, because I'm also the space. This is where you see the Heart Sutra taken directly into yourself and your sense of your own mind. that however my mind is arising, that is me and isn't me. So if I can keep it on that cusp point, that rocking point between is and isn't, I don't have to sort anything out because it's self-sorting. It's here and gone. While it's here, if you're angry or sad or confused or you don't understand what I'm talking about, it's just something that's there for a while. And then it dissolves. Something else occurs and something else occurs. So if you grasp onto a particular moment as having special value, profound value, something I need to rely on, then you take the open field and you tilt it up. So now now you've got a vertical axis in which this stuff at the top is really important and the stuff at the bottom isn't so important. So then you're involved in a triage, in a sorting out of attributing value. We don't want to do that because it's a lot of work. And how you attribute value this morning is not how it's going to be this afternoon. You are an unreliable judge because you are unstable. So that's not a good thing to be. We don't want judges who are bribed or who are drunk or who are having sex with the jury. We want the judge to be independent, autonomous, uninvolved with a clear line. We are not like that. Well, more personally, I am not like that. We are relational. We are moved through our movement with others. We are reconstellated moment by moment as we engage with different people, different conversation topics. I am movement. And this movement is me and not me. It's not me because it's already dissolving, and it is me because in its arising mode, this is me. So it's just like wave after wave after wave. Not me, me, not me. Not me, me, not me. Arising and passing. So the text, the meditation text always say, don't merge into what is arising and don't hold yourself apart. This is a very busy kind of instruction. Don't fuck up. We might as well go home. It arises. We feel something. We are in connectivity. This pattern is how I am at this moment with these circumstances, and then it changes. It is how I am, not what I am. There is no what to be, but there is a lot of howing to do. Does that make sense? So how I am is relational because it's me in the field with other people. So suddenly I hear the doves. Ooh. And for me, that's a hot afternoon in Sarnath, where the Buddha gave his first teachings outside Benares. I spent many afternoons sitting by the big stupa there, just listening to these doves singing and singing and singing, and the heat shimmering. So that comes, and then it's gone. Comes and goes. Why would you block it? Why would you merge into it? It's a formation, but it's not an identity. It's not something to become. It is the becomingness of your mind. Does that make sense? So rather than trying to find the perfect formation of how I should be, what I should be, who I should be, how should I be if I want you to like me? What do I have to do? What are the rules of the game? There's a lot of thought in that kind of thing. So when we have an anxious sense of self and we're looking at the field and we see people have prejudices or fixed opinions, like making adjustment after adjustment. So for our practice, we just sit in a comfortable way, relax in the out-breath, and then be with it however it comes. And for this, the senses are open. Eyes are open, not looking at something, but just letting the gaze rest in space, letting the ears rest in the space where different sounds arise, not trying to work it out, make sense of it, not trying to write a map of experience. Because that's what we do. That's what an interpretation is. Oh, is that thunder? Maybe it'll rain. Da-da-da. The mind's working it out, working it out. We don't need to do that at all. It is as it is. I don't know. I don't know. And this is vital for the practice of Dharma, that dualistic knowledge is a cul-de-sac. It's a dead end. It's knowing something about something, but there are no real somethings. So whatever you build up on the basis of that, it's gone. If I go back to the place where I grew up in Scotland, I realize I cannot go back there because my Scotland has vanished. It doesn't exist. My India doesn't exist. It's changed. It was only like that for a few moments for me. And now it's gone. So when we sit in the practice, however it comes, the texts say, whatever arises is self-liberating, which means I don't have to get rid of it because it's going to go anyway, and I can't hang on to it because it's going to go anyway. So what is the middle way between these two extremes of merging and identifying, or rejecting and trying to separate off? Just being here. But not being here as me, being here as presence. I'm just with it. And over these next days we can refine our sense of what it means to be present and who is the one who is present and so on. But for the moment, just like this. Okay, so we sit for a while. So usually when we do this practice, we don't do it for very long. Certainly at first. Because if you do it for a long time and you start to notice that you're deviating from what you want to do, and then you get pulled into correcting or being more conscious of what's going on, and that's not really what we want to be doing. There are, in the family of Buddhism, there are many, many different houses or styles. Some are very, very disciplined, some are very ritualized, some are pared down and are not indulging the senses in any way. What I'm going to be opening for you here is both the basis of Mahamudra and Dzogchen, and I tried to show how they stand in relation to the general field of Buddhism, what their particular qualities are, and how to make use of this as a way of easing yourself into yourself. So Dharma is like a shoehorn. So if you get a new pair of shoes and the leather's a bit stiff, difficult to get your foot in. So with the shoehorn, you just eases you, and there you are. So the Dharma itself it's not about becoming a Buddhist, because when you die, Buddhism will be washed out of you. You'll be born again and again as a born-again Christian. You're heading for Texas. And then you'll know the truth. So we're respectful of the Dharma because it is beneficial, but we're also aware that all the Dharma teachings are inherently empty of self. They are not meaningful in themselves, they are meaningful in their connectivity. So if we apply the Dharma, then it becomes meaningful. If you just have a lot of Buddhist books on your bookshelf and don't look at them or don't try and massage them into you, it's not going to do you any good. So it's the application whereby a particular practice or a view, a way of experiencing flow together with you, and that transforms your vista, your appreciation of what's unfolding. So I'll just read a little bit from Saraha. Saraha was a great Indian scholar who found there was a limit to scholarship. He was raised in a very well-educated Brahmin family, so from early on he was studying the Vedas and the Buddhist texts as well. He had a broad spectrum education, but it remained on a level of theory. So the more he studied, the more bandages he wrapped around himself. And he was cocooned in his knowledge. And what awakened him was an encounter with a young tribal woman who made arrows for a living, which is a very kind of low status activity in India at that time. But she was connected with wood and a knife and paring it and going in the forest and catching the feathers where they had fallen from the birds and splitting them and fitting them into the arrow. So her mind was focused on connectivity, and his mind was focused on thought indulgence. And so when they meet, there's quite a misunderstanding. Fortunately for him, he knew that he knew more than her. So at first he wasn't too troubled, but then gradually he realized she's got something I don't have, because she is living it and I'm only thinking about it. And that's a big difference. So how do we move? How do we bring all our understanding down through our skin, our muscles, our bones into the very marrow of our being? So after he had been with her for some time, he started to relax. And when he relaxed, he came into his senses. And as we touched on yesterday, light comes into our eyes. We cheat ourselves by saying, oh, I see that beautiful tree, as if somehow the light was coming out of my eye to the tree and bouncing back to me. I'm the one that sees, I hear. But actually, of course, there's a happenstance in what we see. Our eyes are open, receptive. Oh, something catches your eye. Oh, then you're looking at that. Our very being is random. It's grounded in happenstance, if you're lucky. If you're lucky not to be a soldier who has to march up and down, keep in time, disciplined, following drills, where your thought goes ahead of your body. So that was Saraha's position. When he meets the arrow maker, she puts the body first. This is what we do. This is what we do. Why do we do it? Don't ask questions. Just do it. Just do it. And as you just do it, it brings you into an attention through the life of the senses. So, this is the first section of this called the deep instruction on Mahamudra. Maha means big, and mudra means a gesture. It can also mean a seal. Whenever you see in these texts the word Maha, big, it means emptiness. It means all formations of the world are already inseparable from emptiness, and they're also sealed by emptiness. Just as in the old days when the king made some big pronouncement, it would be written out nicely and on a scroll, and then it would be sealed. And once the king's seal is on it, it's like, okay, this is the final statement. Nobody should alter this. So the Mahamudra is when you see the emptiness of all phenomena, they are all sealed within it. Oh, it's just this. It's just this. And so all the thoughts, what is it? What shall I use it for? How will I be? It's just, they don't operate anymore because it is as it is. So that is the Mahamudra. And here he's explaining how it abides. And he says, whether what you encounter is animate, alive, like squirrels, birds, humans, or inanimate, like stones, like the water of the ocean, whether it's moving or not moving, whether it's substantial, whether it seems to have some density to it, some kind of real undeniable being here-ness, or insubstantial, like a cloud or a rainbow. Appearance and emptiness, which is the true status of all these forms, whether they're animate or inanimate, these appearances, or you could say these experiences, are the modes of emptiness. So the traditional example for showing this is a mirror. The mirror has no identity of its own. It's not showing itself because there's no self hidden in the mirror. A painting has a self, if you like, because every time you look at the painting, you seem to see the same thing. But when you look in the mirror, it shows whatever's currently there. So the emptiness of the mind is the generosity of the mind. It's because your mind is empty that you have all the experiences you have. Your happiness, your sadness, your regrets, your hopes, your fears. All of these possibilities arise for you because you're not a fixed thing. You're not a kind of condensed or solidified entity. You are the site of the display of the potential of your own unborn awareness. So it's shining through this arena. So when you look in the mirror, you always see something. The mirror is never empty and it's always empty. So you can spend some time looking in a mirror, and really, if you really get that, then this wonderful metaphor will illuminate so many things for you. The mirror fills with what it isn't. The mirror shows you what it is not. But in the very act of showing you, it shows you what it is. Yeah? Because it couldn't show these things unless it was empty. So both are there, form and emptiness, appearance and emptiness. What appears in the mirror is an illusion. You see very precisely your face. You can see, you might look at your teeth and think, oh God, I have to go to the dentist. You can read the reflection as if it is a map showing you who you are. In terms of the duality, I'm using this information to stabilize my sense of who I am. Or I can look at it and look at my teeth. I'm inventing an interpretation of how I am. Because I might think, well, James, you're 76, you've still got a few of your own teeth. They're not all genuine, but you've still got a few of your own teeth. Celebrate. Or you could think about the dentist. That is to say, it's never a done deal. It doesn't come out as a true definition. It's a potential for you to play with. It's like a game. It's like a starting point. You know, we could go around here and each person could say one word and we'd make a long, complicated story. It's just participative movement. So my mind is like the mirror. Its appearance, undeniable, sounds, sensations, tastes, and so on. And they're empty. You can't catch them because they're already going. So all compounded phenomena are impermanent. The Buddha said this so many times. Whatever is put together will come apart. Because it's not intrinsic. It's not of the ground. It is a composite, a confectionery, a creation. It's put together. So on a modern loom, it's very quick to make a shirt like this. You make the cloth. And these threads are woven into each other. And that gives them a, a tensile strength. You can pull it and it can carry weights and so on. But the shirt is made of tiny, tiny strands. So the collaboration of these strands together allows the sense this is a shirt. But it could get dropped in the fire. I could try to clean it if there was a stain and put bleach on it, and then I got a huge big bleach mark. You know, you can act on shirts in different ways, and they reveal that they don't have an internal definition. Having been made, the shirt is vulnerable. It's vulnerable to our sweat going into it. Avoid the armpit area. So we can wash our shirts, and on a relative level, most of the dirt goes out, but gradually through time, they get a bit grimy and they don't quite recover. Every action has a reaction. This is the nature of compoundedness, of creation, of putting things together, or dependent origination. On the basis of this, that arises. However, what he says is, everything, whatever you could imagine or believe, everything without exception, during all time, never deviates from the nature of space. So the nature of space is that it is open, welcoming, not preoccupied, because space gives space to whatever's wanting space. We see that again and again. If you're drawing, once you make the first mark on the paper, you enter into a dialogue, because you, with your charcoal or whatever, you encounter the blank paper, infinite potential. As soon as you make the smallest mark, you've now got a triangulation. There's me with my crayon, the paper, and the mark. And the mark has already diminished the infinite potential of the paper. So I might not like the mark I've made, and I might want to change it, so I mark the mark and make more complexity, and if it's charcoal, I can rub it in, and then I can do all sorts of things with it. I can do all sorts of things with it. See, I'm being pulled in. And you can try this for yourself. You sit with a piece of paper and maybe, I don't know, crayon, or better not with paint, but a charcoal or something. You just sit, you do the practice, release, sitting, and then at a certain moment, you make a mark on the paper. And then you look at the mark on the paper, and it's like a little hook. It says, you've left me here. I'm an orphan. Can't I have a brother or sister? Please, let me play. So you make another mark, and the whole fucking thing is moving around. And one mark leads to another, to another. A process takes off. This is exactly what happens in our mind. You're relaxed, a thought comes, you go into that thought, and a whole stream of signifiers unfolds from it. Because the first thought that you caught catches you. You can have thoughts without catching them, and then they don't catch you. But if you catch them, if you make something of them, they will make something of you. You will get reified by the reified thought. So when he says everything is like space, space is it's not really a medium, because it's not mediating anything. It's the site of experience. Emptiness is not a thing. It's not a metaphysical substance. It's a difficult kind of term, really. Empty of self. So this glass has water in it. I don't know, 3/4 full of water. The water is the current content in the glass. The water is not the self of the glass, because as we looked yesterday, I could put coffee in it or tea or something else. So the content is only situationally the essence of what's here. Yeah. Now, normally we take the glass for granted, and the important thing is the water. We're using the glass as a vehicle for bringing the water to our lips so we can drink it. But it's not fascinating in itself. We're fascinated by the content. So if you think of your life, it's like that. We take our body very often for granted. Then we get sick or something happens, and we're suddenly got the sense of, oh, this frame is doing a lot of work. It's having to contain liquids and emotions and all kind of experiences. But if you're healthy, life's going on, and your focus of attention is on your memories or your thoughts or your plans. Where are these memories, thoughts and plans? They're here. Most of us, I think, arrived here yesterday. So where is yesterday? Where is it? We can talk about yesterday, but yesterday's gone. We're talking about a mental occurrence, but we're talking about it as if it was a substantial, actual occurrence. I got the train to East Grinstead. I got out of the train and walked along the platform and then went through the turnstile. So I can track sequences of patterns of what's arising in my mind for my journey. But the platform I got out on had, I think, maybe not, it wasn't a busy train, so there's maybe 20 people. If we go to the East Grinstead, to the same platform. So is it the same platform or not? The glass is the glass. You can put tea or water in it. The platform is the platform. You can put different kind of people on it. It's the same platform. Is it? This is so very, very important, because the people and the platform constitute this, whatever that is. So you have a theatre and you have the stage, and the stage has been used for years and years and years, and there have been so many productions that have gone on there. It's the same open stage. And this new production is coming, and the dancers or the actors take up positions and they start to interact. They're moving together, and what's being generated is a particular formation which is dependent which is dependent on the space of the stage. Each performance is different. So you buy your ticket, I'm going to see King Lear. It will be good because these actors are very famous. One's having a divorce, one's just starting an affair, somebody's just got a diagnosis for HIV. They're not the same at all. But in role, it is as if. That's why if you're in role, you're much more reliable than out of role. It's so nice for me to be retired. I'm not a therapist. You may have problems. Good luck. That's the past. It's gone. We open ourselves and we become filled with what is there, just like the theatre stage. Now, if the props of the previous drama, the previous performance, are left on the stage, that will compromise the possibilities for the director of the new performance, yeah? So that's you. You are full of the props, the stage settings from your childhood, from your relationships, from your relation with your boss and so on. You're staging your internal drama in this space of your life, so that when new events occur, they're having to find a way of being connected together. And this makes both the study of Dharma difficult and the practice of Dharma difficult. So the basic orientation for study is to avoid what are called the three pot faults. The first pot fault is to be like an upturned pot. And if you pour even 10 liters of water onto an upturned pot, the inside of the pot will remain dry. It won't go in. So if you are unavailable, if you can't be penetrated, if you can't absorb your current situation, then you're like an upturned pot. And we all know what this is like. You're worried about something, or you're in a bad mood and you go for a walk, and for 20 minutes you're walking around completely absorbed in your own horror drama, and you don't hear the birds, you don't see the trees. Nothing can take you out of yourself because you're committed to this immersion. So this is what arises in meditation as well. It's not as passionate or as emotion driven, but you still see how these preformed patterns, these patterns you've developed in other situations, shimmer in the background, and they can be revitalized if you give them attention. So that actually to be like space is very difficult. In order to find the intrinsic, the natural or the given space of the mind, we have to be willing to see that what we take ourselves to be is exactly that, a taking myself to be. I construct my image of myself. I build up a notion of who I am and how I am. And then I have to stabilize this image. So, here we have a statue of the Buddha, the medicine Buddha, the healing Buddha with this myrobalan plant. It's a bit of old metal. Take it to the local vicar. What's he going to do? He'll put it in the money that they want to raise for the summer fete. Someone will buy it for £2. Use it as a doorstop. No, but it's the Buddha. If you believe it's the Buddha for you. It's not intrinsically the Buddha because it's a construct. It's made with an intention. The people who make it hopefully have got some goodwill towards the people who buy it and want to do it as precisely as they can, but their intention is to make some money because that's their job. The value is not intrinsic. The value is projected. So that's the same everywhere. The value is projected. Now, if my projection of value is unstable and anxious, then I want to recruit you as a prop to maintain my notion of value. So if you behave in a way that would contradict my expectation, if I was open, I might think, that's really useful. I have an expectation or a hope or a belief, and it's just been demonstrated not to be intrinsically true because there are lots of people who don't share that belief. It's only me. This is my mental energy that is making this the case. Or I might think, you're horrid. You're just horrible. You're all horrible people. Because you don't agree with me. My mum used to agree with me. Yeah. She had learned that it was a wise thing to do. Or a tantrum would be coming very quickly. So, this is how it is. So let's get rid of you. We see these wars everywhere. This is what is happening. Kill the people who disagree with us. Kill the people who put our notion into question. The Ukrainians are all Nazis, including this fucking Zelensky guy. You know, what kind of Jewish Nazi is that? He's bonkers. He's crazy. But Putin has power, so he can speak absolute mad shite on and on and on, just like Trump. And he's not Yes, it's all your fault. Take it on, take it on. What else is emptiness for? Have another dose. So, when people have power and they have power to shape things, they can enforce that belief. And they define these people are to be taken to the concentration camp or sent to the gulag or sent out into the wilderness of Mongolia and starved. All nations have done horrendous things to their own populations because they always stuck with cultivation. If you are a cultivator, you have two basic categories. You have flowers and you have weeds. And you want the flowers and you don't want the weeds. So the Ukrainians are the weeds, or the Palestinians are the weeds. And if only we got rid of them, then we would be happy forever. Because there is good and there's bad and they're not the same. And I, being an honourable person, know what is good. Therefore, it is my duty to annihilate the bad. The logic of that seems very obvious, especially in wartime. Now we're going to be spending more and more on the arms industry. More and more of our taxes won't be going towards hospitals and schools, but will be going towards creating things to kill other people. And you don't get much of a choice. You're inducted into this. Because it's a thought. And thoughts are very pervasive. They're like if you go out walking in the hills and a mist comes down, you don't see raindrops, but gradually you see that the surface of your jacket is covered in tiny little droplets of water. It's insidious, and this gradually sinks into your clothing. And in times of war, we all start to adjust to the importance of being behind the government and carrying it forward. You know, we've had huge protests in England about what's happening in Gaza, and it's not on the BBC. It's not on the BBC at all. The media is in the service of the state, and the state is in the service of its own survival. So belief is very, very powerful. I believe I'm a good person. I believe I'm a bad person. I believe I've destroyed my life. I believe I'm the most successful person. The advantage of leaders like Donald Trump is that they show in a very disinhibited way the patterning of their thought structure. So it's like he shows you a whole stream of X-rays of his inner world every day. He's pumping it out and you can see, wow, okay. Amazing. So that's how he is. And we are like that, except we are a bit more masked because we don't want people to see that. We're holding some sense of, please see me as a good person. And so we are more artificial than he is. Perhaps we could request him to be more artificial. So this is the whole thing of space. Everything arises in space as space, because space is the ground, and we'll look at this in more detail over these next days. Just like, go back to the mirror. The mirror is the ground, the basis for seeing reflections. The reflections arise in the mirror, as the mirror, but not exactly definitively as the mirror. They are aspects of the mirror. Just as your thoughts, your feelings, the state of your body, these are aspects of how your energy shows itself. But they don't define you. Space is the aspect of our presence which is beyond grasping, beyond reification, beyond definition. It's the undefinable because it's unborn. Moment by moment, new aspects of your experience arise, happy, sad, bored, whatever it would be, arise and then gone, arise and then gone, coming and going, coming and going. There will be some momentary revelation in the patterning of your thoughts and your feelings. They illuminate something, but what is it that they illuminate? Me. But that me is already gone. So the subject and the object move together, and I can apprehend the subjective position, I, me, myself. I'm feeling a bit I'm feeling a bit short of breath and a bit choked around my throat. I often get a lot of fluid there. So that's my condition, which is arising just now. This is what comes. This is not who I am. This is how I am for a while due to causes and conditions. But functionally, this is how I am. So hopefully it will clear by the end of the week. If not, you get a croaky me. That's just how it is. But it's not me. So you might have an experience of me with a funny kind of voice, and you think, oh, that's James, he's not doing very well. And then I feel better. So who is the James that feels better? Is that more authentic? Am I less James when I'm sick and more James when I'm healthy? Well, we often believe that, don't we? I want to get back to myself. I'm so tired. I have to lie in bed all day. It's really boring. I want to get out. If you remember being sick as a kid, and it's summertime. Why couldn't I get sick in the winter? You don't even get off school. It's the summer holidays. But we are as we are. And then we're not. And then we're not. So this is a key thing. Don't put in full stops. Don't finish the sentence. Don't round it up. Don't make a thing of it. It's not a thing. Your life is not a thing. You are not a thing. We have a tiny baby here, and the baby is very gently showing ungraspability. You can project all kinds of things onto the baby, its name, its gender, its this, its that. You can have hopes and fears, expectations for it. But the baby will just ease its way out, ease its way out. Whatever you say about the baby is not the baby. I mean, you look the baby in the face and you see its eyes, can't say anything. Just, wow. When we talk, we wrap, we cover, we create an object. We're talking about something, but the baby is not a something. Baby is a process, and we are all processes. So when he's saying that the true quality of all phenomena, of everything which occurs is space, it means it manifests from space, in space, as space. So when you have a mirror, and you say you hold it in your hand, you turn it around, and you've got a whole sequence of reflections coming and going, coming and going. So precise detail. If it's a nice mirror, a good mirror, you see all the detail very clearly, and it's gone. As you're turning it, it's coming into existence, and then going out of existence. Undeniably here and gone. So what is that quality of aesthetic appreciation that allows the full here-ness without the need to appropriate? If you go into an art gallery and it's a quiet room, it's difficult to find a quiet art gallery now, but if you can, you spend some time in front of a painting and you look at it. If you look at it in terms of I'm looking at the painting and I've got my understandings of art and art history and so on, I build up a picture of the painting. I tell the painting what it is. And then, oh yeah, I haven't seen the painting because I've been telling the painting what it was. We've all experienced maybe parents like that or school teachers like that who never actually saw us but would tell us who we are. That's the danger of encountering someone else's narrative, isn't it? It gets projected onto you. Well, we do that onto this, I don't know, a Cézanne. So he's there in the south of France, looking at his lovely hill, and painting and painting and painting. What do we see when we look at it? We don't see a hill. We imagine a hill. What we can see is the quality of the brushstrokes, how he shifts the palette as he's moving into the areas of shade and so on. The painting will show us how it's manifesting. What is there is what we put onto the image. Now, if you can receive and you can comment and they have some kind of balance, that's not bad. That's kind of quite dynamic and interactive. But if you only project your interpretation and you don't actually see, it will never be fresh. You will develop expertise, you'll become a professional, you can speak with authority and confidence. Like it says in the Bible, what profiteth a man to inherit the whole world if he loses his soul? So you can have a lot of knowledge of things, but it's not living, it's not alive. And when it's alive, there's not so much to say. So that's the meaning of space. You have already had many thoughts and feelings and sensations this morning. And you've only had that because your mind has a capacity of emptiness. Because there is tea in this cup, it would seem a shame to pour in coffee. That is to say that the nature of this herbal tea is aversive to mingling with coffee. Probably wouldn't speak to anyone here to think, oh yeah, I was had a shot or two of espresso in my herbal tea. Goes very well with chamomile. So there is a aesthetically, without having to work it out, you just wouldn't. You just wouldn't. Because if you're receiving, if you're in touch with how it is, your assumption will be dissolved. So clearly, if I want to shoot you, I'm going to go behind you and shoot you in the back of the head. Because looking at you in the eyes and shooting you is subject to subject. That's intersubjective, and that's difficult. Because I have to really pump up my hatred or my aversion. I'm going to fucking kill you. And at that moment, the you that I'm going to kill is nothing to do with you. It's my you. It's you for me that I'm trying to kill. Now, where will I kill that? Where is the you for me? Oh, it's in here. Oh, well, bye. And thus, President Trump to early retirement. Stump the Trump. But it's exactly how it is. That it's me that is the troublemaker. When we say these people are terrorists, they're terrorists for me. Why are they terrorizing me? Because you stole their fucking land. You stole their land. You think they're angry? Yes. No, they're angry because they're terrorists. They are intrinsically bad. We have to get rid of them. Mosquitoes bite us because they're bad. We should kill all the insects. Do you like creepy crawlies? Imagine you get an earwig. It's going up your nose. I don't like them. Where's my hammer? Dead. That's what we do. We try and get rid of the object which is terrorizing us, when in fact we are terrorized by our own mind, by our own interpretation. And our interpretation turns on a sixpence. It turns on a sixpence. The end of the Second World War, the Americans and the British and the French, they're rushing to get to Berlin. The Russians are coming down. They get to Berlin first. Whoa-ho-ho. They start to spread. They said they wouldn't. That Mr. Stalin is not an honourable gentleman. So they're now into Poland. How did that happen? We thought we were collaborating. We are collaborating with Stalin. He's a good guy. No, not at all. He had his agenda, which said, I'm for me and fuck you, which is very popular. All these dictators say exactly the same thing. Me first. I'm the winner. Fuck you. I don't care about you. So, when you start from yourself, self and other, there's me and not me. And you are all not me. The trees are not me. The birds are not me. The train station is not me. Everything is not me except me. I alone. Well, this isn't much of a throne, is it? You know, come on. Need a few more cushions here. I alone. Now what? Oh, I don't know. Quite difficult to be in charge, to decide all these things. Because actually, it's a complex field with many different variables, and it's dynamic, and it doesn't stop. So when you develop a game plan, like our Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Finance Minister, coming up with plans for the economy, and the economy is very unstable, and it's part of a network of interlocking factors which are moving all the time. And then they have to decide, do we move the interest rates up or down? What's the financial gain? What's the political loss? Very difficult. Why would we expect people to be able to get it right? It is unpredictable. So you spend a lot of time manipulating these factors. So when Sarah is saying that the intrinsic quality or the intrinsic thusness of every experience is its emptiness, it means that the actuality, if we use the word actuality for what is here manifesting immediately through our senses, on top of which we can elaborate and layer interpretations, assumptions, and so on. If we stay with the actual, it's always dissolving. But if we merge it with the conceptual, we seem to be able to hang on to the place. So, I have been here in Emerson College before. That's true on a relative level. Is the Emerson College the same? No, because the layout of the buildings is changing. The individual blades of grass that are growing are different. 95% of Emerson College is very, very different from how it was when I was last here. But it's still Emerson College. The regularity, or if you like, the reality of Emerson College is the potential of how this is structured to maintain the same name, the same interpretation. We call it Emerson College, and therefore it's Emerson College. Start with the concept, and life is very simple. Once you start looking at all the changes, you think, wow, it's not the same Emerson College, is it? It's really changed. No, it's Emerson College. Emerson College. Emerson College is a concept. You can't actually find Emerson College. You go into the building, you go into the office. Is this Emerson College? Yes. I'd like to register for this course. That's fine. You have to pay this. Okay. Now I'm going to a course at Emerson College. So where is my course being held? Oh, you're in the storytelling room. Oh, no, you're in the clay work room. Now, is the storytelling room more Emerson College than the clay room? What would the good Dr. Steiner say? What is the truth of his eurythmics? It's all just blah, blah, blah. It's words, it's concepts, and concepts are toys. And people need to know how to play, and most of our dictators don't play. They are the kind of children who smash the toys because they don't know how to play. But we play. So when you sit in the meditation, your mind is a play space. This thought comes, that thought comes. Some thoughts like to climb up on the bars and twirl around and round. Some go on the swings. Some thoughts say, do it again, do it again. You have to push them. Why am I thinking about this? That's our mind. Participating by keeping it going. So our task, if we want to have more sense of the space, is to rock back from our merging in appearance in what seems to be graspable, just tilting slightly away from it, so that we've got more sense of the space within which all these potentials and formations are there. Tibetans give the example of trying to pull a hair out of a lump of butter. When you churn butter in an old-fashioned wooden churn, and if you have long hair, the hair can go into the butter. So when you scrape it out and you pat it together in a ball, it's quite convoluted how it is in that pat, and you have to pull it very carefully. If you tug, the hair can break. And if you keep pulling, you get butter on your fingers and you just slide off the hair. So it's about finding the way to work with hair. This is the condition that we have. I've got something in the butter. I don't want to be there, but I have to remove the hair according to the nature of the hair. So if I'm angry and pissed off, and most of it's inside. So I have to work with the hair. The hair is my enemy. I don't want it in the butter. I want to get rid of it. I'm not going to put it in a little thing and wear it around my neck. It's just a fucking hair, and it shouldn't be in the butter. And I'm going to get it out. But I have to be polite. I have to work with the quality of the hair. In the same way, what is the quality of your thought, the sensation in your body, your memories, your assumptions? You can't just grab them. They scoosh away. It's like wet soap in the shower. Just shoots away. So you have to be very delicate but very clear. The thought is arising. You're sort of going to tilt into it, merge with it. Then it goes by. I don't have to be involved, but I feel as if I have to be involved. I feel that kind of melting and flowing into it, because that's how we live our lives. You wouldn't be able to function as a person with a job or kids or whatever unless you could pour yourself into particular pattern formations, because that's what you do all the time. If you become a mum, you're now having to learn how to pour yourself into mumming, being the mother. Whatever our formations are, they're like that. So we're very used to fusion. A thought pattern arises with emotional, somatic content, and you merge in that, and it is as if that is you for a while. How not to merge? You could have something, or you could have the space of potential. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. You remember that saying? A bird in the hand. I think I'll just hang on to my thought. Blah, blah, mahamudra, shunyata, emptiness. Very difficult to let go. Because it is as if meaning is generated through the patterning of experience. By managing to choreograph the right patterning of experience, I create something meaningful for me. Now, I can see that other people will not be able to generate that meaning from these constituents. They have a different access to meaning. When we look at people, when I was a kid, I used to play golf because it's very cheap and common in Scotland. The thought now of hitting a ball and then walking after the ball and hitting it again and it not doing what I wanted to do, not very inspiring nowadays. But I loved to do it when I was younger. How is that possible? James, you don't play golf anymore. No. But you used to play golf. Yeah. You've changed. Yeah. Okay. So if for each of us, if we look at our lives and we see the patterns that we're identified with, or we once were identified with, and we are no longer. The games you used to play when you were young, the things you really needed to do, and you haven't done them for years and years. It's the meaning has ebbed out of it. It was there, and then it ebbed out. I said on some previous occasions, when my mum died, I took some of her furniture, and I had these big bits of old furniture, and I would look at them and I would remember my mum. So at first it was 100% mum I was seeing, and then as the months went by, the percentage of mum was going down and the percentage of ugly old furniture was going up. Until it's just, it takes up so much space. What have I got this here for? It doesn't fit anything. And so mumness was coming out of the furniture into me. It's so interesting to observe that in your life. The object was singing your tune because you kept singing it to the object. And when you stop singing it, it's just stuff. And it's my stuff or it's just stuff. So when you experience that externally in the things of the world, that's what we want to be doing in the meditation. We're sitting and it's just stuff. I don't need it. But our urge to have it and do something with it and make it and shape it arises. Space doesn't need anything. Space is complete. So you have the Dzogpa Chempo, the great completion. It's already complete. Everything is within space. That there is no other basis for any appearance except space, because everything is appearing there. It's the same way with the mirror. The mirror will show what's there and available to show. If you got out some paints and you painted a little house on the mirror, that wouldn't help the mirror being a mirror. The mirror already fully does mirroring. It doesn't need some extra colors or crayons or need to go to art school in the evening to learn. It just does what it does. It's very simple. Arising and vanishing, arising and vanishing. This is our mind. Appearance is occurring, yet nothing is created. There is no substantial appearance in the mirror. There is no maker. There's no little factory behind the shiny surface of the mirror that's pumping out these things. And we look in the mirror, we see things. Of course, we imagine things, we see shape and color, but it seems so real. My mental activity is generating the seeming reality of phenomena for me. And because you interpret it in a different way, we generate different experiences from the same thing. Except, of course, it's never the same thing. You go to the movies with a friend, are you seeing the same film or not? You go to a restaurant, you share the dishes, are you tasting the same dish? Because their tongue is not your tongue. They've been raised in a culture where they always had chili and you don't like chili. So like that, people have, you have the unique specificity of your embodied being. It's like this. And it has no substance. It's real for me because I believe it to be important. The Falklands are British. And we are ready to die for this wonderful island which expresses the truth of British colonialism. We will die for the king and the honour of our country. Some poor schmucks believe that it is noble to die for your country. And we put bits of stone in our village squares to celebrate a noble sacrifice. For what? For a future that they didn't get to have. Lying and cheating. Lying and cheating is not a noble sacrifice to be shot. What are they sacrificing? They got a thing through the post that said you are summoned to join the army. And if you don't do that, then you're going to be a deserter, or if you try to be a conscientious objector, you might get put in prison. You don't have a free choice. So this is what karma is like. Karma is like the messages which arise in you on the basis of your previous activities in earlier lives, which have a lot of formative intention. As we know, if you have small babies around, they're so very different. They're incredibly different. Some babies are very, very shy. Some are storming all over the place, pushing others out the way. Others kind of quivering and working out, what the hell, why am I here? So that is, you can see they have an inheritance. This hasn't just popped out of nowhere. And we have the same thing. We have our tendencies of what we believe in, and they fill the space of our experience. So we don't want to put coffee in the herb tea. There are lots of potential in the environment which we can't avail ourselves of, we can't open to, although we see other people doing these things, and we think, oh, not for me, or I couldn't do that, because I'm herb tea man. I'm this, and because I'm this, I can't do that. And the person who does that can't do this. So the world gets sectioned up, and what is your share? Your karmic share, that is to say, what do you have access to? In Tibetan, they talk a lot about this. It's called cha, your kind of slice of the cake of the phenomenological mandala. What comes to you? What can you engage with? And what is close to you? You see that. People walk through walls. They walk through walls. They do things you couldn't do. How do they do that? They just do it. You try to do it, pong. It's not me. I don't know what I'm doing. This feels uncomfortable. And for someone else, they're just flowing into it. That is karma. That's where you see the potential of the ground is being mediated through the restrictions imposed by your habit formations. Does that make sense? So according to your childhood, according to what you brought with you, the kind of schooling you have, some people are very shy, some people are very confident. That makes a hell of a difference of how you go forward. The confident person will leap in and then see if it's okay, and the other person's checking it out. Then the moment's gone by and they miss out on so many things. It's not a matter of how should I be or what would be better. It's just to see, oh, this is my patterning. My patterning is empty. It doesn't have to be improved. How would I improve it? Only if I've got a vertical axis, a scale that says being confident is better than being unconfident. Now, we had Boris Johnson, who tended to be quite confident. And we have Sir Keir Starmer, who is confident in a very different way. So would you like Mr. Hesitant Cardboard or Mr. Crazy? It's not much of a choice. But it's like that. Each of these people is just how they are. And we can make a little drawing of them. We get their profile. Oh, you're like this. The difficulty is we don't turn it around on ourselves and see accurately. We can judge ourselves, but to see your shape is to see both that you are endlessly shaping, that it's a verb, not a noun, and that it is interactive shaping. You become with the patterning of the field. It's not an internal, all about me. It's me in the world with others, and how I can access that and respond to that and move with that or not. That's the big difference. So when he's saying that the ground or the basis of everything is space, and then we look at ourselves and we sit in our practice and we see my space is already full of stuff. So now we're at a little crossroads. Does that mean I have to get rid of my stuff? And there are many methods to do that, purification through Vajrasattva and so on, many, many, many methods. Or do we hear what Saraha is saying? Everything has the nature of space. Okay. So all my faults, all my limitations, my inhibitions, my inadequacies are empty. I don't need to worry about it too much. It's just empty. It's not a kind of get out of jail free card. It's not a kind of excuse. It's just to see I have been making these patterns real, and on the basis of that I have persecuted myself by seeing myself as small, inadequate, troubled. And on the basis of that, if I read, I have Buddha nature, it doesn't mean anything, because I think, God, I'm a prat. I screw up so many things. I make mistakes. I wish I hadn't done that. All these kind of retractive moves. And the teachings say, be like this. Be like an open hand. The open hand is free to respond into all kind of situations. But when you retract into yourself in shame or bewilderment or confusion, you become diminished. Not only are you diminished in the moment, but you're losing contact with your own ever-open ground. So you go from one fixed shape to another fixed shape to another fixed shape to another fixed shape, trying to improve yourself. Many people have been to all kind of Sufi dancing and Jungian analysis and this and that and this and that, and trying and trying and trying. But it doesn't bring much freedom. This is not because the methods were wrong, but because the diagnosis was wrong. The diagnosis is not that I am an individual with many limitations and negative tendencies which have to be removed. Rather, the thought that I am a limited individual with many restrictions and limitations and so on, that thought arises in my mind. Is it true? Is it not true? You pick up a belief. You put down a belief. You believe something very strongly. And then you don't. The membership of the Communist Party all over Europe has gone down greatly because of all the crises. 1956, Hungary and so on. There have been many, many situations in which the lead of the Communist Party, particularly in France, has been quite deluded in terms of understanding world politics. And then people give up faith in communism. I used to go to all the meetings of the party. It meant so much to me. In bed with Hegel. We do this, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Hatha Yoga, whether it's Buddhism. This is a method by which I can transform myself into something else. This something can become a better something, a new, improved James, like a washing powder, with an invisible ingredient. Now, this is clearly nonsense. The problem is not that the content of the mind is fixed and definitive of me, because if you sit for even half an hour with your own mind, it's changing. So if some of the thoughts I have is I'm stupid, or I'm selfish, or I hate myself, and these things seem so dense and true, and I kind of shrink into them, and I don't want anyone else to know. What is the problem? Is it the pattern of the thought, or the fact that I am identifying with the thought? Because if you think it's the pattern of the thought, then you endlessly do purification and try to get rid of it and try to get rid of it, but it doesn't really work, because you just keep making problems even as you try to purify yourself. So, for example, if you do the big mantras of Vajrasattva, you do 100,000 of them, but because we're Buddhists, we do 100,800, because we want it always to be we'd be 108,000. We add that, and then we add 3 more thousand because of the mistakes that we make while doing the purification. And that is so important. And if you do these big ritual pujas, at the end you always have to pray and please excuse me for the mistakes I have made, that I missed out some words, that I said words the wrong way, I did things in the wrong order. There's a whole list of mistakes. Fucking hell. So what's the report card? Must try harder. You have to read these things. It may be holy dharma, but it's a lot like the fucking Protestantism I had in Scotland. And I'm not a fan of it at all. Must try harder. Try harder to do what? Who's doing what? You're doing it. It's your life. Get on with it. Get on with it. You don't have a life. You are your life. So how will I be myself? Well, you just relax into it and you find yourself just... No, but how do I do it? So you set the problem up as something to be done, which is subject to object, or subject to subject. I'm going to make it happen. You start from yourself, I'm going to transform myself. Or, as he's saying, if the ground of everything is space, firstly, find yourself in space. Don't find yourself in the patterning of your thoughts, your feelings, your assumptions, and so on. Stay with whatever is arising in the mind. It comes and goes. Comes and goes. The mind is self-liberating. So you're not required to liberate these thoughts. Also, the mind is pure from the very beginning. You haven't fucked up. It's like a dream. It's an illusion. But if you believe in an illusion, if you believe that the illusion is telling you the truth, that the illusion is the vehicle of reality, then you're deluded. And in that delusion, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. So that's again about rocking back. See, everything is an illusion. It's not, it doesn't matter. Or illusion means, I have to find the real truth somewhere. Just stay on that fulcrum point, just rocking gently. There's space and there's what's emerging. And then there's space and something else is emerging, and there's space and something else is emerging. Space is always here, but it's not a thing. It's not a substance or a metaphysical quintessence which continues as a basis. what is occurring is pattern and pattern and pattern and pattern of illusion. And if I see illusion as illusion, I can move with it, but without creating anything solid. So that's the key thing for us, is the space. When we come here, this is an old garden. People have been working on it for a long, long time. It's very beautiful. But this is all patterns of space. Somebody has looked and they thought, we'll put the magnolia there, we'll get the willows here, we'll have this and this and this. This is all the projection of the gardener's intention. It's not a given. It's a given for us in terms of experience according to circumstances. You look at the tree and the wind blows and the branches of the willow are shaking. What is the true pattern of the willow tree? It depends. The willow tree has no shape because the willow tree is in the air and the air is moving and the branches and the leaves move. Is the willow tree more a willow tree when the wind doesn't blow? Or when the wind's really blowing and swoosh, is that showing you the essence of a willow tree? No reason to think about any of this stuff. You know, these are just thoughts. But if you can see, I'm trying to show you directly, thought goes with thought, goes with thought, and then like summertime clouds, and then nothing. Nothing to get. What do we need? If there's nothing to get, it makes sense not to need anything. I need nothing. That's not Stoicism. It's I need nothing with a big N, the big nothing. I need to be free. I need to have the freedom of the space which can respond in all direction because it's not already prefigured in any particular direction. Okay, so we have a tea break now, and then we will continue with some more practice. So in the in the next verse, Saraha says, although you repeat space, space, the essence of space has no reality at all. Existing, not existing, neither existing nor not existing, or something else, it transcends being any such object. If you want to attribute qualities to something, first you have to find a something. There has to be something there which you can say is good or bad or hot or cold or beautiful or ugly, whatever you want to say. You're attributing a value out of the matrix of your own interpretation. And he's saying that when, for example, we say watch. So we know what a watch is. And if I say this is my watch, that is quite a comprehensible statement. This is a watch. But if I say up there, this is space, when we look up, we see space shaped by the height of the trees around us, by the amount of cloud there is, by where we position ourselves. So we have a relative space, but space itself has no boundary. So when you go in an airplane, you go across different time zones, which don't matter to space. You go across the airspace of different countries. That doesn't matter to space. Space is undivided because everything is within space. Just as when you look in the mirror, you see these different things. You see nose and ears and eyes, but it's all in one plane. It's all reflection. So the unity of what is presented, the all-at-onceness, is the rich diversity of the emptiness of the moment. The rich diversity of the emptiness of the moment. Because each moment is empty, it also is full, but it's full of whatever occurs in that moment. It doesn't have a fixed filling, but it always has a filling. So, when we say space, there's not something we can find. It's not an improved kind of object or something other than ourselves. We are in space. We are the manifestation of space. And all of these things are manifesting in space. So, when a baby is born, it comes out of an environment it's been in for quite some time, with ever increasing levels of consciousness. But as a fetus, it's inside the mother. So there is a mother-baby non-duality, if you like. There's a kind of two polarities that are functioning together with the supply of nutrition and so on. But once the birth process starts, and the contractions, and the pushing, and the baby goes down the birth canal and comes out. And then the umbilical cord is cut. The baby can't go back. This is now an irreversible process, a process going towards death. If you're born, you're going to die. So, when the Buddha talks about the nature of suffering in the 6 realms, in the God realms, down to the hell realms, each of these realms has a different patterning of suffering. In the patterning of suffering in the human realm is birth, old age, sickness and death. Now, we tend nowadays to think of birth as an opportunity. Here we are, what will I do with my life? How shall I live? It's a very exciting time. You see a little baby and you wish the best for it and hope that many good things arise for it. But the baby's on its own. Even if the parents are very attentive, little accidents can happen. 30 seconds of inattention, the baby's in the bath, they can drown. It happens very easily. Our life and our embodiment through the harmony and the shared functioning of the 5 elements is very, very fragile. So we inhabit this fragile formation, resting on the breath. If you stop breathing, you're dead. Our life is our breath. Amazing. How is that? Our life is our breath. The breath is so insubstantial, ungraspable, and that's our life. Oh, I'm alive. I exist. When you tense like this, you're getting the earth element, but the earth element is not the basis of your life. So I'm going to stop breathing, but I'm going to eat my watch instead. Doesn't work like that. The lungs need air. They don't need watches or tea or steak and chips. They don't need any of that. They need air. And the air is slipping away, ungraspable. Space, air, fire, water, earth. Increasing substantiality. The issue there is the separation. The baby is given a name. This is Mary. Already you're in a realm of deceit. This is not Mary. This is Mary plus Mum. If Mum is not around, Mary's not going to survive very long. Babies need parental figures. They are not autonomous. In Tibet, people were regarded as being adult when they reached 35, which very often our own life stories indicate that might be true. How do you gain independence when you're actually very, very dependent on so many things? We're dependent on the support of others, the care of others, how they attune with us, and so on. So born means separation. Separation from the mother. And the mother, symbolically in the tradition, is emptiness. Because emptiness, or in the form of the wisdom that awakens to emptiness, to be aware in emptiness as emptiness, this is called Prajnaparamita, the mother of all the Buddhas. Your own mind is the mother of all the Buddhas, because when you don't isolate, reify, solidify, project meaning into, when you stay present with, and your energy is part of the field, and your awareness is like the sky, the energy you call I, me, myself, and the energy you call the tree, the flower, the other people, all of this is moving in the field of openness. And that's the nature of emptiness, is that emptiness is our life. Because we need to breathe, so the air has to come in. And then the air goes out, and the air comes in. Pulsations, the movement, the interconnectivity is occurring because of space. Now, in the Dzogchen tradition, they talk about how unawareness comes into the world. This, of course, is a kind of story, because it's so subtle you can't put it very clearly into words. But if you like, in the space of the mind, many, many things are occurring, like with the mirror. And there is a moment of distraction. My teacher explained it to me as like a drunk man falling down the stairs. Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh God, here I am. Oh, I'm okay. So there's a surprise, and then there's a restabilizing of myself. Oh, I know what happened. So you're dispersed through the accident, which is you lose the simple integration within this field of showing. And now there's the clarity of me, just me, separate from the field. I can't get back into the field because I'm separated. So what I then focus on is increasing my capacity as a separate entity. So there's a kind of ontological birth, the birth of something as being. I am being myself. And this then becomes a kind of vibration in a field of vibrations, which is trying to get rid of the disharmonious vibrations and increase the harmonious ones. I am here in this world. I am me and you are you. All of you are together for me, but I am apart because I am here looking at you. I'm also here in the tent with you. So I'm with you. Here we are. Or I'm here looking at you. Who are you? So these two positions are so close together. So close together. That is to say, delusion is the solidification of illusion, which is non-dual or not different from the open empty ground. So when I solidify my sense of existence, which arises in parallel with my solidifying my sense of your existence, we are mutually repellent. So we play these magnet games, you know, when you have two magnets and you can turn them around and either they lock onto each other or they repel each other. And we do that in life. We have desire and aversion on the basis of something. I like this, I don't like this. And that arises because of birth. There is the birth of consciousness. I exist. Now here We are in the realm of language, which is relative truth, which is based on belief and convention. So the distinctions I'm going to make now are particular to this time when we are translating the text into English and so on. And it's not perhaps our ordinary way of thinking. So we have two aspects. There is awareness. So we're sitting here. Don't have to do anything. The senses feed streams of sensation and experience through you. As we looked yesterday, I'm aware of my body, I'm aware of the chair, the carpet, the people, the tent. It's all at once. All at once. So this is the terrain of awareness. Non-dual awareness has a presence which is not divided because it is not partisan. It doesn't have a bias. It's not inherently interested in this and not interested in that. It's just aware. Same like you take the mirror into, a theater and stick it up and you can see the play through the reflection. Then you take the mirror into the abattoir and you see the animals having their throats cut and the blood flowing down. And then you take it into a children's play park and you see all their delighted laughter. All of these reflections are possible. The mirror has no bias. So this is the essential thing, that when we are sitting in the practice and we come into judgment and evaluation and commentary and storytelling, whoa, at that point, relax and release. Release into the out-breath and let the flow of signifiers go on. Because they are not telling us about ourselves as emptiness, they are telling us about ourselves as potential. The ground is empty, but that doesn't mean it is nothing at all, because it is the site of illusion. Illusion is something which is inseparable from nothing. So when you see a mirage on the road in the summertime and you see the water glimmering, you see, but it's not what you see. You imagine that the water is there. So this imaginal movement of construction within the field of self-arising, self-liberating display, if you catch it the wrong way, then you think, what was that? What was that? You've already got a solidification, a reification, a separation. There's a that. This is not that. That is not this. So as soon as you've got a unique moment which you're taking seriously and which you're investing with true value, it becomes a kind of peak experience and the rest goes into the background. So you get a figure-ground differentiation. The field itself is not cut, but the figure-ground differentiation creates the topology of experience. Does that make sense? Where topology is just the hills and valleys of our life, yeah? Whether it seems like a hill, something very important, or a valley, something far away and receding, both are ungraspable. They don't have any true existence. So this is the meaning of unborn. The reflection stays in the mirror. The cloud stays in the sky. You can't take the cloud out of the sky. You can't take the thought out of your mind, the memory out of your mind, because memories belong in the mind. Oh, you can write it down and so on, but the actuality of its arising is this is a mental phenomena within the terrain of the mind. So, when I start to think about what is happening for me, there is a shift away from a purely illuminative or reflective awareness, a presence which simply reveals what's occurring, towards a formative knowing, which is a selective knowing. So in Tibetan, this is called Nampa Shepa. Nampa means a shape, and Shepa means to know. It means knowing something. Knowing something. Awareness doesn't know any something. There are no somethings for awareness. So imagine you're looking in the mirror, cleaning your teeth, you're looking in the mirror. There I am. You're not there at all. No, there I am. That's me. No, it's not. You clean. Me, not me. Me, not me. What is it? It's not me, and it is as if it is me. It is as if. Once upon a time, long, long ago, in a faraway land. Yeah, off we go. Storytelling. So that's what the as if is. So consciousness, Nampa Shepa, is a dualistic interpretation of phenomena as the phenomena being the revelation of substance. Does that make sense? So what I see is the surface revelation of something behind it. So I see a massive green and I say, oh, it's a willow tree. And willow tree is something I can apprehend. I can take hold of it. I can Google it and I can go to the library and I can read about willow trees and I know about willow trees, and that is a willow tree. And because, as I'm repeating what I said earlier because it's very important, because I know that is a willow tree, I don't need to look at it. I know what it is. It's a willow tree. So I discount the flow of emergent experience and I rest inside the consolidation of a familiar reference point, which is my cognitive interpretation. My concept of willow tree takes on more truth for me than the actuality of what's there. Because I can move my concept around. I can say, I've noticed a lot. I was in France recently and I noticed that in many of the fields where they have a small river going through them, the tractors have been pushing the willow trees down. Before they used to have lots and lots of willow trees there, and in the autumn they would pollard them and take the small branches home and dry them and use them for kindling in the winter. But now, even in a village in France, people are using modern heating, so they don't do the pollarding anymore, so they want to get rid of these trees. Yeah, we can say a lot about willow trees, little bits of history or geography or this or that. There is something there, a noun, that your adjectives and adverbs can go on to it. You can qualify and modify your sense of what is there by the way you talk about them. Does that make sense? But there's nothing there. There are no nouns. The noun is connected with naming. The truth of the noun is the naming. Abracadabra. The secret mantra is not that. The abracadabra is just the beginning. Abracadabra, haligalam. Stick your finger up your bum. I got that transmission in primary school. We make things happen. We believe in them. They become important for us. So, not investing solidity into the object allows the actuality of what is occurring to arise and vanish, to appear and then to disappear. But as soon as you follow the concept, when you think the concept has given you a handle, like a handle on the cup, you can hold it in quite a strong way. Holding the glass is different because your hand has to expand to contain the glass. But if you've got a handle, then you can feel secure it's not going to fall. So when you name something and you believe that your name is a doorway to the truth of the object. That gives you a handle on it. And so you go through the handle, because that then becomes the door. You start with the definition. You don't have to look. You don't have to taste. You don't have to smell, because you know. So you move these patterns of concepts around, and it elaborates whole interpretations, whole worlds unfold, but nothing is established except the fact that you believe what you're saying to be true. America guarantees world peace. You yourself are doing this, I can tell. You see, America has caused a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. I was just reading that, when after the Civil War in America and the defeat of the plantation forces in the South, there was a period where everything was going to be changed, and it ran for about 12 years. But there was more and more pushback. There was a lot of resistance. And then the government decided to withdraw the soldiers who had been enforcing the rights of the freed slaves, took the soldiers back, and Jim Crow persecution of black people started. This ex-slavers and began getting work for nothing from many of the people who had been formerly slaves and so on. And then you have a lot of soldiers. So what do you do with the soldiers? You send them to the West. Because in the West, there are native peoples, indigenous people. And they're there. And why are they there? Because they're there. They've just always been there. But we don't want them to be always there. So what we'll do is kill them. So we have cavalry, and we have horses, and we have sabers, and we ride the people down and cut them to pieces. And so we clear it. So the West became emptied of indigenous people who were put into tiny little compounds. How the West was won? By lying and cheating and giving whiskey to people who weren't used to consuming whiskey. All kinds of nastiness were done. Why? Because we want to win. So when the ego, self, is separated from the environment, I am real, this is all real, you are real. This is the first one. This is called, of the 3 root poisons, this is timuk, this is mental dullness, which is essentially an assumption. I am real, you are real. This is the basis of mental opacity. Sometimes in toilet windows, they blast the glass with sand so it's opaque and you can't see through it. So it's like that. The more the ego's functioning, there's light getting through, but it's not very clear what you're seeing, and therefore you have to interpret it. So the loss of clarity increases the imaginal creativity of imagining what it is. So these native people, we don't need them here. Why would we want them? We want our good people coming from Europe who work hard, who speak our language, who share our values. These are not really human beings. We know this racist turn which has been everywhere. That is to say, you for me are my definition of you. So if I have a lot of power, my definition of you could be quite deadly for you. Because if you don't have the power to define me except as a private movement in your mind, but I have a public definition of you, like Trump and Zelensky, he's telling Zelensky, listen, little shit, I'm going to fucking tell you. You shut the fuck up. And that was, if he was Glaswegian, he would have said that. and what's Zelensky going to do? Because it's like, this is harsh life. This is like on a back street in Glasgow. I'm going to fucking do you. Bloody hell, if someone breaks a bottle. Trump's doing that all the time. Power, raw, aggressive power. That's how the Philippines are won. It's how Spain lost all its colonies to America. How the Americans bumped the British out at the end of the Second World War. took a lot of our territory and so on. Our territory. With regret. We stole the territory, and then we were upset when we couldn't keep it. We still haven't got over it. So-called Great Britain. It should be middling Britain. Shrinking Britain. Very small Britain. Pimple Britain. This is a very poor country. Just count the number of potholes. So what I'm trying to point to here is mental activity. Concepts are taken to add value to sensation, to memory, to interpretations, so that they build up a kind of density, a compression, and they take on that shape. Just as if we have these molds for the tsatsa, these little shapes of the Buddha. You take the clay, which is amorphous and no particular shape to it. You take a little bit of it and roll it in a ball and press it in, and then the clay takes on the imprint of that formation. So as you were growing up in your family, you were being pressed into various molds. Your dad's beliefs, your mum's beliefs, then your school beliefs. All of these shapings have occurred to how you are. And then we inhabit that shape, because who else would I be if I'm not this shape? You get a lot of confirmation of the importance of the maintenance of your identity as this particular shape. And if it's a shape which has status or kudos in the in the cultural system, then you go up, and if it doesn't have that, you go down. And all these battles about consciousness raising in feminism, in race relations, and so on, they're always trying to move with the sense that the definition of me is not the truth. Black people are like this and this and this. Women are like this and this and this. Scottish people are like this and this and this. There are so many definitions in the world. And when you have consciousness raising, you realize I have introjected, I've internalized and merged into false beliefs about myself, what Marx called false consciousness. And the false consciousness makes us stupid. So if you're working in a big factory and you're walking in the rain to the bus stop and you see the manager of the factory driving by with a chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce, and you're thinking, fucking hell, how come he gets a car like that? Oh, he's a special person. He's doing very important work. Oh, okay. It's like that. That's false consciousness. You're being deluded. You can't see the chain of cause and effect, which has caused that person to get so much money. When you see these tech billionaires in America, how did they guys get all that money? That is not at all different from what happened in Russia with the collapse of the USSR, when you had these few little, usually government operatives and their criminal friends, bought up the companies very, very quickly with false contracts and became billionaires. Suddenly they have all this dosh because they stole it. Just as kicking the indigenous people off the land and stealing the land, they own it. British India, it's ours, because we'll shoot you if you disagree. Okay. It's like that. It's raw power and lying and cheating. As Proudhon said, property is theft. The basic anarchist proposition, property is theft. You don't own anything. You have access to things. You can make use of them. You're here to take care of the world and make it a better place. But when you think you own it, it's mine. I can do whatever I want. It's not very good. When I worked in the hospital, one of my colleagues had been a GP, a general doctor in Kentish Town, which at that time was a very poor area in London. And he described how this woman, came into the surgery, and her face was completely bruised and bloody, and her nose was broken, and she had a battered arm. And my colleague, Tony Ryle, he asked, what happened? And he said, oh, he was in the pub again, and he came out, and he was beating me up, and he was kicking me, and he got me in the ground, he was kicking me in the face. And did nobody help? She said, yeah, a policeman came along, and he said, take her home. Don't do this in public. And that's 1940s. That's how it is. Men beat up women. What are you going to do? How are you going to stop it? So it's very easy to go along with colonialism, with slavery, with all these structures, because we get bent into them. We've got these wars going on now, but we don't manage to stop them. We don't know what to say. Please stop killing people. Stop killing innocent women and children. Stop doing that. Please stop. We don't have any power to stop that. We're pulled de facto into collusion with ghastly crimes. And this powerlessness is very difficult, because if you're only operating on the level of dualistic consciousness, of this is real, or I am real, you are real, this is real, that is real, then you think, this is terrible, it's terrible. And on one level, of course, it is, and I'm powerless. So from the point of view of Dharma, we need to see the emptiness of all these situations, even when they are awful. Now, seeing the emptiness or the illusory nature of phenomena is not the same as colluding with them. It's not the same as agreeing that that is a good way to live, because we want to have wisdom and compassion. Wisdom shows us the empty nature of phenomena. There's nothing graspable there. Compassion encourages us to engage with the world and to participate in a way that allows the flow of tender concern. The famous 4 immeasurables. May all sentient beings be happy and have the root of happiness. May they all be free of suffering and the root of suffering. May they all enjoy the happiness which is unmixed with any form of suffering. And may they all abide in the equanimity, the evenness of mind, which is free of privileging friends and undermining enemies. So these 4 factors, if you really have that massaged into you, then you can intervene, because you're not grounding your entitlement to say something or do something on the basis of your conceptual elaboration, but on the basis of the ground of all experience is emptiness. This is an empty formation. I am an empty formation, and emptiness is moving with emptiness in this field of illusion. Does that make sense? Because if I bring it back to me and I think, but that's wrong, I'm solidifying it out there. The other person's going to find that difficult, because I'm telling them that what they're doing is wrong. And it's clear that if you tell Mr. Trump that what he's doing is wrong, it doesn't go anywhere. He'll just punch you out. Same with Netanyahu. All of these leaders are there because, in the words of my guru, they are mahamuk, they are big mouth. No ears, but big mouth. That's a danger. So we need to develop very big ears so that we can hear the nuances of how people are, and then respond into these subtle formations, not blasting through. So, when we lose our presence in the open ground of our being, life goes on. It doesn't stop just because you don't get it. It goes on, but you get confused because you bang into things, and then you learn different kinds of strategies for making sense of what's going on. This mental product, this is called consciousness in this Buddhist thing. In some other systems, consciousness is a very high, pure term, like in the translation of the of the Vedanta text, it's used a lot, pure consciousness in terms like that. But here, I want to say consciousness is being conscious of something. It has embedded in it reification. Its starting point is existence. Whereas awareness, like the mirror, is not attributing existence to whatever is arising. They are like clouds in the sky. This pattern is there, and then it's over. And this pattern is there, and then it's over. And we realize there is no truth in any of these patterns. I remember my father telling me at the end of the Second World War, when he was still in the army and coming up to being demobbed, the big slogan was, "A land fit for heroes and a better country for all our brave heroes." A lot of these kind of slogans. And then you come out of the army and you go back to your previous job, and you find that the people who didn't go to war have installed themselves in places where they can piss on the people who are coming back from the war. And it's shit. And is this for heroes? No. Samsara. This is samsara. This is the realm of suffering. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. And no amount of sloganeering will make it better. Make America great again. How will you do that? How will you do that? Not possible. But you can get votes. How to become powerful? Be a better liar. You know? Be a better liar. So that's how we get cheated, because we believe that these illusory formulations, make America great again. Sounds good. America will be great. It's a wonderful peace-giving power. Maybe not. Maybe not. But I need to believe something. I'll believe a story. Once upon a time, long, long ago, in a faraway land, America was great. Those were the days. We remember them deep in our heart. We can make America great again. Yeah. Bring back slavery. Exactly. Now they're calling. Oh, no, it's a bit early. The clock says. Never mind the gong. The gongists, they don't understand anything. This is the truth. I show you now, friends. So, this is where it's dangerous. Belief. If you see, okay, if what James has been setting out is true and everything is an illusion, then it is as if we are living in a theatre. So if I'm living in a theatre, what I experience is that I am in a variety of roles changing through the course of the day, and so are other people. So we are all putting on different costumes, reading different lines according to the situation. An endless, dynamic, interactive theatre in which the moment is the essence, because it's in the moment where you have the posture and the tone of voice and the words are coming out. Oh, this is it. Then you hear the terrible pain in Othello's voice, or the sadness in King Lear, whatever the play would be. And that's our life, moment by moment. It's just this. It's just this. This and gone. This and then gone. So if we are fully alive and present, we can respond into the moment with all our potential turning towards the task of the moment. How will it be? As is required. As is required. It doesn't come from mastery. It doesn't come from subjugation. It comes from availability. To be available is to be interrupted. To be interrupted is not to be sitting inside a very long script. You know, we get script lines and we follow the script as is possible. If you have children, especially when they're small, your life is one of ceaseless interruption. Because the babies have all kind of things. Suddenly they're vomiting. Why are they vomiting? Should I phone the doctor? Should I not phone them? Endless questions, not knowing, insecurity. That's amazing. That is a wonderful thing. Because I'm not the master. I don't know. I have to find my way. And then you get more and more used to receiving and listening and not worrying. So when the problem is really there and Granny arrives, Granny picks up the baby, receives the baby, listens to the baby, and the baby becomes calm. Because grandmother knows, not my baby. I'm here for the weekend. And I go off duty at 9 because my dry white wine is ready. So they can be fully available. For the mum, it's much more difficult because she's got to do the shopping and the cleaning and all the other bloody things. So availability is essential because when you're available, then attunement flows automatically. When you're preoccupied, you're tuned to past events. They're not giving up. So when we've got time here, like you can go out for a walk or whatever, walking is very useful because it lets the mind wander hither and thither and your attention's caught by the cows in the field or how the hedgerows are, whatever. These moments are very precious because you just have moments of arising and arising and arising and arising. Oh, the hedge and I are in communication. The bird and I are in communication. The bird sings and I look. So these are articulated pulsations, like an articulated lorry. There's a join between us. We're not two separate isolates. We're somehow moving together. We have slightly different movements, but we remain articulated. And in that way, the center point of me is in front of me. The center point of my existence is with, not in. That makes sense? It's with you. Because how I am is how I am with you in this particular setting. So the with means the burden of getting it right falls off my shoulders. Because let's see. I cannot know. I cannot know. We have all these institutes wondering about the future and planning and thinking about how things should be. But we don't know. We don't know. What we see is that huge amounts of money are squandered on going to Mars and sending endless rockets up into space, burning up so much fuel, which is so scarce. I mean, there's a lot of madness around. And people do that with confidence. But our situation is, as you're walking down the path, especially if you go off the main road, your feet are following the contouring of the path. You are the servant of the path. So that's why being in nature is so important. Suddenly there's a noise like the doves, and you're interrupted in the trajectory of your thought or your musings. So the more you have connectivity, the more you have interruption. And the more you have interruption, the more you have to change gear. So this is like some very crazy club where they change the music every 30 seconds. It's just moving through that. I think, wow. I can change and dance to each piece of music as long as I collapse the vertical axis. Because if I say, oh, this is my favorite, I really like that, play that tune again, I want more of that music. When you can't dance with what's down there. You have to, it's all music. This body can move in different ways. So you have a conversation with someone here and they tell you that when they leave, they're going to their mother's funeral, and then you have a different kind of feeling. And when you hear that, your tone of voice responding to them is different. You don't need to know how to do it. You don't know what to say. If you start saying the connection, something will come out of your mouth and it will be okay, be good enough. It's just you meet them in that. So this is saying, trust the openness, trust the space. Don't try to work life out as if it was a problem. Clearly, life is a mystery. We can't grasp the end of it because dualistic consciousness cannot make sense of everything. Awareness can open to everything. If you have a mirror, you turn it around there and it will show you 200,000 leaves in one small bit of glass. All the leaves will be there. You try to count the leaves and you go crazy. Consciousness is the counter. It's the accountant, the manager. Awareness is just the revelation. So if you hold a sense of these two aspects and observe how you move between the two and how the sense of power that can come to you from a dualistic consciousness that works out what the issue is and allows you to feel, oh, I know what I'm doing, how dangerous that is, because you become the king or the queen of a very, very small country. Whereas if you relax and you stay open, then the next moment will take you somewhere else and somewhere else and somewhere else. How are we doing so far? Is this kind of presentation of Dharma okay for you? Yeah? And I'm around, so if you see me standing about looking like a wally, come up and say something. Please distract me from myself. Right, lunchtime. Okay. So some people are surprised that there's so much talking is involved in Dharma transmission. We could do general Theravadan, Shine, and Hlakton or Vipassana. It takes 5 minutes to explain the method, then you do it for a long time. But this, you get a lot of explanation because it is uncommon. You know, if you're monitoring the sensation of the breath at the nostril, it's not a complicated thing to do. You're either mindful of it or you're not mindful of it. It's either on or off, on or off. You bring it back on, try and keep the switch on. Why am I doing it? Oh, because I want to have one-pointed attention. Okay. In a world of multitasking, of increasing rapidity and complexity, one-pointed attention is not very much admired. You would agree. I can tell. You're nodding. Because you got to be there, which means you shift and you shift and you shift and you shift. You disrupt yourself because you stay on the object. You've got to work through, if you're working with computers, a lot of streams of information coming towards you. So you've got to be light on your feet, quick, see patterns, work with the patterns. Our situation, we're not farmers. We're not walking behind a cow, and this... Yeah. Well, we don't do slow things. We do quite quick things. Therefore, the meditation that shifts. But this meditation and this approach is saying, what is the source of your existence? Or what is the ground of your being? Or moment by moment, you're emerging through your senses with your vitality, with your connectivity and your ability to respond. What is that ground? Where do you come from? So on an outer level, you say, well, I was born in this country and my mum's name is this, my dad's name is this. And you get an outer genealogy, the genealogy of your ego formation. This is saying, we don't need to know that. It means, where do your thoughts come from? In the mind. Okay, and what is your mind? So you start with the thought, because everybody has thoughts. Okay, so if you didn't have a mind, you wouldn't have thoughts. Or let's say we use the word thought to describe what is arising, and we use the word mind to indicate both where it's arising and how you make sense of what's arising. It has two functions, because the mind is both the arena, or the Dharma Dhatu, and it also is the facticity or the impactfulness of the patterning which is arising. Yeah? Both. So that's why we study these texts, because it's unlikely that we would come to these conclusions ourselves. These writers like Saraha and Naropa, they had huge educations. They studied many, many classical Mahayana texts. And they had a lot of life experience of great difficulty. When you read their biographies, you see they were stuck in a track. They were doing well. Mama was proud. You're the big boy in the monastery. You know, Naropa was the guardian of one of the gates. There were 4 gates on Nalanda Monastery, the biggest, most prestigious university, Buddhist university in India. He had arrived. He was a master of what he did. And then one day, this old woman comes to see him, and usually old women are not allowed in the monastery too much. But anyway, she says to him, "You don't know very much." He looks, an old woman telling me, "Why is that?" "You talk a lot, but you don't know where your words come from." Okay? Now he's getting a little bit hooked. And she pulls him more and more, and she says, "You need to see my brother, Tilopa, because you're lost." And of course, this is so nice. If you can read the traditional text, it gives you the dialogue between them. And it's like getting exactly an acupuncture point. She gets the needle right in there. She said, "Fuck you, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you." And he sets off and goes looking for Tilopa. Til means sesame, but also oil. So it's kind of, Tilopa's job was to pound the sesame seeds to extract the oil, which was used for cooking. It's very delicious oil for cooking. Important in Chinese cooking, I believe. So, when he sees Tilopa sitting on the bank of the river, eating the intestines of fish, because he's quite lazy. And the fishermen, they clean the fish out and they throw all the intestines down, and you think, why would I fish? I got the guts. So his mind is equal. Tasty, not tasty. Yeah, it's just food. Eat shit, I can do that. So for Naropa, who is very proper, high quality family, knowing how to do things the right way, meeting this kind of bit barbarian person is very difficult. But he realizes barbarians see something and feel something and is something that he isn't. Because he's cocooned in Dharma concept. He's got Dharma disease. But when he was in the monastery, nobody could identify the Dharma disease. So now Tilopa's putting pressure, and he gives him these trials, the very difficult situations he puts him into. For example, Tilopa says, "Oh, you hear that sound? It's a wedding. In India, when there is a wedding, there's good food. You should go and get some of the good food for me. I am your guru. No, go and get the food." So Tilopa goes off and says, "Oh, could I have some food?" And I said, "Okay." Tilopa eating. This is good food. Go and get some more. He goes back and he asks, but I already gave you some. Guruji, you want? I'm not sure, not my Guruji anyway. And then the 5th time he asked for the food, they beat him up and they're throwing him in the dirt, and because he's been very insulting to their hospitality. Like that. What did he learn? What did he learn? Do we know what he learned? No. He got beaten up. He was doing what the Guru wanted. And the Guru wanted him to be shocked, to have a situation where you are a beggar. You are not the respected high teacher. You're not somebody everyone should bow to. You are a nuisance, annoying and rude. Nobody's going to say that to Naropa back in the monastery. You say, you are wonderful, wonderful. And here say, you're horrible. We don't like you. You're spoiling our wedding. Go away. So by turning this around, he sees, I have built my house on sand. And in the Bible it says very clearly, do not build your house on sand. It's very good advice, whether you're studying Aramaic or Yiddish or whatever. Don't build your house on sand. Everybody knows this. And Naropa suddenly thinks, fuck, that big monastery is just a sand castle. There's nothing substantial there because it's blah, blah, blah. How can it become fully alive in me? How can I awaken to Dharma? And that becomes his real quest. That's what it was about. So the reason we study is to gain this distilled essence which has come through these great masters, and it saves us a lot of the difficulty that they had. But we also have to massage it into ourselves. You know, that if you take some butter and you massage it into leather, it will make it soft. But if you take a ball of butter and you put it in a leather bag and you leave it there, the leather will dry out and become brittle. The leather is just next to the butter, but it doesn't absorb the butter, and so it becomes dry. You can have any number of Dharma books on your bookshelf and go to any number of retreats, but if you don't massage it into you, you won't get the flexibility that allows you to move with the Dharma. So that's why we study these things. I just do one little bit more. Here he says, all phenomena, that means all the sensations and experiences which arise to you, whether they seem to be external and you see them through your senses, or whether they arise in your emotions, in your energy system, in your mental thoughts, in your mind, however and wherever experiences are arising, these are your own mind, which means the grass is your mind, the tree is your mind, Emerson College is your mind. Now, this is not some kind of dreadful narcissistic inflation. It's not saying this is all some hallucination of my mind. I imagine the world and it arises and then it vanishes like some story of Sinbad or on one of his adventures or from the Scheherazade, the 1001 Nights. It's not like that. It's that when you look through your eyes, you see, but you don't know what you see. Then you tell yourself what you see. So that's what he means. All phenomena are one's own mind on two aspects. The aspect of the mind which is awareness, so you see the tree, you have space, you receive the tree as it comes in through your senses, and you have a cognitive function, a movement of linking thoughts and feelings and so on in the mind, and this identifies what this particular meaning in this situation is. So, phenomena are revealed by the mind and phenomena are identified by the mind. Most important for us is the revelation of the phenomena as phenomena. What the phenomena become when you add the interpretation onto them is not so important for us, but it's what interests us most, because we already know how to do that. We all have opinions, and then people fight about their opinions, but the opinions cannot establish truth, because they're opinions. By necessarily, people have different opinions. Which opinion is correct? Well, they all illuminate something. So, if you took the example of a stone sculpture, a three-dimensional sculpture, and you look at it, and then you move your feet half a meter, then you look again, you get another view of the sculpture. And you do that as you go around the sculpture, looking. From each vantage point, differential potential of the sculpture is revealed to you. What you cannot do is see the whole sculpture at once. Because we are especially equipped for two-dimensional seeing. So you go to an art gallery and you see the paintings, and you can, as it were, get all of it. You don't, it's bits you miss, and you look again and more bits come into appearance for you. But essentially you can see the whole shebang. But you can't do that with a three-dimensional structure. So in the same way, you walk out there and there's all these trees and bushes and formations. They are beyond appropriation. They are beyond conceptualization. You can't see all the marks in the bark. There's so much going on. It's an infinite richness which is there. So how will I respond? Just receive. So that takes us towards awareness and away from dualistic consciousness. That's why we're looking at the meaning of these texts, and we'll be looking at the mind, and we'll have some Dzogchen texts soon. Because they are ways of reconsidering your priorities when you engage with the world. Like, what am I looking for in experience? Oh, I know what that is. That's a rhododendron bush. Good boy, you have remembered something. So this becomes an ego-harmonious or ego-syntonic conclusion. I'm doing well because I know this. So I'm building my sense of my ego competence step by step on this information. But it's always partial information. You cannot see the whole when you are located somewhere. The only way to see the whole is to become the whole, and we become the whole when we do the 3R Guru Yoga. We release ourselves from the past, from the future, from the present, from inside, from outside. These are all experiences. All experiences are arising in the mind. The mind is like space. So when you're sitting, although sensations will arise, the key thing is don't interpret the arising sensation as a feedback loop telling me I'm here in my body and this is what is happening for me. Because that's what we would normally do, isn't it? You confirm to yourself, I am the experiencer of this experience. So here we simply want to stay relaxed and with whatever is occurring. Coming and coming. All sorts of things are coming. What do they mean? Not my question. Because the meaning will always be an interpretation, and they will mean whatever you want them to mean. They don't mean anything in themselves. The meaning is injected. You know, you have these so-called truth drugs, and you get injected and then you can only tell the truth. Well, these egoic assumptions are stupidity injections. They make you stupid because you believe what you have invented the object as being. You fall in love with the machinations of your own mind, with your own thought construction. That's why it's difficult not to do it, because you get used to it. It gives you a sense of power. I know how to work it out. Lots of people like puzzles. You see them on the train doing these little books of puzzles. I like to have a challenge. Okay? So you solve the puzzle, and then, oh, I do the next one. I do the next one. Beginning, middle, and end. But most of life doesn't have a beginning, middle, and end. So when we're just sitting and there are sounds, what is that? I don't know. I don't need to know. I don't want to know. I don't know. Something, which is nothing. I'm going to leave my something as nothing. If I take up this something which is nothing, as soon as I apprehend it, the nothingness of the something starts to fade, and the somethingness of the something starts to increase. Yeah? You're tracking that? I am giving myself all my creativity, my intelligence, my memories. I'm investing that in my interpretation of what is the case. Now I'm convincing myself that I've got a handle on it. And the handle is what I stuck on. Because everything which arises is like a circle. The circle has no beginning and end, which is why we apply the handle. Because if you just had a simple cup, which is the front and which is the back of this glass? Which is the front? Which is the back? Choose wisely. It doesn't, yeah? You put a handle on it, problem solved. So that's what the ego mind is doing all the time. It's applying concepts to give you a sense of potency over the forms which are arising, none of which can be defined by your own conceptualization. So it's an act of self-delusion. If you see that, then you start to understand why we have to think about this, because our thinking, being massaged close to the Dharma understanding, becomes a kind of spring cleaning. Lots of people do a lot of cleaning. I'm not a great fan of domestic activity. And one interesting definition of dirt is it's just stuff in the wrong place. Now, since everything is within the Dharma Dhatu, everything is in the right place, which is exactly the mind of the Buddha. So, no cleaning, no polishing, no scrubbing, no dusting. Huh? It's in the right place. It is where it is. It is as it is. But when you bring your mental structure, your interpretive matrix, you start evaluating and you go into the vertical axis. Good, bad, arranging things not just according to form or shape and color, but to the second of the skandhas, feeling tone, liking, not liking, and neutral. And once you allow these what shall we say, organismic reactions as to whether something is for me, beneficial for me, or not beneficial for me. Once you take that as a mark of proof, you're in a very small world, because you're trusting your own reaction as giving you an accurate account of what's there. And that power makes us stupid, because we feel we have definite knowledge of that. There are many wonderful stories around this in the Bible, for example. So there's the story of the woman taken in adultery. So Jesus is out with some of his disciples, and they're walking in the country, and they come to this crowd of people. And they say, oh, what's going on? He said, this woman She's a married woman, and we found out that she was having sex not with her husband, with some other person. She is an adulteress. We're going to have to kill her because that's a bad thing to do. And then he says, let the person without sin throw the first stone. Isn't it? He's so brilliant, you know, he's so brilliant. Because he's saying, you feel powerful, you feel very clear, because you're looking at the object out there, and you've got her number. She's just a fucking slag. Beat her up, burn her, fucking witch. What about you? Oh, well, then the crowd fade away. Because once you look at yourself, you think, oh, I'm a mess. Who am I to judge other people? In the Bible, it also says, judge not, lest ye be judged. Very popular in Russia, in the triptychs. Very, very powerful. And in the Tibetan tradition as well, don't enter into judgment. Because judgment is always the view from here, which is not an infinite here. It's not the here of open awareness. It's the here of my egoic structure, which is giving me a place from which I manifest a conclusion about the other.
But we need judgments, James. We need judgment, don't we? To judge whether...
How was your tea? How was your tea? Was it all right? Your tea? Did I cook it right for you?
Water.
There's always one. So, a judgment would be, if you're going to buy shoes, don't buy shoes that are too small. So, does this shoe fit my foot? Yes or no? I mean, that's wise. Would you call that a judgment? Wouldn't it be about finding your place in the world, your niche, your harmony with the potential of the situation? I would call it more like, does it fit? And the fit is not a cognitive judgment. I put my foot in. Remember, Cinderella. She goes to the ball. She loses her slipper. The prince comes round. The two sisters push forward. Get it on my fucking foot. And then one of them takes a knife. She's cutting her toe off. It's my shoe. She's starting with the idea, not the actuality. If she was to attend to the phenomena of her foot and the phenomena of the shoe, she would find they are incompatible. And therefore, you will not be fucking the prince tonight. Yeah, that's what the story says. Bad luck. It has to fit. So if you go with phenomena, you will find the fit. But if you go into a mental formation, you can have all kind of judgments.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
How do you then adopt a theory against another one? Like, for example,
That's your luck.
Yeah.
That's your luck.
Yeah. For example, certain theory like eco theory, or how do you choose that? Because I can't fit a theory.
Well, the first thing is you're going to die. Second, you don't know when you're going to die. So let's be honest, you don't have so much time left. So how do you prioritize your potential?
Well, for example, it's not that I feel that certain construct, like Dharma construct, are good to, to actually do certain activities in the world. So, in that sense,
Yeah. So you want a view that opens up a path for you,
yes,
a path that would have wisdom and compassion.
Yeah. So this is. So I can't throw away all constructs, and there are most Dharma constructs are really helpful.
Yeah.
But there are also other constructs. For example, you often quote phenomenology.
Yeah.
That's another construct that is very good.
It is.
Gaia theory also is another construct that is very good.
Okay.
So how, how do you fit those theories? You just adopt them. You have to adopt them.
When I would ask my guru these kind of questions, he would say, "Chishe, who knows?" Because there's no way to know what is right. We stumble, we crumble around in life, we're crawling on the floor, we haven't a clue. How shall I live? What shall I do? How will I save the planet? These are very big questions. They take you up in the sky with a big balloon. Whereas the actuality of our life, that we need to earn some money or we need to feel good about ourselves at the end of the day, these are our kind of embodied ways of being with things which will either ring true or not. So when Siya Lama was saying of himself, "I am liar number one, cheater number one," he was pointing out that we often don't listen to the profound truth of our experience, and we keep going at something which is not working out. We cheat ourselves because we want the idea to work, but the actuality didn't work. If Liz Truss had not been kicked out, our economy would have been wiped out because this is a woman devoid of insight. Yeah? She didn't have a feedback loop. Other people had to say, "Bugger off, bitch." Yeah, very strongly, get out, go. You're destroying the Tory party, which may or may not be a good thing. Because if you don't have insight into how you impact yourself and how you impact other people, then what will your template for evaluation be? It goes theoretical. But if you decide, firstly, I don't want to cause harm. Secondly, I want to bring some benefit if I can. Where does my attention have to be? With the interaction. Am I connecting with you? Is there something of value transacted between us? It's not that I go into myself and find some funny words and then shoot them over to you on a little paper aeroplane. We find ourselves speaking in our conversation. So I look at you, you look at me, and this creates the medium through which the words can flow and hopefully kind of open something up. But it's in the actual, it's in the embodied. Yeah, it's in the relation. So, all phenomena are one's own mind. Other than one's own mind, there is not even an atom of an entity. So he's already established your mind is like space. It's not an entity, it's not a thing. And then he says, apart from your mind, there is not a single entity in the world. We say tent, we say tent pole, we say carpets, we say oak tree, we say all sorts of things. But these words don't establish true existence. They establish an interpretation which is a pattern. It's a pattern. And you can work with the pattern. And the pattern is functionally impactful, functionally useful, perhaps. You could even say functionally true, because it rings true in that moment. But you can't say it will ring true tomorrow. It's just at this moment there's a concatenation, a meeting of circumstances, and this seems to ring true. But say, all these phenomena, all these experiences don't exist in and of themselves. That's what entity means, something which is self-existing. So I could tell you a story of my family in my childhood. And if you were to interview my brother, he would tell a different story. Living in the same house, same parents, eating the same food, but his experience was different from mine. How is that possible? Because My experience was mediated through the constructs of my mind, and his experience was mediated through the constructs of his mind. Neither is true, neither is false. These are just different experiences. And the nature of all experience is to be without self-substance. There's nothing behind it. There's nothing underneath it. So I'd say, this is my mother. What that means is, this is my mother for me. So if I say, I'd like you to meet my mother, that's one thing. If I say, I'd like you to meet the mother, oh, Mum's getting a bit of an elevation here. Need to put some garlands around her neck. Because she's the mother. But if she's my mother, she's also my brother's mother. But he experienced her mothering in a way that was different from me. How is that possible? Because we have our interpretation. So all I have is my opinion about my mother, which for me seems true. I don't think I'm being self-deluding about it, but it's not a universal truth.
So perhaps interpretation is better than judgment, better way.
Yeah, yeah. So an interpretation is a gesture into the flow of experience that maybe feeds a little bit of pattern formation. This is how it is for me today, at this moment. Beyond that, I can't say. So it's for this reason, when we see how evanescent, like bubbles arising in a San Pellegrino or something like that, the bubbles are just coming up and coming up and coming up. You can't catch them, but you see them. So a thought arises in your mind, it's just like a bubble in your mind. Coming and going, coming and going. You can't deny it's there, but you can't catch it. You can't do anything with it. So thoughts, feelings, memories arise. We don't try to catch the bubbles. We try and try and try, and then we think, you can't catch them. Just leave them alone. So then the mind is flowing freely, happy thoughts, sad thoughts. What kind of factory would make such a mix of things? If you buy even a cheap packet of biscuits, it will say on it, made in a factory which is also packs peanuts, because they have to say that. That's a good health warning. What is the factory that's creating all the crap in your mind? Are there any peanuts there? Any allergic substances? Of course. You have all kinds of strange thoughts that come in your mind. And when you're dreaming, it's like that. Where would that come from? It comes from the mind. I'm sure, why would my mind do that? The mind, capital T, the mind, M-I-N-D, big letters. You have little titchy-witchy mind. Your little titchy mind is part of the big mind, but you've got to get to the big mind, because if you speak from a small mind on behalf of the big mind, it'll clip you in the ear. So how do I get in relation to the big mind? Don't do small mind. So small mind is curious and seeks to find patterns and comment and develop and so on, but we just sit. And then we see. But it's what I've been talking about is from the view of the tradition, very, very practical. It's not abstract. It's not some kind of theory you have to believe. But if you apply this to yourself, then you can see the vanishing of the propositions that you have built your house on. Then you see, I have built it on sand. Because every thought that arises vanishes. So who I think I am, what I think I need, how I think I would like my future to be, this is all just rippling, shimmering sand on this big dune of life. the assertion, the naming, the shaping doesn't establish anything. A lot of our activity is ridiculous. Ridiculous. We build things up, we knock them down. London is a city full of huge cranes reaching into the sky. They're always knocking down buildings that are 20 years old and putting up new ones. Because for the investors bringing in money from the Gulf states, they can make a profit on it. That's why it happened. People can make some money. It's not done to house the poor, because they haven't thought through how many houses do we need and so on. So when it says there is not even an atom of true existence in anything, this is something to investigate when you're walking, when you're eating, when you're lying in bed, falling asleep, when you wake up in the morning. What is the status of my experience? You're eating an apple, yeah? So you bite into the apple. The apple reveals itself in its death. No? The apple is being chewed and mushed and swallowed, which is a terrible fate. So you can imagine if Schubert was writing some kind of death song, death of an apple. I was happily hanging on the tree. Along came teeth, and that was the end of me. Yeah, because life is revealed in its vanishing, in its vanishing. Now we're coming into the evening. The sun is going down. Then we start to see the evening light in the sky, and then we have the sunset. We're almost at the longest day. It's vanishing. It's always vanishing. You breathe in, you breathe out. You eat, you shit. It's always vanishing. You gain something, you lose it. It comes, it goes. It comes, it goes. It cannot be secured. It cannot be secured. So this is the problem for Donald Trump. If you have free trade, then it's the market that decides. And the market isn't the government. Markets have tried to destroy governments in the past, almost succeeding in Britain. Free trade is very anxiety-provoking for people who like to be in control. Dictators like to be in control. But if they control too much, the market gets a bit uneasy and says this is not a safe place to keep money, and so the big investment companies withdraw their funds and put them into another economy. Everything is up for grabs. Nothing is secure. We could have war in England, not so difficult. There are lots of Russian boats going around Britain, Russian planes flying over Britain. We have long communications for telephones and so on going out from Britain to America. Very easy to cut these, very difficult to repair them. They're very deep in the ocean. Very vulnerable. We see this. We're going to die. We don't know when we're going to die. It's not just you, my dear. We're all going to die. You know, we're going to vanish. And we don't know how or when. I mean, that is such a bizarre place to be. In the traditional cosmology of India, in the center you have Mount Meru. And around that, in the four directions, you have the four main continents. And we are on Jambudvipa, the one in the south. And on this continent, we don't know how long we'll live. We know we'll die. And the other ones, they know how long they live. In one, it's 8,000 years, and another, it's 2,000 years. But we are the ones that don't know. We have anxiety built into us. Should I spend my money now or save for my old age? But I might not live. And if I might not live and I have all this money in a pension pot and I die, well, that's a waste. So how shall I live? How shall I live? We don't know. We're shadowboxing. We're listening to echoes. So that's what he's meaning. That is what this means. There is not even an atom of entity in anything. There is nothing stable to rely on. Don't take refuge in the market, gambling on peanut futures or cashew nut futures, which these markets move very, very rapidly. Your world is unsafe. You are going to die. Don't fall asleep in your life by imagining it'll be one day and then another day and another day and another day. Because old people like me will say to you, I remember I worked in the hospital for many, many years. And when I retired, I didn't know why I had worked in the hospital. I look back over all these years, I think, what the fuck? What was that all about? I put some money in my pension pot. And now it would go to my children. Why would I want to do that? What about me? But the doctor says, your liver is not very good. No red wine for you. Oh, fuck. So the paradise, the Western paradise of the wine bar is closed for me. It's like that. You have a game plan. You imagine it'll be like this and this, and then it's gone. How many people is gone? All these people in Ukraine 5 years ago. And where are they now? All that happened in Europe in the Second World War, or on the islands in the Pacific, or in Japan, or in Burma, what's happening there. In an instant, you can go from heaven to hell in this world. Therefore, what do I take refuge in? If I think tomorrow will be like today, we don't know. Yesterday, did I know how today was going to be? No. So I don't know. And so all these plans that I fabricate and project into the future, this is a self-delusion. How shall I live ethically in an embodied way here and now? Here and now. Focusing on the immediacy of contact. Am I making contact with people? Am I really finding a way to help you as much as is possible for me to do? Because that's what I'm trying to do. So that's the aim, is to be for the other. If you're only for yourself, it's ridiculous. In the Tibetan tradition, they have this notion of the three kayas. The Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, and the Manakaya, which are the... It's a way of talking about how life is when you have clarity. So the clarity of the mind is to see that the mind is empty and is not a thing. The clarity of speech, which is the Sambhogakaya, is to hear sound. Hear sound. Hear, 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 vanish, vanish. You couldn't speak if the sounds didn't vanish. Imagine if every sentence you had ever spoken was echoing out the top of your head. You go crazy. So you hear, ear, om, sound arises and vanishes. It is the vanishing of the sound which is the freedom for the next sound. So that's the lucidity of sound. And the clarity or lucidity of the body is the way in which the body moves with the environment. So if you're walking up the bank and the steps are not all that deeply cut into the side of the slope, I imagine, if you're anything like me, you're going to be a bit careful because you don't want to slip and fall down. So you're placing your feet in a more thoughtful way than you would if you were just walking on the flat. That is to say, my embodiment is part of the formation of the world. My body has to stay in harmony with the shapes of the world if I'm not to have lots of accidents. So I start with the environment and then see how shall I be. So for example, if you were doing a tantric visualization practice and you do all the preliminaries and then you come to the point where you visualize the arising of the mandala, because the mandala is the house where the God is. Firstly, you have the meditation of emptiness, which is a clear blue sky. So you're meditating, it's just imagining this infinite clear blue sky. And then inside that, rays of light come out of the blue sky and start swirling around and around. And this is the potential of the emptiness of the sky. And then thirdly, they coalesce into a letter, which is the seed syllable of the deity whose mandala it's going to be. And then these rays of light go down and the mandala appears with, 4 doors and all the usual descriptions of a mandala palace. And then the God comes. The house comes first. The house comes first. This world was here before we were born. That's a very shocking fact. I am the beginning. There was nothing before me. I'm here. I remember. Before me, nothing. It's not like that, is it? The world was here. We are very small. But we're a small part, but a delicate, beautifully made part of the world. Like a jigsaw puzzle. We're a small bit, but we have the shape. We fit into, as of. We're part of this. We arise in the world. When I was seeing a lot of patients, especially private patients, there was always a sign which, if I was lucky, would arise. Sometimes after a year, somebody would arrive and they'd be walking. They would say, I was coming down the street and I saw this little dog. It was really nice. And I stopped and I looked at the dog and I started to look at the gardens to see where the dog came from. Before that, they had only talked about their mind and their worries and their neurosis and what was absorbing them. And now the world has impinged. And they start to see, I live in a world and there's dogs here. It's very different. The mind starts to open. We start to see, I belong here. So I'm not an isolated, lonely monad, some entity which is cut off from everything else. I am part of this. I am always on the inside. When I came out of my mother's body, I came into the world, and my mother's body was already in the world. So I was in my mother's body in the world, and then I came out of my mother's body in the world. I've always been in it. There is no other. It is the unfolding of the field of experience. So this is very important for us to see. This is what it is. All this is the endless display of the potential of the mind. But what's it for? What's it for? It's not for anything. It just is. But why? Good question. Excellent question. Lovely. Good. Delicious. Whoever awakens to the primordial non-existence of mind gains the holy vision of the Buddhas of the 3 times. Whoever awakens to the primordial, means from the very beginning, the unchanging, true non-existence of the mind, will gain the same vision as all the Buddhas of the 3 times. So, the non-existence of the mind. Often we make a polarity, and you see them in the Buddhist text, existence or non-existence, a kind of either or. But here, non-existence means the mind cannot be established as something. It's not something you can get. You are your mind. You are the experience revealed in your mind. You are a reflection in the mirror of your mind. And this reflection is always changing according to circumstances. So you have specificity, you have the particular contouring and shaping and so on of the body, but it doesn't establish that this is you. Otherwise we have to spray you with cement Don't move. Okay. Caught another one. That's excellent. Catching Buddhas. Freeze the Buddha. So it is our movement that is our freedom. And because we move with circumstances, we are unpredictable. Therefore, knowledge is not the basis of our being in the world. It is wisdom and compassion. And compassion is relating to others. And how do we relate to others? As we can, as is required, according to our nous, our insight, according to the circumstances. So we relate to others through connectivity. You have to connect with someone's eyes. You have to get a sense of how they are, what position they take up. And that, from that, how to be with them will be revealed to you. But it's only how to be with them in this moment. It doesn't tell you how to be with them tomorrow. It only tells you now. So what is required is fresh cooking. Throw away your freezer. Fresh ingredients only. Normally you do out of the freezer into the microwave and whoo, sudden hot food, which is not good. Fresh cooking. How shall I cook for you? Not what shall I cook for you. How shall I cook for you? How? What flavor? Should it have a lot of attention to detail or not? How depends on where we meet. So we're coming to the end of the time for today. We have a food now and then the evening. And all of this, our Dharma path depends on us. It's not like the paths in the garden that the gardener takes care of and takes the weeds out so you can walk up and down. Your Dharma path, it has to shine from your heart, moment by moment. That is the light of the Buddha, how your heart reveals it. But you also have clouds in your mind, and the clouds cast a shadow, so you don't see the path so clearly. So, shall I try to get rid of all the clouds? Oh, there are always clouds in the sky. Oh, there are always thoughts in the mind. Shall I get rid of the thoughts? Can't do that. Shall I make friends with the thoughts? Yeah, but no fucking. You know, fucking thoughts is not a good idea because they have babies very quickly. So many babies. Ah, mamma mia. So, no intercourse with the thoughts. Looking but no touching. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Teenage party. No one's going upstairs to the bedrooms. So this is what we do. Everywhere we go, light is coming in your eyes. You hear sounds. You see people moving. You're part of this. This is the unfolding of the unique specificity of your life, which is not repeated anywhere else. This is it. There's nothing more than this. There's nothing other than this. Because if you can fully inhabit this, you can bring that into every situation. But if you say, this is not really for me, where are you going to find the thing that is really for you? Because you sit in my self world, give me what I need. Doesn't happen. I have to fit the world. But then if I fit the world, I find, oh, I'm becoming pliable, flexible, responsive. And through fitting in, I'm freed from the egoic fixed notion of self. So when you walk in the evening air and it's so beautiful, there are many paths to go down, feel the impact of looking into the distance, looking closely at small objects, and see how the shaping of the world touches you and shifts your mood, takes you out of yourself, the little bubble of yourself, and brings you here to be part of the world, that you are part of the revelation of the wonderful, unending beauty of the world. So that's what we can do after dinner. Okay, and then tomorrow morning the program is the same. Okay. So hopefully you have some familiarity with the Heart Sutra. We have a lot of stuff available on the website about it, different translations of it and so on. And the key thing is the Heart Sutra goes through all the different potential ingredients of a person or an animal or any living thing, and shows that all these ingredients or compositional factors have no inherent existence. They are all empty of inherent existence. They are full of themselves as image, which is illusion, but they have no enduring self. So it's very, very helpful to keep looking at that and look at trees, look at people, look at cars, look at food, look at everything you encounter and see, oh, this is composed. So we have a tent here with big poles and cottons draped over it and side stretchers to maintain the tension. This is put together with different pieces. We can be named in terms of different aspects of ourselves. Houses are made from bricks and they have foundations and plumbing and so on. When all these factors are in place, it locks on as something. Just as if you're building an arch, you build up from both sides, then you drop in the keystone, which is angled on both sides, and it locks them. So in the same way, when you get the name of something, oh, it's a pole, that's what it is, it's a tent pole, it kind of locks. There you know where you are, and you don't have to question anymore. Our problem is that we have so many keystones, we have so many locked positions where we think we have definite knowledge, that it becomes more difficult for us to really put things into question, to even see that they could be questioned. What do you do with a mad president? He's the president, but he's mad. But he's the president. The president, by definition, cannot be mad. So you must be mad to say the president is mad. Though in fact it might be a sign of your sanity that you know, although you have to pretend otherwise, that the president is mad. Sorry, my mistake. Is the president mad or not? It would appear so. So we see something is the case, but the factors around that which would make it dangerous, that you can easily lose your job, zip, don't say anything. And so we're frightened. The truth collapses in on itself. The truth implodes, and the fantasy and the false belief mushrooms out. No matter how crazy someone's behavior, no matter how many lies there are about him, Mr. Trump is a perfect example of emptiness. He is empty of inherent existence. He's full of shit, but his shit is also, his shit is special shit because it's full of inherent existence. It's like that.
Very soothing.
Very soothing, yeah. So,
say everything's the same as that.
you can, everything.
Otherwise we're getting into political
Yeah,
science.
all the political positions, right wing, left wing, whatever, have no truth to them, but what they have is belief. And when you believe, you forget about truth and you want to assert your belief, and then you end up believing that your belief is the truth, and then you're double stupid. So, but we do that all the time. We think this is a tent pole. This is not a tent pole. This is a pole for heating at night and roasting a witch. We haven't found the witch yet, but the witch finders will be out later. Ladies, careful with your perfume. That's happened, hasn't it? Witches were roasted alive. They were ducked in the pond till they drowned. Dreadful things, because it started with the assumption they must be a witch. If you're accused of being a witch, that's already a sign you are a witch. And so, very difficult to disprove that that is the case. So, if everything has the nature of emptiness, it is here visible, available through the senses as experience, which arises and passes, but it's never established as something. What we experience is some display or some fragrance or some texture, some touch, and then it's gone. So in this text, I'll repeat the verse we looked at earlier because it's exactly on this point. Although you repeat space, the essence of space has no reality at all. By reality, it means a true, real or inherent existence, that something is there. So, although you repeat President Trump again and again, the essence of President Trump has no reality at all. It doesn't. It's a construct. And some people believe he's a fucking arsehole, and some people believe he's the savior of America. As it is for every president everywhere. People believe. And if you get enough people believing in you, you can get elected, and then you become the one. And when you become the one, the other group had better be careful, because you might take revenge, especially if you were like President Trump. Existing, not existing, neither existing, nor not existing, or something else, if there is another proposition. But in fact, there are only these four propositions. Or something else, it transcends being any such object. That is to say, the ground, the basis of all our experience is not something you can catch or find. It is irreducible. Now, we are educated in the West, if we're educated here, in materialism. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. So you start with an irreducible matrix, the mass, which is then acted on by forces and transformed into different formations with different qualities. But the starting point is something is there. You can't get something out of nothing, says Western science. So you always have to find the something. Whereas in Buddhism, they say, what you get out of nothing is nothing, and every something is nothing. So that's a very, very big difference. So then what he says is, thus space, in inverted commas, or mind, or actuality, have not the least difference. That is to say, whether you look at the object side, and you look at people, and you really, really see there is something ungraspable about people. You can layer your names, your interpretations, your assumptions on the people, but actually, who is there if I don't say who is there? That's our essential question. You look at a tree, a bush, a tree, but you've already said tree. And when you say tree, streaming behind it, like sometimes when people are flying kites, they've got lots of streamers coming off the edge of the kite, and they flutter in the wind, and they make a nice sound. This is our mind. We make a trajectory towards something. It's a tree. And then you have all your associations. Some of you are familiar with the 5 skandhas, the 5 basic ingredients in the Theravadan tradition. So you have form, which is shape and color. And then you have the impact of that, which is the feeling tone, positive or negative or neutral. And then you have the perception of it, in which your dualistic consciousness starts to bring a definition, a formation into what is occurring. In Tibetan, it's called dushe, which is the knowing of gathering, like knowing how to compose. So you've got these factors. Now, what is it? So if you had maybe a 3-year-old child and you get some shapes like wooden cutouts, and you have some wings and you have little chickeny legs and different things, and you put them all together. What do you think it might be? I don't know. Well, let's put this on top. That's not the top. Put it there. Okay. So now you have wings and a head and feet. It's a bird. Yeah, it's a bird. Oh. So that's what we do. That's what this third skandha is doing. It's giving you the sense of the somethingness of what's occurring. The fourth skandha is Dzogchen, which means to form, to compose, to create. Because you're now adding more ingredients from yourself. So the potential of the object is being unpacked or covered, either way, by what you add on to it. What kind of bird is it? Does it fly? It's got very small wings. I don't think it could fly. Got a big tummy and very small wings. Oh, it's a chicken. Chickens don't fly very much. So you help the child to start to bring together these moments of naming and the sort of clarity you get from naming, and then you can come to a conclusion. And the conclusion is the fifth skandha, which is consciousness. I am conscious that I'm looking at an image, which I am saying is the image of a bird. And then we apply that identificatory dualism to whatever we encounter. So what he's saying here is, whether you see objects out there, or a subject in here, or beliefs in the Pure Land where Amitabha is, or in Zangdopauri where Padmasambhava is, whatever you believe, this is a belief. It is the creation of a pattern which is held in place by the power of your belief. So, for example, when I was a child and we would go to the cinema, at the end, they would always put the national anthem on while people were shuffling out of the cinema. And my father would always stand to attention. And my mum would be pushing, get out. I'm a soldier. He hated the Queen, thought she was stupid. Respect. You don't feel it, but you show it. Hypocrite. Hypocrites in one way. We should use insults as terms of endearment because they are terms of truth. Who is not hypocritical? We want it both ways. We don't want to be in the wrong. We want to be in the right. If you're a gambling person, you put £10 each way. Means to come in first or come in second or third. You spread your betting. You don't put it all on one horse. So that's like the equivalent of hypocrisy. Don't believe in the truth of things. Believe in the illusion of things. Because that's what an illusion is. You see the water shimmering on the road. There is no water there. I look, I see water. I believe it's water. Oh no, it is an illusion. It's a mirage. It is both. It is water which doesn't exist and yet is there. It's an illusion. So that's what he's saying here is whatever you think of, whether you see it as entities out there, or space, or the mind, or the Dharma Dhatu, or the heart of the Buddha, whatever high elevated term you have that you think somehow transcends emptiness, then you're very, very wrong, because everything is within emptiness. All names indicating difference are just incidental labeling. Yeah? You do Chinese labeling, I believe. Yes, professional Chinese labeler.
No, I give 3 name also.
Okay.
Labelize.
Good. So the labeling is what you do from your background. When you were born in China, what was the cultural atmosphere? There are many things you can name easily. Yes. I understand, but there are certain things you shouldn't name too clearly, like Tiananmen Square or Cultural Revolution. or Mao Zedong was a mass murderer. You have to be a little stumm about some things, yeah, because head and shoulder should be joined. No. Yeah.
Similar things happens in another country.
Yes. Oh. Pointing to your American friend. You mean bad people are everywhere? So this is it. All names indicating difference are just incidental labeling. So is China going to be a friend of America or an enemy? So this is incidental labeling, isn't it? This is the mental processes in the American government which will determine friend or foe, friend or enemy. The same with Russia. Is Russia the friend of America? Is Russia a better friend to America than the Ukraine could be? Mr. Trump has already done a cost-benefit analysis of resources available in Ukraine. And he knows what trade he can get from Russia. These people are hard. They're not like us. We're sweeties. We're lovely. May all beings be happy. Yeah, but what's the bottom line? Come on. So if we don't think in that way, we take our labeling to be real. Because you can't, the art of the deal, you can't make a deal unless you know the relative value of what you're dealing with. So that's subject and object. And he's quite right. The whole of samsara is deal making. So then he says, they are nothing but meaningless false words. Now this is quite challenging. Enlightenment is a meaningless false word. Kindness is a meaningless false word. Compassion is a meaningless false word. What does this mean? It means these are verbs, not nouns. With a noun, you can freeze something, you can fix it, you can come to a definite conclusion about it. But with verbs, they're like a river that's flowing. You apply the name to the river, but the water of the river keeps flowing, yeah? So, do you have a mind? You have to say, yes, I have a mind. We all have a mind. What will be arising in your mind in 1 minute's time? I don't know. But it's your mind. What sort of a mind have you got if you don't even know what's going to go through it? Huh. So the continuity of mind is, as he says, meaningless false words. My mind. Yes, we have some intelligence, an intelligence which is connected with the flow of experience, but it doesn't come to a conclusion. It keeps tumbling over. It keeps moving. We have different thoughts, different feelings. If it gets very hot, we will think in a different way than if it was very cold. We are influenced by factors. They are not fixed. We are not fixed. Neither subject nor object have any permanent, predictable truth. All names indicating difference are just incidental labeling, that the labeling arises due to causes and conditions. So if you're in England and you go to a big library, you can find the complete Oxford English dictionary. I don't know how many volumes it has now, about 18. And when you go in and look for a word, it gives you the history of the usage of the word. In the 12th century, it started like this, and so on and so on. Okay, that had a beginning. It came into time. And as it came into time, it came into place, and it started to spread out through books and so on, and people learned these words. And then it became a functional tool for sharing understanding and connectivity. But it was born. That word has taken on a particular meaning. So there are so many, many words. What do they establish? They establish the fact that we can pretend that the finger pointing at the moon and the moon are the same thing. This is a tree. Well, I'm putting the tree on the tree. Can you see that? If you notice that in your mind, it indicates that you are actually a very powerful person. You are not irrelevant. Your naming the tree makes the tree a tree for you. And that's maybe all we can ever do, is make things for us, because that's how our meaning unfolds for us. So, you're sitting, you have some sensation. Oh, my back's a bit sore. Oh, something is there, my back. There's some kind of tension in the muscle, so I want to move a little bit. Oh, that's better. It's gone. Arising, and it's gone. When it's gone, you let it go. Oh, maybe I should go to see an osteopath. Maybe I should get some deeper massage. Maybe this is a sign of some trouble. And then you start thinking and linking, and you have more propositions arising in your mind, and then you chase after them. And that road can go a very long way. We have words for people like that. We have valetudinarian, somebody who's worried generally about their health, or hypochondriac, somebody who's always thinking they have diseases. Why? Because we can imagine. There are people who are sick who can never believe they'll be sick, and other people who are healthy who believe they're always sick. This is the imagination. That's really what the Dharma text is saying, is because it's an open field, you can play with it however you like. You have a sharp knife, you can harm someone or you can help them. I knew a Swiss zoologist when I was in India, and he told me that when he had been doing his, he was a biology researcher, and he had been doing that in university, but he would also serve some time in the army, and they were in a convoy, and there was ice on the road, and there was a crash. One of the vehicles hit a car, and the windscreen, this is a long time ago, the windscreen fragmented, and the windscreen wiper went into a girl's throat. She was about 12. So it's sticking right in her throat. And he didn't have anything with him except his Swiss pen knife, which one must have, and a ballpoint pen. So he took the ink out of the ballpoint pen, so it's just a hollow tube, and he eased this out, and then he started breathing in through her throat and saved her life. I confess I would not be able to do that. I would not be able to do that. I wouldn't know, how would I cut? I'd be thinking, my God, I'm going to kill her. But he, with his knowledge base in that extreme situation, was able to do that. So there we see, that's dependent origination. That's a concatenation, a coming together of varying causal factors, and it was fitting. It worked. And that's a wonderful thing. But these sort of conjunctions don't happen all that often, where all that we need comes together. If someone else had done it and the girl had died, they might be arrested by the police. What were you trying to do? Da, 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 da. So the definition of the situation will depend on the circumstances of how it occurs. And we know that a knife could be used to torture someone, or it could be used to save their life. It's not embedded in the object, it's embedded in the mind, and the mind is empty. So he says, whether you talk about objects or subjects, whether you talk about dualistic consciousness or non-dual awareness, none of these formations has real existence, but they have functionality. So if you look at the world in terms of a dualistic consciousness, then you're always trying to make sense of what is going on, because I'm here, I'm in touch with what I see, and then I'm trying to work out, well, I know that I'm looking at you, but why are you looking at me? So it's like that, isn't it? What's going on? Is there some reason for this? Well, probably the reason is that I talk too much. So what this indicates is that the energy I use to make sense of my experience does that within a particular paradigm, within a particular bandwidth of interpretation. It's a particular heuristic. It explains and lays out the factors, but not the whole, just on the bandwidth. So by thinking about a problem, we come to some solution which is within the domain of dualistic interpretation. We arrive at a conclusion. We know what to do. Lots of other possibilities are there, but we come to a conclusion. And very often our desire to know the truth makes us naive. So it used to be common in the shipyards in Scotland or in big factories that when the young apprentices, beginning apprentices were coming in, they'd be in the old days 14 years of age, and they would be assigned to some worker, and he would send them off to the store. He said, go to the store, ask the man, I want a long wait. So they'd be standing there, and 1 hour would go by, 2 hours would go by, 3 hours would go by, and there's all these big men who know what they're doing, and the boss, excuse me, I've been here a long time waiting. I said, that's what you asked for, a long wait. So in that way, you learn painfully not to be naive, that there could be multiple meanings in a situation. It's not established. It's up for grabs. That's why we have history books. There are so many history books covering the same area, the origins of the First World War, the origins of the French Revolution, and so on. Interpretation after interpretation after interpretation, because it never comes to a full stop. Because there's always some new evidence or another viewpoint or a theoretical interpretation. The facts don't add up to the whole. There's always a gap in the facts which allows more compositional activity, which is like the fifth skandha. You take the information becoming available to you and you do something with it. You find out something more about them. So I was just reading an art review, and it was describing Picasso as an abusive bully. Now, 30 years ago, I don't think people would have been saying that. But because the cultural tide has been turning and there have been more accounts of his relationships with women, he was clearly pretty cruel and unkind and exploitative. So you get the rising tide when he's the god of Paris, traveling around, special tables at all the good restaurants, doors open for him. And now other people are thinking, just another fucking fat loser. It's like that. Why not? Because he was as well. He was an exploiter. So which interpretation are you going to have? He is beyond definition. No one-liner is enough. You need a story and then another story and another story. And the stories cannot capture the actuality. We shouldn't capture people. No more imprisonment, no more invasion of other people's land, no more totalizing slavery, where we say we know exactly who they are. It's open. But what are they? They are not a what. They are a who. So you make that just a very small shift, isn't it? What is this? Oh, who are you? It's so much softer. Because the invitation is, I'm a subject, you're a subject. And so some interaction of value could occur there. Now, I'm going to bring this to our meditation practice. What this is pointing to is although the flow of experience never ceases, the ground of experience is unborn. It hasn't come into existence. So the experience that we have is unborn. That is to say, it doesn't step outside of the womb of the Great Mother, or it doesn't step out of emptiness. It's always within emptiness. These are all forms, the diverse forms of emptiness. That being the case, whatever occurs is always already devoid of inherent existence. Therefore, you don't need to get rid of it. You don't need to destroy it because it has no substance of its own. It's not held together by anything except your belief that it is something. Now, that's a big leap, and you can check it out for yourself again and again and again. What is the true status of this phenomena? It depends. It depends on whether we believe in it, how we believe in it. It is part of a conversation. It is not self-existing or freestanding. I've often mentioned that when I was before I went to primary school, when I was about 4 or 5, I would go up to the local shops with my mother. And it was on the edge of Glasgow. People there talk a lot. So my mother would be talking all the time to people and then pulling on her dress. Mom, Mom. So, blah, 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 blah. Wait. Because I'm not interested in their conversation. And the most terrible thing is, because they're having a conversation that doesn't interest me, they're not interested in me. Now, how's that for a fucking existential insult? So I had to say, Mother dear, I exist. May I remind you, I am the center of your world. Mother dear, forget my brother. Just me, only me. So that was a terrible thing. How could she be interested in something I'm not interested in? This is the desperation of affirmation. Do you love me? Do you care for me? Do you want me? Will you feed me? Will you look after me? Because if you abandon me, I'm adrift. I'm going to die. Children have no autonomy. To be an orphan in most times, in most countries, is not a good fate at all. So we're looking for something to lean on. We're looking for someone who we can rely on. But everything is empty. The only true refuge is the open, empty awareness, which is not different from everything. So the great mandala, or the Dharmadhatu, or the mind of the Buddha that includes everything, or your own mind, these are all your sites of your presence, which are not entities. You cannot catch your mind. It's not a thing. You are not a thing. You are an illusory formation of the 5 elements moving in a field of the 5 elements. Therefore, you don't have to correct your mind. The dualistic mind of consciousness says this is good and that is bad. And the basic structure of that is this is good because it's not bad. This is bad because it's not good. So the definition puts them back to back and mutually repelling each other. But actually these are formations without any true existence, and they're self-dissolving. So when you see everything which arises in your mind vanishes by itself, you have the space of awareness. So this is the heart of the practice. So this leads into the Guru Yoga of the white Ah. Ah is the most basic sound. Oh, here we go.
Can you actually put it onto here, Gareth? Or put it on the table that you're talking about? Because that doesn't move, does it?
Doesn't matter. the letter R, whether you see it as a Tibetan R or a capital A, represents the mother, because the energy of the mother spreads out through her children. So we say, ha, ah, ah, mama, papa, kaka, spreading out. More and more words, more and more phenomena are coming into existence. The mother is ah, which is simply the breath moving in space. And as you aspirate it, as you bring a bit more vibration into it, you start to get the sound of ah. And certainly in the Sanskrit and Tibetan alphabets, that is the vowel that goes with all the consonants. And then you can modify the quality of that ah by adding the signs for the other four main vowels. They are variations on ah. Ah is emptiness. They are variations on emptiness. So you have clear light, like when we look outside, we don't see the light, we see what's revealed by the clear light. The light is invisible to us, and yet it makes everything visible. But if you have a crystal and you get the light at the right angle going into it, then you get the rainbow light embedded in the crystal. So this is like the sound of ah. Ah, mama. So, mama, you're just bringing your lips to interrupt the flow of ah. Ma, ma, pa, pa. There's a bit more plosive force in the p than the ma, but there is essentially interruptions to the flow of ah, or variations that bring about some tonal quality. That's another way of saying the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. Mama is sound and emptiness. My mother is form and emptiness. Everything is without its own separation. Therefore, there are no entities. There are only appearances. And the appearances are within the whole, which is the all at once. We'll run over this in different ways in the next few days. You don't have to grab it all at once, but it's a flavor, it's a sense in which the dividing lines that I make are too crude. You know, if you have a look in the I don't know whether you can access the library now, but in the bookshop they've got these books on Steiner art, particularly on the art therapy aspect of Steiner's work. And you see that they don't have sharp, hard edges between the different planes of color. The color has an elision, it smoothly moves into the next color. Because this is our world. When we look outside, we see shadings of green. We know, or we tell ourselves that we know, this is a rhododendron bush, this is another kind of bush. And when we put on the name, that concretizes, oh, that's one entity, that's another entity, that's another entity. But in terms of the immediacy of experience through the light of our eyes, it's one plane emerging. And the sound is also one plane emerging. Do you get a sense of that? It's not that naming things is wrong, but it's like a game. You're playing with the potential that is there. But if you play the game too hard, you cover the potential because you want something to be what you take it to be. And you fall in love with your own interpretation, which then means you don't receive what is there. So receiving how it is and projecting what it is are not necessarily antagonistic. Because if you couldn't do the what bit, you couldn't survive in the world. But if you lose the sense of the how, which is the here and now, it's always, how is always now, what moves into the three times, past, present, and future. And both these time systems operate together. But in terms of the vitality of our being alive, how is much better vehicle. So for the practice, we sit in a relaxed way. We open our senses. Our gaze goes into the space in front of us. We're not looking into the distance onto the wall or the hill or whatever might be there. We're trying to just gently allow the eyes to relax into the space about 2 arms lengths in front of you. It's a little bit tricky because the eye settles when it settles on something. And if it can't settle on something, it tends to get a bit active because it's trying to work out what's there, because it's driven by visual consciousness. We relax into that, we just open. Light is coming in. I don't need to know what I see, but I see. So, the familiar validator, knowing what is going on, putting the seal of approval, I'm not stupid, I know what life's all about, this is how it is, that fades away. I'm not telling the world what it is. This is a very big holiday. I'm not in charge. I don't need to know what's going on. I just need to keep my head above the water. That's all. So all the comments that you can make, all the summations that you can make, all the definitions and final conclusions become thinner and thinner and thinner. What is it? Then you need a lot of words. How is it? Lovely. Lovely. When you ask children, what did you do at school today? Nothing. It's a very good answer. What were you playing at? Just playing. That's very wise, isn't it? So, how is it being here? Okay. Would you like to say more? Why? We don't have to know. If you're playing as a child, you're completely in it. But what are you doing is such a disjunction to the integrity of the play, the non-dual connectivity. When people are on the carpet and they're moving things around, they're just exactly there. And now your question alienates the person from where they are, and they're expected to look from the outside back in and give a coherent statement about what they were doing. And that's the brutality of childhood. Everything is externalized. You have to be able to give an account and get back to school after the summer. This afternoon we're going to write an essay, what I did on my holiday. And we used to have things like, the story of a penny. You start, I was born in the Royal Mint in London. Okay, now you carry on the next sentence. And then you have to invent. Oh, very good imagination. That's wonderful. But it's an imagination that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't illuminate the fact that I'm inventing a story and it's not real. I believe things that are not real. My teacher believes things that are not real. Help! Why am I being taught by someone who believes in the unreal is real? That's what we all do. This is samsara. This is not where people put the light on. People put the light off and tell you it's on. It's a kind of gaslighting. You get crazy. Oh, we all know what's going on. Yes, we're educated people. Oh, yes. So, sitting here, senses are open, and then we make the sound of ah together 3 times. As you make the sound, just like releasing yourself from all your thoughts, release yourself from the past, from the future, from the present, let it go. You're off duty, you don't have to give a justification or an interpretation, just there's ah, and you're sitting and you're open, and then stay in that state, and whatever comes, let it come. Whatever goes, let it go. Don't interfere. Don't make choices. That's easy to say, more difficult to do, because you find that you're making choices. You find yourself absorbed in something, being drawn towards it. When that happens, just relax in the out-breath. Don't make any radical change. all you're just doing is opening the space and everything's flowing in the space. Okay, any questions about that before we proceed? Okay. Okay. And what is very important in this kind of practice is various kinds of distraction arise. I'm anyway quite tired, so I'll have a tendency to drift into a moment or two of sleep and then come out of it. And the key thing is to stay with however it's coming. Because as soon as you describe it to yourself as I've made a mistake or I'm falling asleep, something's happening, you've now opened up how I should be and how I actually am, and the disjunction between the two leads to more thoughts or regrets or must try harder or some kind of driver. So however the mind is, just allow it to be and it will go free by itself. You don't have to improve it. You don't have to change it. Your condition is your condition. If you're tired, you're going to get a bit sleepy. If you're not very well, you'll have some pain and you might need to move around. Whatever is your situation, there is space for it to arise and passes through, and here you are. So, the ground of space is our ever-present ground. When you first do the practice, of course, you have to conceptualize quite a lot. So it is as if by thinking about space, you'll get closer to space. But that is not necessarily true. You're already in space. You can't think about space. That's what this amazing yogi has been emphasizing. It's not something to think about. It's ungraspable. It's unborn. Why? Because space is the mother. All the thoughts and feelings and sensations you have, these are the children. They are born within the womb of the Great Mother, if you take that metaphor. They don't come out of the womb. They are born within the womb, and so they are both born and unborn simultaneously. A thought arises in your mind. It doesn't come out of your mind. It has its particular formation and then is dissolved and gone, and dissolved and gone. So it's not that it's born and then dies. It is like the mirage on the road on a hot day. It's suddenly shimmering very strongly, and then the car goes under some trees and there's shade, and there's no more mirage. It was an illusion. An illusion. So, whether if you have a relationship, whether the relationship goes well or not well, whether you're happy and feel in love or you're lonely and sad, whatever is arising, this is experience. If you turn your experience into a vehicle of truth, right, I've had enough, I'm not putting up with this anymore, and you have an action plan, that can take you out into making big changes, which on one level could be useful. But for meditators, it's much more important to see whatever conclusion I come to is a self-dissolving conclusion. So that's not much of a conclusion. I'm not putting up with this anymore. I've had enough. I've had enough. Let's go. Great proud statement. Make the mind great again. There's no need for that formulation of artificial activity. We're not having to create something. The mind itself shows in the way the mirror shows so many things, and it shows it without getting tired. So if you come in a car, you look in your wing mirror as you're going, and there's image after image after image after image. You come out of the car, you're a bit tired, then you have to check with the heat, you have to check the air pressure, you have to check the water, you have to check the fuel, but you don't have to check the mirror. Well, the mirror looks a bit tired. What should we do? Pour a little whiskey on it. The mirror doesn't get tired. We get tired. As long as your mind rests in the state of the mirror, you don't get tired, because the tiredness comes from the interaction. What is happening to me? What do I want to do about what is happening to me? And that's a heavy workout. Appearances arise and then they vanish. So we do this practice of the Guru Yoga of the White R again and again. It's called the Guru Yoga because the Guru means the true state of your mind, or how you actually are. And yoga in the Tibetan language is Naljor. Nal means natural or unartificial, and Jor means to be inseparable from. So the Guru Yoga is the way of being inseparable from the true state of your mind itself. So that's why we just sit, we make the sound, and we sit open way. We're not improving our mind or creating our mind or transforming our mind. We're just with the mind. To be with the mind is to be aware. Awareness and the mind are inseparable. The mind is open and empty, like the sky, and awareness is like the sun rising in the sky with unimpeded rays of light going in all directions. So you hear something. How is it? What is it? Don't know, but it goes. As soon as you say it's a plane, oh, we know what it is. But what we heard was, that's what we got. We put on a lot of salt, a lot of pepper, some chili sauce perhaps, maybe some nice mango chutney. By the time you've added all your own special ingredients, now it tastes just right. It's an aeroplane. You've told yourself what it is, and while the damn thing's gone away and you can't hear it anymore. So now you're thinking about the echo of a vanished moment. That makes sense? Do we need to know what it is? Have you ever been stopped in the street by someone saying, "Do you hear that plane?" Oh, we don't need to know too much. It's just sound and emptiness. Ah, mama, kaka, brrr, all these sounds are sounds and emptiness, arising and vanishing. That is the mother. You add your thoughts and all the children come alive. This mother is incredibly fertile. You just smile at her and she's having a baby. Because these thoughts keep coming and coming and coming. But of course they come and they go. Although it comes, nothing has come. Although it's gone, nothing has vanished. No? Like an illusion. So most of us have to massage this into ourselves again and again, and do it through touch, through smell, through taste, through seeing, through hearing, and realizing how hard we work to hold the world in place. In the Ukraine, so many Ukrainians who had never, ever, ever wanted to be soldiers are fighting for their country. That's a terrible thing to have to do, to have to die for your country. I mean, it's so conceptual, it's so abstracted, and yet getting a bullet in the head, it's not fucking abstract at all. It's horrible. So you've got a strange conjunction between these dogmatic interpretations of what's going on and the actual biff of bombs falling out of the sky and rockets being thrown at you. It is impactful and it seems very real. And it's all created out of thought. The Ukrainians are all Nazis. And you hear these dogmatic statements that Russia keeps pumping out and pumping out and pumping out, what Putin does anyway. It's what they call being in control of the narrative. If you work in public relationships, that's what you're always trying to do. You're wanting to get your brand up there and to have the people who discuss it in public say positive things about it and not negative ones. So you're controlling the narrative and directing it in a way that will excite and connect people. But it's lying and cheating a lot of the time. Remember the adverts for Marlboro Man or Lucky Strike? Riding on a horse, smoking a cigarette, developing my cancer. All the lies that the tobacco industry told about it. All the lies about all the chemicals that are in our food, that you've got little plastic in your brain, little plastic in your bowels. We've got a lot of chemicals inside us that shouldn't be there. No, we don't. Do you have evidence for this statement? Our lawyers will sue you. There's a lot of zipping going on in this world. Because if you enter fighting with lawyers, these big corporate lawyers, scary, scary. These are like killer whales. They eat you up. We're little innocent. Buddha. I tell the truth, ask the Buddha. Lying, cheating. Now, my teacher used to say of himself that he was liar number one, cheater number one. And that is very important because he knew that he lied. No? He was a Tibetan refugee. He lived in India. He married a Sikkimese woman. He got an Indian passport. The Indian passport said he is a citizen of India. He would say, I'm a Tibetan. If you said he was an Indian, he wouldn't like it. He was a Tibetan. But he wanted an Indian passport because then he could travel. It's a fraud. It's a deception. It's a sleight of hand. It's the realm of the trickster. Because it's smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. If you have $1 million, you can go to all kinds of islands and they'll give you a new nationality. You buy your citizenship. So these are the constructed identities. They are non-intrinsic. Everything which is non-intrinsic is a fraud because it's a construct. And many of the things which are put together in the construction of it are not very high quality. For example, all Ukrainians are Nazis. So you can kill lots of people on the basis of a false proposition, but which doesn't get contested very strongly because we're used to hearing lies. The reason the British went to India was to educate the poor Indian people and to give them trains. Do you know that before the British arrived in India, they did not have trains? Isn't that outrageous? What were the Indians thinking of? We went there, we gave them trains. You can find this in British history books. We gave them education. In Britain, you can go through all your general studies, your A-levels, your university. You will not hear one fucking word about Indian philosophy, about Indian history, about Indian sculpture. Not a word. India was British India, and the British got fuck all out of India except cheap cotton. Amazing. Amazing. We are so close to India. The Archaeological Survey of India was developed by British people, but did we appreciate the depth of the culture of that country? Not at all. It's remarkable. So the reason for looking at these things is to see that you can look without seeing. You look because you project your idea onto what you see, so you only see your own prejudice, your own mind. Yes, we gave them civilization, in fact. We brought the good news of the Bible to the Andaman Islanders because they're very primitive people there. And so we have to give them Bibles. We have to do that because Bibles are good and the Upanishads, not so good. I've never read them myself, but I know they're not good because I read the Bible. Because I only read the Bible, I know that the Bible's the only book. Yeah. Our stupidity is so deep, so profound, and our arrogance is so great. And this is why we find it so difficult to learn about other cultures and appreciate other cultures. So when you see everything is empty, it's not about following one dogma or another dogma, but about seeing how patterns arise on the basis of the interaction of these different factors. Believing is a substitute for seeing. In English, we have the saying, seeing is believing. But actually, seeing is often disbelieving, because if you really see what's going on, that the Duchy of Cornwall makes a lot of money every year for our king. And we have a king. And we also have a queen. And is the queen a real queen or a false queen? The king's mother was not sure about the status to be ascribed to the future king's wife. So Kamala, there you go. The wires are getting crossed now. So is she really the queen? Is the king the king? Until you kill him. Netanyahu has said he is determined to kill the leader in Iran. I'm going to assassinate him. We do that. We kill a lot of these people. For years and years they've had that. These guys on motorbikes in the middle of Tehran, and then they're off and they vanish. On what basis do you do it? We don't like them. We're frightened of them. James, why did you punch that boy? I don't like him. Good. Join Mossad. You'll get a good career there. All I'm trying to highlight is the delusional aspect of our world. That seeing the ungraspability, why do we grasp? They are like that. We are like this. Whenever you find yourself making strong definitions of your value in relation to other people, you can know that you're getting lost. Because it's just smoke and mirrors. Yeah. Okay, so we've covered a little territory. See if there are any questions that are arising for you. Or maybe better, have a word with a few people sitting next to you and see if you can formulate any questions.
I'm just wondering what Sweets, is that one of your books?
Yeah.
And what is the text that you're quoting?
It's the first. This contains 8 dohas or 8 songs from these early yogis.
Right.
So this is the very first one.
Oh, wonderful.
From Saraha.
Oh, Sarah, it is.
Yeah.
My friend over there who wants you to know. I thought it was Sarah. He thought it was Sarah.
Super.
I'll tell him. Thank
Good.
you very much.
Pleasure. Okay. Okay. Oh, see if there are any questions which formulate through that conversation.
Yes.
Oh.
We've got one here. Are we all deluded? Am I deluded? Are we deluded, or am I actually wise and good? Am I a good person, or am I a deluded person?
It's like, I kind of argue coming from their own Buddha nature, and then there's all this stuff that I see and it gradually dissolves.
Mm.
I think that's where we're
Yeah.
from.
But this person, sorry, your name thinks we're all good.
Inherently good.
Inherently good, but covered in shit. Yeah, we had a little accident in samsara. And I didn't have any wet wipes with me. That's why I stay apart from other people. It's too embarrassing for them and for me, actually. It's compassion and wisdom. I know that I smell bad, and I pity you. Yeah, it's like that. We have faults. Now, do you have a scale? You put the faults in one tray, and you put your good qualities in another, and you measure them like that? Or do the faults and the good qualities go in one tray, and emptiness goes in the other tray? Yeah, and somehow emptiness is always more than the faults. Yeah, it is the base, it is the ground, it is the source, which in terms of wisdom, the emptiness of everything is equal. In terms of compassion, the differences of phenomena are significant. Yeah? Because if you're very hungry, and I see that you're very hungry, and I invite you to come and watch me eating, is that kind? No. Food is involved. You have access to looking at the food. You're very ungrateful. You see, well, this is a story. That happens in life. The people who have a lot don't give it to the people who don't have because they think they should have a lot. They have so much money they could never ever spend it. But they keep it. So, are they good people or bad people? Do people have an obligation to help each other or not? Well, on the level of difference, they don't. On the level of sameness, they do. There is both sameness and difference together. Yeah? We are diverse in our attributes, our qualities, the kind of cooking and so on that we like to do. But we are the same in the fact that we get hungry and thirsty. So, do the common features form the basis with the diverse extra features an optional extra? Or are they inseparable? Is the diversity inseparable from the sameness? everything you look at in the mirror is the same in being reflections, but are diverse in having shape and color. So there is no fundamental opposition between sameness and difference. But sometimes sameness is important and sometimes difference is important. So when we're meditating and we do the 3R, the sameness is very important because everything that arises is empty. So you feel the pull to get involved because you want to hang on to an interesting thought or get rid of an uncomfortable thought, but they're empty. So you have to sort of sit on your hands, and gradually that gets easier. I don't have to get involved. Your ego self, the pattern of being a separate egoic entity, a self, that is hungry because it is empty. The self is empty, but it cannot bear being empty. So the self is always trying to get full. So we're always trying to get attention or distraction. The entertainment industry is huge. So there's a huge amount of money goes into distracting us from the distress we feel about being empty, because we don't want to be empty. But if we can be empty and we see that these experiences of upset or dissatisfaction have no truth or substance to them as eternal definitive factors, but they are situationally important, because if you're hungry, you're hungry. You need to eat something. So you can't just say it's a big illusion. It's not any big illusion because your stomach's going to start cramping and so on. The fact that it's impactful doesn't make it real. Okay? So what does real mean here? In many texts, they talk about reality, the ultimate reality, the profound reality. From the Buddhist point of view, reality is a delusion. It's a false supposition, a false proposition. The real is a belief in the enduring autonomous identity of entities. But when we look for autonomous identities, something which is complete in itself, what do we find? Okay, I'm James. My name is not Chair. So you see me sitting in a chair, but I would like to assert my fundamental separation from the chair, but not until I get up. So I and the chair are together. So I get up with my leash, taking my catheter for a walk. So I am moving about with my autonomy. I'm making free decisions. I look this way, I look that way. I'm standing on the carpet. I am dependent on the carpet. I don't like this carpet. I move over here with my leash. Now I step back. Oh, I don't like that one. I stand in relation to the situation. That's not even honest. I am part of the situation. For the ego that claims autonomy, I stand in relation to it. This is what I'm experiencing. What are you experiencing? But I'm not experiencing. I am the experienced. The ego self is experienced. You experience yourself as an experience. So who is the experiencer of the experience of the self? If you stay with it, it's awareness. It's nothing other than that. It's the luminosity of the mirror which illuminates what is arising is both subject and object. Subject and object arise together. They are co-emergent. So there is me and the carpet. I arise with the carpet, or that carpet, or outside on the grass. I am always somewhere. The somewhereness is not an optional extra. I have to be somewhere. And since I was born, I have always been somewhere. because it's not just me. Now, I can say, okay, I used to go to India a lot. So I would travel to India, but I would travel by hitchhiking and then later by aeroplane. And in each of these situations, I'm somewhere. I'm in a plane, I'm in an airport, I'm in Delhi airport, I'm on the train, I'm up in the hills. I'm somewhere. Me and the environment are born together. The environment is not something added on to me. This is why we have all these disasters in the environment, because people think the fields are an optional extra. The cows are an optional extra. The birds are an optional extra. This is my world. I don't see my own intestines. I don't see my heart. I see you. So how you are is my world. I see your face. I'll never, ever, ever see my face directly, but I see your face. So how you are is of absolute relevance to me. So when we try to make the world a better place so that we see smiley people, that's good for you and good for me. If I am smiling at your sour face, that's a bit too Trumpian.
Even the words you and I,
Yeah.
me and they're not true. They're just...
Yeah, they're conventional titles.
So,
They don't establish anything.
yeah. So even us by using these words, we are creating, we're creating the delusion.
Yeah, yeah. So you have footballers, and then you have footballers in two teams, and these two teams are going to play each other, and you have a goalkeeper on each side and the forwards on each side and so on. So they're moving when they're in their role. They should stay in their rough position in the field because that's what they've been practicing doing. But the goalkeeper is not always a goalkeeper. They get in the... They go into the dressing room, they get kitted up, and they get into roles simultaneously. They put on their football clothes and they put on their football self. And then when they're out there, they do football-y things. And then when they come off, they have a big bath, and then they go home, and they don't do football-y things for a while. So in that we go in and out of these identities. In a similarly way, I am myself. Now, that's more tricky. I used to be a therapist in the hospital. I used to be a teacher in the university. I used to do lots of different things. I don't do these things now, but I do myself. I make myself according to the situation. And it depends. Exactly, exactly. It's a construct. It's like a mask. I have no face. Like, as they say in the Zen tradition, what was your face before you were born? Well, it was empty. It was just emptiness. And then when you're born, you get a mask put on because you've already born with a name. Your parents have already given you a name before you come out of your mother's body. And then you're brought into the family culture and the family history and all of that, and you're wrapped in these things. They used to wrap babies in swaddling clothes, tie them, bind them very tightly. Well, we get tied in conceptual blankets very, very tightly until we absorb these constellations. But there is no self to them. They are just beliefs.
How do we get out of this language? It's the language we're using, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stop speaking.
Excellent. Good idea. Time for a cup of tea. Okay, we'll have a break. Okay, so if we start with the Guru Yoga of the White R, and what's so important here is not to get caught up in an effort, a striving to make something happen. The mind has been empty from the very beginning, so we're relaxing out of our busy involvement with thoughts, feelings, memories, plans, and so on. Just we say, we let go of that, and then we haven't gone anywhere else. We're not imagining something else. We're just here in the space where all these imaginings move around. Because if the presence of the space or the openness or the Dharmakaya or the Buddha mind, whatever we call it, is here, it shows directly the nature of what is arising. So when you see, oh, this is a mirror, everything I see in the mirror is a reflection. That's its status. I don't need to be trying to work out what it's a reflection of. It's a reflection. It is the radiance of the potential of the mirror. So in the same way, all the movement of the mind is moving in the space of the mind. We need space to breathe. We need space to move. The mind is very, very spacious. There is enough space for every single tendency we have to be there. And when we allow it to be there as it is, we don't do so much. In the books, they're always recommending that you should give up worldly activity and go to the hills and live in a cave and so on. Well, if you look around in this garden, this place has been poor for a long time. So they didn't have many staff. So there's a lot of leaves everywhere. There's a lot of tangled chaos. It's not a problem. It's not something bad. But when you have the money and you consult with a gardener, what is the potential of this place? What shall we do with it? Then all kind of plans come in and all kind of activity comes in. It's fine as it is. So when the gardener says, well, we could remodel this and have that, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary. It's the same in our own mind. As your mind is, if you have a tired, lazy mind, if you have a hyperactive mind, you don't need to change it. You just give it the space to be there and think it's like this. If you went to the zoo and the zookeeper invited you to come into the area of the tortoises, would you be afraid? But if they invite you to come into the cage with the lion, you might be afraid. With the lion, you need more space. So the more disturbed your mind is, the more unpredictable your mind is, you need to give it more space. And the function of the Guru Yoga is simply to relax out of the centering constriction of I, me, myself. This is my mind. I need to make it the right way. I don't want to make mistakes. And all these encouragements to be busy and involved. Just relax and release and let it come as it comes. So everything we do today is arising for us as our experience. Some experience seems to be outside ourselves, some experience seems to be inside. So when we are sitting, you can feel movements in your body, muscular tension or twitching or whatever. You have thoughts and so on. And you also, because we're sitting with our senses open, you can see people moving about. What you're seeing is movement. shape moving. You conceptualize that person keeps moving. You come to a judgment. I don't like it. I find it distracting. When you have that, that's your own mind working. It's not telling you the truth about the other situation. Your mind is moving. If their body is moving and their mind isn't moving, that's okay. But if your body is not moving, but your mind is always moving, that's not so good. So entering into judgment, trying to work out what is going on is not so helpful. We need to break for lunch at 1:45. They are quite insistent on their timetable. We are the honored guests, but we have to fit in. So in the afternoon, I would suggest we add 15 minutes at the beginning. So we start at 2:45. I remind you that there's making these satsas, these images of the Buddha pressed into clay. You're very welcome to join in the making of that, finding out how to do it. And if it takes your fancy, you can do something else. The sun is going to get quite hot out there, so you might want to move around. There's some space around here. Make sure you're sitting in a comfortable way. So yeah, I would certainly recommend the satsa. And as I mentioned yesterday, this is something proactive. You are engaged in the production of value. At this time when so many unsettling world events are going on, the quality of the air, the quality of the water, the quality of the food, there's so many bases for mistrust, for doubt, for hesitancy, that it's a real blessing to be able to do a very simple task that you can believe in, that will not be harmful to anyone, that will increase your goodwill towards others and connectivity. So it's, in that way, it's very useful. Also, we have this plan for building a stupa on some land near here, and we plan to go and visit the land probably tomorrow afternoon. So if you're interested to come and see that, if you could kindly let Huw know so that we have a sense of the logistics about how people can be transported there. Stupas traditionally are very important. Of course, there are many kinds of burial mounds, including, you could say, the pyramids in Egypt. Somebody has died, they're an important person, so you give them a very fancy setting. The Buddhist story is slightly different, because when the Buddha traveled around, many big kings like Bimbasara and Ajatashatru invited him to come and stay and put him up during the rainy season and so on. And they became sponsors. And so when the Buddha died, the sponsors came forward and said, but we own a bit of this guy. We've been paying out the dosh. We want a bit now. So they divided the Buddha into 8 parts. And they made 8 different stupas that went to different places. Yeah. Our capacity to misunderstand is great. I got the Buddha's foot. But of course, you travel around in Europe, you can still visit these old Catholic shrines and you can get the toenails of Mary Magdalene and so on. Because we think it's in the object. We think it's in the object. It means my thoughts put the value in the object. Now, if you have no money, don't put the value out there, because you can't get the object. It's fine. Just like with the gardens here, they're fine. You've got leaves everywhere. If you've got lots of nettles growing up in the rose bed, nice. We are a modern society. We have all kinds of people living here. Why do you want to discriminate between flowers and weeds? But as soon as you want to make a nice garden, then you have friends and you have enemies. And some of the enemies will kill your friends. beautiful flowers will be strangled by weeds. And why not? Nothing is permanent. But I would like the garden to be this way. So just by being here and wandering around, you see so many things that remind you of how busy your mind can be and how you formulate these plans. And the plan is, if only other people thought the way I did, everything would be easy. Which is why people like to be dictators, because then you can put fear into other people and coerce them into aligning with you. But of course, if you're always aligning with the other, you're going to be off balance. So if you are here, present, available, you don't need to rely on any object. So that's the main function of the practice, is that we have the duality of subject and object. And so much of the life energy of the subject is projected into the object. And then we think, wow, that's amazing. It's just something. It's amazing for me because I find it amazing. So when I saw somebody's shoes out there and I thought, wow, these are really good. I checked what make it was. I thought, oh, maybe I could get shoes like that. So that's value for me because I once had shoes that were too small and it rubbed on the back, so I got a spur. So the bones started to come out. So it's difficult to get shoes that really fit. So these shoes seem marvelous. For me, not everybody has these self-created deformities of foot. And so your rationale in shopping for shoes is different from mine. But we live in the unique specificity of our bodies. What fits for me, that's me. You project it onto the object. Oh, these shoes are really good for me. So when you're talking, remember you're throwing a boomerang. Catch it when it comes back. Because if you throw it out like a spear and it sticks into the world, everything gets kind of transfixed on your thoughts. You define the world. But of course, as we know, the mind is always moving. And that kind of movement means whatever is stable is effort. The world is held in place by effort. This house is having a lot of effort done to it just now. If that's not done, eventually the house will fall down. Why shouldn't it fall down? Because it's worth more money when it's standing. So that's a thought construction inside our human culture. The maintenance of the building is economically wise and so on. It is held in place. We have a king in England, and the king is held in place with a lot of money and a lot of soldiers. When you see King Charles, he has so many medals on his chest. So he is a professional medal polisher. Your taxes go to fund this theater of deception. The king has no power, but he has status. He's a dummy. So we say, President Trump likes England. President Trump likes pomp and circumstance, likes a big theater. We have a king. So Keir Starmer says, Trump, my good friend, you can rent our king for a weekend. And you can go in a palace, just like Cinderella going to the ball. That's it.
I think it works.
Yes, it works very well. Yeah.
Write a letter of invitation to him.
Yeah, we should invite him here. We are your fan club. We talk about you all the time. So, there was something else. We have a lot more books coming out. So if you're interested, you just look on the Simply Being website and you'll see many new titles. Some are illustrated. Some are quite challenging translations of traditional texts. Some are more like well-edited versions of some talks I've given. If you like, you can get these books, you can give them to friends and so on, because in this time, we are starving. There's a lot of food for the intellect. There's a lot of things we can learn. There's a lot of information you can get, a lot of data to process. And that aspect of mental functioning, of dualistic cognitive processing, is confirmed all the time, and you can get money, you get a job through doing that. But opening yourself to Dharma is not the currency of the world. So, should I do something that gives me status and a niche for belonging and identity? Or should I do something which makes me very much on the outside? We have that as a real problem. In Tibet, the idea of sponsorship, sponsoring people to meditate in caves and so on, was everywhere. So they used to say that food climbs a mountain to the yogi in the cave, that people want to support that person doing their practice. This is not the case here. We each have to find a way in a complex capitalist system to survive and not to get too exhausted from doing meaningless work and so on. So, helping people to see that even in the midst of complexity, you can have freedom by allowing the free flow of interaction while maintaining the openness of the Dharmakaya, of the openness of the mind itself. That's a great blessing. So, if you like to make some of these books more available, that would be very helpful. Now, I would invite you to have a discussion in 2s or 3s or small groups. I want you to think about the benefits of eating only processed food. So, please, I look forward to the outcome.
It just came to my mind that how's this book called with the anger with the fox on the front?
Oh yeah, Me First.
Me First. The Me First on YouTube is on register only, so it's limited to adults. Someone said that this is.
Oh, this was the publisher because they thought it was too scary.
Yeah.
And because it's got the sex thing later in the story.
Okay.
That's the reason.
You have to sign in now, so it's less accessible.
That's not so good, yeah.
Because you just mentioned accessibility.
Yeah.
I haven't listened because I don't have a YouTube account and I didn't want to make one for this reason, you know. So it just came to my mind that maybe...
Is that about the book or the talk that the book was based on? It's the book.
It's on the YouTube recording. I don't know I don't know whether it's a reading of...
Oh, maybe Wendy read it. She reads some of the books.
Many languages, it's not only English. Oh. It's available in many languages and all of them are for adults only.
Oh.
So maybe I shall tell Barbara?
Yeah, we will think about it. Okay. Good, thank you.
And another question, there are people who insist on giving me a donation for the vases. If I give it as a donation to a yogi, to some nun meditating, is this okay? Or
Fabulous.
Nature preservation?
Yeah, whatever takes your fancy, I think.
You have no preference in that?
Good, thank you.
The church text, did you find the church empowerment?
I have to look through. I looked through some of the Tibetan texts, but I didn't find that particular one yet, because many of the texts didn't make it from Tibet, and Sia Lama was not so trying to complete it. But hopefully I'll find it, and if I do,
thank you.
The Jigme Lingpa, the one that's in This Is It, that doesn't need an empowerment.
Oh, okay.
Because it was public. It was Siya Lama said initially it was quite, you needed the initiation, but now in Tibet everybody does it and it's got a nice tune, so that doesn't happen. But the Gompa Wongyal church, you do need the empowerment for. So I'll do my best. I've got it written down.
In case you find, will be great. Thank you.
Good.
And this is it. Has a short text you said, which does not need. Do you know if someone sung it? If I can find someone who made a recording of how it's being sung.
There are recordings of Norbu, but there's also on the website you've got this recordings of Siya Lama chanting. So in one part of that is the church. So if you look at the indicator of the content, it's that church that he's singing. The Jigme Lingpa one.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we need a ding-a-ling-a-ling or something. Ooh. Okay. So clearly there's a lot of excitement about considering processed food. What benefits have you discovered?
Saves time, and it may save
animals suffering if they're being transported and so on.
Support economy.
Tasty. Nice if you have a palate that's achieved towards that.
Easier to digest.
Okay.
Companies and the food companies get very rich because they medicalise people and they all get diabetes. And the billionaires make a fortune. And then these people die off early, which is great.
It's always good to have the paranoid view, my dear.
It's pros and cons. So the pros of so-called processing, and there's the cons. Do we live in a natural world anymore? Is there such a thing as real nature, or have we pressed aside the whole world? Pros and cons.
Yeah.
My friend here says it comes with instructions.
Open the tin. Yeah.
They have a lot of benefits on the pepper.
On the bed.
Yeah.
Gives jobs.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
You do get more time to work longer hours.
Excellent. Yeah. Good for the slaves, huh? Well, this.
There is less employment, so in theory there is more time for meditating.
Well, this has gone in completely the wrong direction for me. Never mind. But it's true. We have, if you like, we have what the analogy I was going to make is, well, are processed thoughts better than simple thoughts? Because something arises in your mind and then you work on it. Maybe you're worried about something, you go back to it again and again, you chop it up, you rearrange the patterns. But of course, in order to function in the world, as we started to look yesterday, you have to be able to speak this processed language. You have to be able to cook how you are, what you say, how you behave for the situation you find yourself in. So the question then would be, does the processing change how it is? The word nature is not very helpful for us because the nature has to do with birth. Nature is where everything is born, and as we looked yesterday, the mind itself is unborn. It hasn't come into being as a thing. When we see the plants growing, they are growing because the roots are in the ground. Their source is their connectivity, not their intrinsic power to grow. Because if the seed is not in the ground and it doesn't get the rain, it's not going to grow. So all the forms, the outer forms of the world arise in dependence on other forms, and our thoughts and feelings and emotions arise on the basis of other thoughts and feelings. And yet, they are also instantly present, like the reflection in the mirror. So you've got two streams. You've got the linear stream of past, present, and future, and you've got the spontaneous, intuitive, all-at-onceness of here it is, here it is, here it is. If we see the non-duality of these two, then we function in the world without getting lost. If you get too tilted into the details of how things are constructed, and that supports your analysis of what's going on, your belief in what's going on, this powerful thickening of mental processing seems to support you. It's like when you fly in a plane and they say, you know, if the plane crashes in the sea, you put on your little safety belt and you tie it, and then it will automatically inflate. But if there's a problem, they have a little tube and you keep blowing into it. So this is our situation. We are blowing our concepts into samsara and keeping the whole thing afloat. So when we do the 3-hour meditation, we stop blowing. You have 3 big breaths at first, then... We have a lot of power, the power of interpretation. It's very, very powerful. We join the dots, we make patterns. These patterns have no intrinsic existence, but they have a situational existence, if you like. They come into formation due to previous patterns of thought. On the basis of this, that arises. On the basis of that, this arises. So, the fact that this place hasn't had much money means that the trees are very big, they haven't been, trimmed or pollarded, that there's all kind of bushes growing. And for people like me, that's wonderful, because I live in London, and it's nice to see this free movement. If they get more money, they'll tidy it up for sure. You can already feel this petit bourgeois aroma in the air with signs everywhere. Because that's marketable, and they need the dosh. So everything, it becomes a means to an end. When you worry, when you have doubt and fear, and you're not sure what to do, it's quite a lonely experience. You can talk to other people, you can get some advice, but they're not living in your skin. They're going to see through their eyes, not your eyes, and very often even very helpful people give us advice that doesn't fit, and we distort ourselves if we try to fit into that. I'm sad, I'm tired, I'm fearful, I'm going to die, I don't want to die. What will happen to my children if I die? There are many, many thoughts which arise which can bring agitation. What is agitation? It's a vibration. It's a vibration. If you go to the lotus ponds here and you see these 3 bowls and the water's coming into the first bowl, and it has a little central marker, and the flow of the water splits, and then it pulses, and then it comes out the spout into the next bowl, and the same thing goes on, and then into the third bowl. So is it where the water divides and unites, divides and unites? It's all water. The water takes on different forms due to causes and conditions. In the same way, every flow of our mind is like the reflection in the mirror. It is an illusion, but it is impactful. It brings changes to patterning. Let it flow. Let it flow. The central instruction in Mahamudra and in Dzogchen is don't correct. Don't correct. Leave it as it is. So we touched yesterday that Mahamudra is like the great gesture or the great seal. When the king's seal is put on something, that's it. Don't touch it. Don't interfere with it. So you feel lonely and lost. You're confused in life. That's how you are. But I don't want to be this way. This isn't good. I could have a better life. So what is persecuting you? The fact that you feel like shit, or the fact that you believe you could feel like chocolate? You're persecuted by your hope, not the actuality, because you're already living the actuality. You're having sad times. It hasn't killed you. You're breathing in and out, eating and shitting. Life is going on. But I don't like it. I want something different. Why? Because this is not as good as it could be. So there you see the vertical axis is very strongly in place. There are good situations and bad situations, and I'm in a bad situation, so I want to get to a good situation. So what should I do? Build a monastery, build a stupa, say prayers, do 100,000 prostrations, go to Bodh Gaya, go to Mount Kailash. There are many, many things you can do to change your state. Some people just hit their head on the wall. I had over the years, many patients who, when they got upset, they just banged their head on the wall. And that's very quick. You don't need to fly to China. You're not polluting the universe. And it certainly shifts how you feel. I tell you a story about this. I had a Dutch friend in a little village in Nieuwersluis, and she had a fairly crazy life, but she used to go to see this wise woman who lived along the canal. And this wise woman had lived through the time of the Nazis being there, and her husband had been giving some information to the resistance, and he was tortured, and he died, and she was left alone as a widow in this small house. And my friend used to go and talk to her as a kind of substitute mother, tell her tale of woe and woe and woe. Then one day the woman said, listen, I'm going to help you now. I've heard this story and I'm going to help you. She said, come out with me. So he went outside and said, give me your hand. Got your hand. Now, see, this is your finger. And she brought her finger to the brick wall and she rubbed it up and down until the blood was pouring out of her finger. She said, you feel something? Yeah, that's pain. All this blah blah is not pain. That's a very direct introduction. But it's also true, isn't it? So you can do a somatic thing, you can change your breathing, you can do yantra yoga, you can do all these things. You bang your head on the wall, have a double whiskey. All of these shift your mood. If you want to shift your mood, there's no limit to what you can do. Take a cold shower, take a hot shower. But for us, if you change your mood because you don't like your mood, I am the powerful person who is changing my mood because I am the victim of my mood. Yeah? It's a double move, isn't it? I can actively shape my world from the position of the victim who's been acted on by circumstances. So it's as if I'm powerful, but I'm not really powerful because I haven't managed to displace myself from victimhood. I still seem to be the object that the world acts on, that circumstances act on. So that's why we just sit. However it is, we just sit. So yesterday I started to touch on how unawareness arises in the mind. This is a story, if you like, but it's a story that's taught by many different yogis and scholars in the Buddhist tradition as being as accurate as possible a way of talking about that which can't be talked about. Words are never actually going to get the truth of how it is. And their description, I think, will be helpful. So the first moment was, having like this sudden, something happens. So you look in the mirror and you see someone has come behind you and they have a knife and they have it at your throat. Ah! I'm frightened by the reflection. I'm displaced because instead of seeing it just as something out there as the reflection, it's telling me the truth about me. Here I am. So the very first formation in Tibetan is called Dzogchen. Dag means I or self, and Zin means to hold or grasp. Something happens, it happens to me. Now, as we can tell when we start to do practice, situations are changing all the time. Thoughts, feelings, sensations, they arise, they pass, they arise, they pass. They're not permanent. We can't find anything permanent. We eat, and then some hours later, we're hungry again. You have a pee, and then later you need to have another pee. It never stops. It's one thing after another. There is no end to the movement of the arising and passing of experiences. What was that? So, in shock, what happened? What describes the object? So you have, in the shock of the displacement, instead of the coalescence, like if you look at these water bowls in the lotus pond, the water diversifies, if you like. You have this oppositional movement as the flow of the water is split by the little central wall or ridge inside the water, and then it coalesces. So it goes apart, comes together, goes apart, comes together. Just as we breathe in, we breathe out. It's pulsatory. But when you get a shock, it's as if you lose the pulsation, and then you just have this. And then there's the process of making sense of what this is, which is self and other. This happened to me. Who are you? What are you? From this repeated exposure, gradually you build up a solidity of an abstracted self. Everything that you have, everything that you are, belongs in the world. Your language, the kind of food you eat, the kind of clothes you wear, the kind of things you do to earn money, it belongs in the world. And even if you're an entrepreneur and you invent some new process, it's not going to work unless it can plug into the world. Everything is en-worlded. It's already on the inside. So in the Buddhist language, everything's in the Dharma Dhatu. The Dharma Dhatu has variety. It's not homogenized, but it's within this container. But I've always been me. Have you always been you? As far as we know, isn't it? I've always been me. Since I was a little kid, I was just me. So it is as if I have a reliable reference point, I, me, myself. Now, the actual immediate content constituting the substance of I, me, myself is insubstantial. It fades away. It's like a shadow, like a dream, like a rainbow. What remains is the concept of I, of self. So now, hopefully you start to see that there is the actual, that which is arising through the senses, and because our senses are receptive, sound comes in and dissolves. Light comes in and dissolves. Smell comes in through our nose and dissolves. Something else arises. Something else arises. So the life of the actual, of our sensory being part of the worldness, our en-worldedness, is that it is a stream of ungraspable experience with no fixed reference point. The concept of I, me, myself is installed there as a reference point because of the anxious retraction that came with the first moment of confusion. Because we tense up, then we relax. But if you tense up, I think, God, what do I have to do now? Instead of relaxing out of the retractive state of holding myself together, I mobilize this tension towards doing something. What do I have to do so that these difficult situations stop arising? So the idea of a self mobilizes the necessity of me having to manage my life, to find a way to feed myself, clothe myself, or when you're a kid, you got to go to sleep in the summertime when the light's coming through the curtain and you get bored, and you just have to find a way to do it. You have to get to school, you have to remember what books to take to school, and so on. You learn self-management, which is to say how to have a reasonable interface between the profile of what I take to be I, me, myself, and the profile of the situation I find myself in. You know, when you travel around, you go to different places, and you think, whoa, I wouldn't like to live here. Because you can just feel kind of intuitively, not for me. Something in the air, how people look at you, think, whoa, I don't want to be here. And you go to another place and you feel more at home and relaxed. What does that mean? It means no evenness. It means the specificity of elements in the world I am looking for is the specificity that will fit with my sense of I, me, myself. I'm looking for harmonious circumstances that maintain my sense of who I am. And then we're going to die. So, it's sound and fury signifying nothing much. All the busy things you've been through, what was it for? What was it for? Well, what it's for is participation. And if your participation is in the house of compassion, then everything you do in your connectivity is about seeing the non-duality of self and other. But if your frame of reference is a self-focusing reference, I become the starting point of everything I do. It starts from me. How am I? So what do I want? So that's why when we started today with the 3R, we relax out, here. And when we're here, body is here, thoughts are here, tent is here, field is here, people are here. All at once, not divided. Our concepts come in like a pair of scissors, chopping things up, and then we make these collages of these different shapes. But they're all shapes that are already on the inside, but we have trimmed them because we like this color more than that color, or it doesn't quite fit. So we're very, very busy making patterns which are impermanent. So, as this interaction of subject and object arises, it ripens as the mobilization of the application of concepts onto appearances through language. That is a tree, that is an oak tree, that is a very big oak tree, it's a very healthy oak tree. We could go to the sawmill and find out how much money we would get if we chopped down that tree. There are many, many things you can do once you've established that is a tree. Is it sick? Is it healthy? Could we climb it? Would it be safe? Many, many thoughts arise once you have the identified object and you impute qualities to the object. I remember when I really fell in love for the first time, sweet, sweet girl, and my parents came through to Edinburgh where I was staying, and we all went out to have some food, and my mother said to me, "Oh, this seems to be very special for you." And the way she said it, there was just a little... Like, poor naive little boy. You don't know what's coming. And she was right. So we need that naive hope where we just pour ourselves into something. But with time, hopefully, we get a sense, I want to have my spontaneity, but I don't want to be daft. So if you go to the seaside and there are rocks and you want to dive into the sea, first you should lower yourself into the water and feel with your feet. Because if there are rocks under the water and you dive in, it's not very good. And life is full of hidden rocks. That's what samsara means. But then you can be terrified. Then you can be retracting all the time and be very wary and practice mindfulness, which is careful what you do. You could get lost. I'm already fucking lost. Where am I lost? Here. Where is here? Here is here. I'm not lost. But where are you? I haven't a clue. But I'm here. So, again, in the Bible it says, what profiteth someone to gain the whole world and lose their soul, lose their sense of self? So, you know where you are, you know what your national insurance number is, you know how to function at work so you don't get the sack, you know so many things. And where are you? Oh, I'm living in Birmingham or Brighton or wherever. I know where I am because I can tell myself where I am. Yeah? I can reassure myself, don't worry, it's okay, James, it's fine, it's like this, it's like that. So that's the basis of therapy, a dualistic interaction in which we change the narrative slightly so that we can inhabit it more easily. But you're still in a jungle of concepts. And whatever peaceful formation of the concepts arises, it won't last forever. It shifts into something else. Here could be a story, or it could be just this. So the function of doing the 3R is releasing ourselves from the stories, the interpretations, the constructs of what here is, so that I don't tell myself what here is, but I'm here. So how is here? We can't say. The Tibetan example for this is if somebody doesn't understand the word sweet, you can tell them a lot about different kinds of cakes or chocolate or white sugar or brown sugar. There are many examples you could give for what sweetness is, but they're just hearing a lot of words. Or you take a small spoon and you put some honey on it and you put it in their mouth. Ah! So that's what sweet is. Oh, okay. Now tell me what is sweet. You can't say. You can't say. You have an experience which is a very simple experience, but it can't be caught by words and concepts. So that's an outer example of how our mind is. But we live in a world where everything is externalized. We don't live in a culture of mystery. We live in information technology where there is an exteriorization of the inner world, so that what is profound becomes superficial, and then it's traded. So we live in a commodity capitalist culture where everything has a price, everything can be traded, and the qualities that things seem to carry for a while give them a kind of currency or an ability to work in the world. But all of these statements are trying to put the meaning in the object. The advertising world is very powerful. There's a lot of money in advertising, on the media, various ways, on television, in books, in posters, and so on. Why would companies spend so much money trying to get branding that is recognized by the public? They want market share. The reason they advertise a lot is because they're trying to put the meaning into the item, which is basically meaningless. Basically meaningless. Things are functional. If you have a job where you have to drive long distances, having a good car, if you can afford it, is probably a good idea. It's a function for you. But if you become proud of your car and you think this is special, look at my car, hey, then it's a delusion, because the idea of the car is being separated from the functionality or the participative nature of the motor car. So we easily do that with ourselves. We have a body, we keep reasonably healthy, it lets us participate in the world. We are no more special than anyone else. Everything I say is sound into emptiness. Sound into emptiness. Good morning. You are a Buddha. It's just words. Don't believe a thing I say. Because we believe things, and this is the second level of ignorance. It's called the kuntutakpe marikpa, the unawareness of naming everything. Takpa means like a name or a sign. So we fix meaning onto things. That is an oak tree. That's an English oak tree. You also get the European oak, which is slightly different, the shapes of the leaves. And oh, don't I know about oak trees? Woo-hoo-hoo. You know, it's like this. We get a kind of inflation or kudos from being able to link these ideas together. We're building castles in the air, like these summertime cumulus clouds that mushroom up and up and up, and you go on a riff and all these thoughts are coming, and it's just movement in space. So when we take the concept expressed through language as being definitive of what is there, we start to live in a world of images in which the image of what is there becomes more meaningful for us than the actuality. And the reason is this, because our individual ego self is anxious. We're going to die. How shall I live? What should I do? There's a lot of questions when you are disoriented, when you are discombobulated, when you're ungrounded and you're not just here, but you're having to make choices all day long. What shall I do? This or that, this or that. So much work nowadays, especially on computers, is about choices, decision making, this way or that way. So I have to decide. So the more confident I can be at the manipulation, the moving around of interpretations and definitions and decisions, the more sense of power and mastery I can have. I am the master of empty signifiers. So, what we have to do, of course, is to convince other people that our signifiers are not empty. And we do that by believing in them. And if we believe in them, then you have to express that. And maybe you've seen some of these TED Talks. The people who do that, they're amazing. They're so confident. They stand there on a huge stage. What the fuck? Have some self-doubt. I mean, something. Because they're setting out their stall in the marketplace. They're trying to establish the absolute validity of what they say. But everything they say is sound into emptiness. Silent, sound, silent. Silent, sound, silent. Like a big wheel that keeps turning. It is self-emptying. The mind is self-emptying. In some of the traditions, they talk about the gap between thoughts, and it's just that. So a thought arises, filling the space, and then it vanishes, and then there's a gap, and then another thought comes, another thought comes. Often they're running together, and you can't see that gap so much. But the very fact that emerging and vanishing, this is not stable, this is not reliable. But the name is, my name is James. That has been something that has accompanied me through my life. So in England or Britain, James used to often be the name of the butler. So when I was in school, I was always being teased that I was a butler. James, bring me tea. I don't want to be James, I want to be something else. My mum would say, well, what do you want to be? I don't know, what would be good? Very difficult to think, what name would you give yourself? Because the name is artificial. The name is just an add-on. So you have the actuality of me in all my different moods, feeling tones, relationship, opening and closing, pulsating and so on. Part of the environment. I am co-emergent with events. I'm not a monad. I'm not an isolate. I'm not autonomous. I am part of the interconnectivity. So when the name is given James, it is as if there is a definitive fixed referent which is summoned forth by saying James. But if you say James, you don't know which James you're going to meet, because James is always changing. We say oak tree, that oak tree, so we maybe later go out and look at the oak tree. But as we looked yesterday, how the oak tree is for you depends on where you stand in relation to the oak tree. It depends on the time of day, the season, the angle of the sun, whether there are clouds in the sky, and so on. That is to say, a tree is a potential of revelation, just as we are. But calling it an oak tree seems to give you a purchase. Like we were looking yesterday, the name oak tree is the handle. It's an oak tree. This is James. Now you can apprehend or take hold of it, but it's actually changing. It's changing. So when I think I have definite knowledge, that's a sign I've been cheating myself, because I haven't been attending to the movement of manifestation. Does that make sense? So once we come under the power of this unawareness of naming, we are displaced from the immediacy of life. So you're walking down the path and you see something and it catches your eye and you stop and you look. That's how our life is, isn't it? We're interrupted. You know, like if you go back to the 5 skandhas, the second one about feeling or impact is positive, neutral and negative. So you're walking down the path. A lot of what you see is kind of neutral. It's just, oh, it's nice, it's all green. Good. And then you see something, oh God, what's that? Little dead mouse. And then you see something, a little beautiful flower. You see some wild strawberries and oh, they're so special. This is our mind. We attribute this value. So I'm no longer seeing the world as it is. I'm seeing the world through the lens or the distortion of my interpretation. On a subjective level, there's nothing wrong with that, because you have your experience. This is important for you. Why shouldn't you sing that song? But if you think it's a universal truth, come, look at this, it's amazing. Really? Are you sure? It's not. I think I've told some of you before that when I was studying art therapy, I went into the National Gallery in London and I sat in one of the big halls and I watched the people looking at the paintings. And people would come in, and they look at the painting and then they turn away, then they turn back and they read the name. They think, wow, Picasso. Okay, looking at it, this is a Picasso. And it was so amazing. The painting didn't catch them, but the name caught them. And that's what we are trapped in, that concepts, signifiers, definitions, which seem to give us a real knowledge. Because, oh, it's a Picasso. It doesn't tell you fuck all about anything. You look at it, it's an invitation to open yourself to this movement of color and shape. Yeah, I don't like it. It's difficult to open yourself. Or say you listen to modern music, Stockhausen or something like that, you think, bloody hell. John Cage, We say, it's an acquired taste, which I have not acquired. So, how can I acquire the taste? How can I be with Keith Jarrett for 3 hours? And you have to open yourself and you receive it. And as soon as you go into your vertical axis of evaluation, oh God, this is boring, or God, it just goes on and on, and blah, blah, blah. And where are you? You can't leave because you're in the middle of the row and you're stuck with something that you've disconnected yourself from. Because the music is only meaningful when it's pouring through you in its purest form. And the more you go out to meet it with interpretation and classification, you do a violence to the simplicity of the sound. So you have to have an empty mind to listen. You have to have an empty mind to see. But because we are so oriented towards interpretation, naming, evaluation, creating structures, hierarchies, we tend to be trapped inside that conceptual frame. So I want to repeat again, from the point of view of Mahamudra and Dzogchen, the concept is not the problem, it's what you use it for. Concepts are the currency of the world. They help us to interact with other people. But I'm speaking in English and you understand the English, and so we've got a shared medium for communication, a shared sign economy, if you like. The semiotics of Dharma are revealed through English. Now, of course, this is problematic because Dharma hasn't been in English for a long time, and there are many, many technical terms in Dzogchen which don't come into English very easily. So this is always a work in progress as we try to understand, which can be very useful, because the one thing we don't want is to be complacent, where we fall asleep on the job. Oh yes, I've been practicing Dharma for 20 years. It's really important in my life. Be careful what you tell me, because I hear these things. Because we're telling ourselves some story. What benefit do we want to get from Dharma? I want to find myself. Where did you lose yourself? Actually, if you observe, you lose yourself moment by moment. Always getting lost, always being found. Lost, found, lost, found, lost, found. So if you want to find out where you are, you're here for a while. And as long as your here-ness is woven into the context, the field of experience, as that field changes, you will start to feel lost, because it will be other than it was. And we have expectations. One of the things about knowledge based on information is that it is predictive. It allows us to imagine, as it was yesterday, so it is today, and so it will be tomorrow. And this is not true on the level of authentic manifestation or the actuality of the senses. In terms of concepts, you can bang it like a drum. You can reiterate and reiterate and reiterate. Great Britain, Great Britain, Great Britain, wonderful Great Britain. We are, and this will be a surprise for many of you, we are world leaders. Every politician has to say this. We are world leaders in artificial intelligence. It's all public relations. It's all advertising. It's sloganeering. And then you look at your own mind and you think, fuck, I've got a shit job. I could be in Madison Avenue. I could have a big chauffeur-driven car because I do advertising all the time. I am a storyteller. I invent myself. That's amazing. People get paid for doing that. We haven't quite worked that one out, but we invent ourselves. You know, we're like children on the carpet, and we've got some things to play with. And then mum goes and brings in a bit of dough, and they start to model. We play with whatever we find, and we construct our sense of self. And then it changes, and then it changes. So, in the teaching it says, the content of the mind, or the flow of experience, is self-arising and self-vanishing. Self-vanishing. Yesterday is gone, breakfast time is gone, the beginning of our session is gone. It's always vanishing, 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 vanishing. But although it vanishes a lot, it doesn't leave a big hole, because arising, 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 arising. Arising and vanishing, pulsation, pulsation. Because this arising is not the last one, we don't need to hang on to it. Another will come. There'll be another thought, another sensation, another memory. This and this and this and this is ceaseless. That's what they always say about the mind. In Tibetan they say, Kewa mepa gakpame. Kewa means born. Mepa means without. It's not born. Nothing has come into concrete, autonomous, separated existence because we're always connected. We're sitting on the carpet or we're sitting on a chair. We're breathing air. We are dependent on the world and we are in interdependence with the world. So we're not born. We're movements in the flow, which is gakpamepa, ceaseless, unstopped. It just goes on and on and on. So when we die, this formation, which is the host of our dualistic consciousness, starts to gently collapse in, earth element into wind, wind into, into fire, fire into water, water into earth, and then back out they go. Gone. Consciousness goes off, finds another little inhabitant place. We're like little hermit crabs, because the hermit crab is safer if it has a shell. The mind, if it's open, is not protected. If it's really, really open, you see that everything that arises is passing through, because you've been able to keep a kind of panoramic vision on everything. So it's getting a little bit warmer. The wind starts to go down a little bit. We notice the shifts in phenomena, arising and passing, arising and passing. So if we see everything arises and passes, I cannot be stuck anywhere. Therefore, I don't need to unstick myself. Everything is unsticking, inherently unsticking, coalescing, forming a pattern, like making a collage on a big piece of white paper. You have these colored bits of paper, you move them around, you make a pattern, but you don't glue them. So then you can just move them again, ceaselessly patterning these elements. Each new pattern is fresh, just like each moment in our life is fresh. But if we're not that open, if we close into I, me, myself, this is who I am, this is what I like, I then have to make choices to try to increase my happiness and decrease my unhappiness. So as soon as you have a self, you have a selective attention. Because if you can be anywhere, if you're open to whatever comes, which is what the texts say again and again, whatever comes, comes. But if we don't quite have that openness, then my starting point is myself, and I am like this, and because I am like this, I like this, and I don't like that. Do you get the sense of this? That the more defined your self-positioning, wherever I go, here I am. Really? That sounds bad. Wherever I go, here I am, because I install myself with the delusion that I am always the same wherever I am. Actually, we are impacted by circumstances. Actually, we can't stop being impacted by circumstances. In Sarnath, where the Buddha gave his first teaching, there's a Jain temple. And on the walls, they've got paintings of the early Tirthankaras, the great teachers of the Jain religion. And in one scene, you see these yogis sitting in the jungle, meditating, and beside him there's a little fire. And somebody is taking the chimta, the tongs, and putting coals on the yogi's head. And I didn't understand what this was. My teacher said, yeah, in the villages, they don't have television, they don't have any excitement. So they go out and they torture the yogis. The theater of cruelty is nothing new. Because the silence of the yogi is like an insult to culture. I don't need you. I am self-sufficient. Then you go out with your begging bowl. Well, fuck off. Oh, I do need you. I will bless you. Give me food, I will bless you. fair exchange is no robbery. The food, but the blessing. You see, the thing about the blessing is you can't see it, you can't feel it, you can't touch it, you can't smell it, but it's so profound. So for one blessing, I'll come every day for lunch. There's a lot of that business goes on. The naming creates the delusion of substance. Substance is the kind of inner truth or the inner ground, like I am James, as if there's a little homunculus living inside me, the true James. And this is behind everything I say and do. True James is pumping out funny James all the time. But there is no such James. It's a delusion. There is no essential me. The essence of me is the space within which the potential for non-dual interaction arises. Does that make sense? That is so important. It's not all up to me. Me is like a kind of miasma. It's like the kind of fog or mist that you can get on a marshy area, and it becomes disorienting. You can't quite see where you are. So that's why the instruction is just sit. Don't go after past thoughts. Don't wait expectantly for future thoughts. Stay present with whatever is occurring. And don't reify, don't make a reality, an autonomous truth to whatever is occurring, because if you stay with it, it will vanish. It will always vanish. So in Buddhism, you have many, many purification practices that you can do. But the mind is always pure. Why would you do these purification practices? Because you start from I, me, myself. That's the wrong place to start. If you start that I exist and I'm like this and I have these kind of troubles and let me tell you my life story and how difficult it is, then the journey gets very, very, very long. But if you start just here, this here has no shape or color, no dimension, it cannot be conceptualized, and yet it's always just here, just here. Here we are. Here.
James?
Yeah.
But, or and, the three R's, and the, once they stop, the things start coming again.
They do? Where do they come from?
So we have to do the R's again.
What you need is tariffs. Donald Trump will give you advice on this, because if you increase the tariffs on the importation of thoughts and feelings and memories, you'll protect your internal industry. Make the ego great again.
So my question is, how do we stay with the three R's of letting go when they always keep coming?
It's the wrong kind of question. How do we stay with? You're starting with yourself. I get lost. I don't want to get lost. I have to stay found. It's all up to me. When you do the 3R, release every sight of identification, because we're always standing on ground which is crumbling, and then we jump to another. So we're like a drunk frog going from one lotus leaf to another, pop, pop, pop. We don't want to get wet. But without water, you wouldn't have the lotus leaf and you wouldn't have the frog. This is the fruit or the shining forth of the energy of the water or the space. So release and release. We'll do different kinds of practice in the next few days and you get a sense of it. But if we can, relax and release is very important, because I do the grasping. So with that incident that I described when I had that meal with my first big love and my parents, and my mum's looking at me and she can see that I'm completely gone. And she probably remembered as a baby I used to look at her like that. both had opportunities for This is special for you, James. No. She is special. And it's in these moments you realize that you pour your life energy into the object, which of course makes you very, very vulnerable because the object changes. They are not who you think they are, and you are not who you think you are. And you are not who they think you are either. So there's a lot of thoughts and interpretations going on, moving across the surface, like these water beetles, you know, the watermen that run across the top of the pond. They're skittering about, all these thoughts. And underneath, there's the actuality, which is, due to causes and conditions, formations come together and go apart. Come together and go apart. Friends become enemies, enemies become friends. Every meeting is a parting, every parting is a meeting. It's just like that. But no, I need you. What for? I need you to make me happy. Without you, I am nothing. You just listen to these songs. Rock music or popular music is just shite. It's just insane, the apotheosis, the making divine of the ordinary, but not in a way where everything becomes divine, but only the special people become divine. So what it feeds is selective attention. Very, very, very difficult. I love you because you're nothing special. This is one of the most popular chat-up lines in the land of lonely people. Because it doesn't quite work. I love you because you're amazing. God, your qualities, they astound me. Tell me more. Tell me more. We want something to be special, which means different. So love as the attributing of unique specificity to this person is always a delusion because there are no people. Buddha said that in the first Theravadan teachings, Pudgala and Atmadrishti, the absence of inherent existence in people. They don't exist. They are formations interacting in the field of formation. There is no one there. So you create the one you fall in love with. Because if you like them, for sure there will be people who don't like them. Let me tell you a secret. Some people don't really like me. Yes. And especially my brother. You'd think that having known me all these years, he would have realized my qualities, but no. Because we have opinions, and we have, from our previous lives, we have all sorts of factors moving in our mind, which create the furniture. So if you come here early in the morning, the tent is empty, and you see just the space. And you could run from one side to the other very easily. Then we all come in, and you can't. You've got to be careful. You don't want to stand on people. Yeah? So there you have your mind full of all these things you hold on to, these constitutional factors for how you are. And they are impediments. They are impediments to your free movement because you have made them solid and real. Do the 3R, movement in space, movement in space. Now we have a movement for T. So if you look in books on Dzogchen or Mahamudra, you'll see a lot of unfolding or explanation of the nature of signs and how they function for us. So I'll just read a little bit here of this chapter from Virupa. It says, all relative phenomena which are taken to appear and exist have no individual essence and are merely names, symbols, and signs. So if we really see this, there are no things. I am not a thing. These are not things. What we have is experience. And experience is the conjunction or the meeting point or the contiguity of what we might call subject and object or self and other. All the dualities are non-dual in their co-emergence. The problem with duality begins when you don't see the co-emergence of subject and object. When they seem to be linear, and you then have, there is this and then there is that. And from this position, I say this or I say that or I define these things. But actually, these are all empty signs like reflections in the mirror. Merely names, symbols, and signs. So, when he's saying merely, it's meaning they have a function. They are a shaping of your experience. They're a way in which you participate with the diverse kinds of experience you have, but they don't establish anything. So an empty signifier would be God. There are many ideas about who God is or what she is. You put anything in it, or love, or democracy. These words, these signs, they're like sausage skins. They can be stuffed full of all kind of different ingredients. Yeah. Vegan sausages, go for it. Whatever attributions you have, they're held inside the skin of the naming. So it is as if you are thinking about something, you're talking about something, and the thingness diminishes your ability to see it's already gone. The actuality is always vanishing. The naming seems to linger in the air because you can go back to the name. So, if I go up to Glasgow, where I grew up, I was in Glasgow, and now I'm going to go to Glasgow. I'm in Glasgow, but it's not my Glasgow. So the Glasgow of my childhood has vanished. It is not there. But the name Glasgow can be applied. So when people say Glasgow now, they're referring to a place I don't know. But you grew up in Glasgow. So this goes, the pre-Socratic philosopher Heraclitus said this, you can never step in the same river twice. Every day you go to the River Thames and you swim. I go to the same river, but the water is always changing. So is the river the name or the flow of water? As the flow of water, you can't catch it. As the name, the River Thames, you go back there again and again and again. These are not mutually oppositional. They're not repelling each other. They can be co-present, but you need to be quite astute and quite alert to see that actually life is movement or change or flow. It's unstable, and yet I can conceptualize it in a way that makes it seem stable. And this is done through the use of signs and definitions which we affix. So, there are a group of people, and they feel dispossessed where they are. They've been pushed out of their own land, and they struggle to get the land back. From their point of view, they are freedom fighters. from the point of view of the people who have stolen their land, they are terrorists. And we want to kill the terrorists because they are killing innocent people. The innocent people of this country who have stolen the fucking country, but they're innocent. So once you get into the realm of signs, you just keep kicking yourself in the head. It's crazy. It's crazy. Who is good in this world? These are attributions. What is justice? What is truth? Very difficult questions. Because you have a feeling, an ethical sensibility, which allows you to see whether somebody rings true, whether you might have a sense that you could trust them in some way. And all the qualifications they might have will not be able to take you to that point because there's a feeling that you have. It could be a deluded feeling, it could be a neurotic projection, but it could also be something veridical, something reliable. But generally with this realm of signs, what you get is differentiation. So here's the mirror. You're looking in the mirror. There you are. These are my ears. This is my nose. I focus on my nose. God, is that a pimple? At that moment, the nose seems to take on a life of its own and the ears have vanished. So, attention fragments. As you give attention, some things become foreground, and when the other aspects of the field don't get attention, they recede into the background. Actually, they never move. They don't go forward and back. They just seem to get a bit more life, because attention is, the light of attention brings things alive, you know? So when this structure is in place, it feels obvious that I exist, and the world exists, and people exist, and there are things I have to do. This takes us to the third level of unawareness, which is unawareness of karma. Karma simply means activity. In the traditional analysis of this, there are four aspects of karma. The first is called the ji, or the basis, which is the delusion of duality. If your mind is free of duality, there is no karma. When you have duality, you have self and other. And as you formulate yourself, what you like, what you don't like, who you want to be close to, who you don't want to be close to, and so on, you position yourself in this world of appearances. So this is the basis. If you don't have a self and other, you won't make any karma. Because when you do the 3R and you're just sitting, a lot is going on. Who is doing it? Now, if you have a habit of blaming yourself, you say, well, I do it. These are my thoughts. I get lost in my thoughts. I don't know how to meditate. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. You're creating a story about yourself. If you just don't comment on the experience, because you've already reified it. If you can put your comment on it, there has to be like a coat hanger to hang your coat on. So you solidify something and then you start to elaborate what it is. Relax out of that. Coming and going. It's like a magical formation. That's why they say it's like a rainbow in the sky. Nobody makes it, but due to causes and conditions, this is what manifests. I'm not doing it. The doing or the movement is intrinsic to the openness of the ground. The sky is open and it is hospitable to clouds and storms and rainbows and airplanes and so on. It doesn't block the arising. But when I feel myself to exist inside my own skin bag, looking out through my senses, looking, not seeing, but looking, I see things I like and I want more of. I see things I don't like so much and I want less of. This leads to the second stage of karma, which in Tibetan is sampa, which means to think or to consider or to plan, to have an intention. So I have an intention towards the situation. So the intention could be, oh, this is a really nice place. I hope we come back later. I'll have a word with Huw. Maybe next year we could be here. So I'm already into the future. Whether I'll be alive in a year, I don't know. But anyway, I'm making plans. So the sampa is a mental construction, a map. And having got my map, my notion of how it should be or how I want it to be, I then have to act into the world on the actuality, but the actuality mediated through my conception of who the other is. So that's the third element, is where you get a conjunction between your mobilized activity coming onto a situation and enacting. So I decide that you are very, very nice people, and so in order for you to benefit from the practice, you should all go out of the tent now and walk to the farthest end of the field so that nobody is here, and I can then go through your bags and see if there's any money. So that would be a perverse intention, that I want to win and you lose, but I don't care about you losing. So this is a lot in politics now. I have to win all the time, says the dictator, but that will mean they'll all lose. Not my interest, not my concern. So this enactment is privileging self over other. Now, it could be a good deed. I might decide I'm not going to have lunch. I'm going to save the money from my lunch and I'm going to give it to a charity to feed people where there's been a lot of damage. So, subject is shrinking in order to promote the welfare of the other. Or subject is increasing to promote the welfare of self at the expense of the other. Either way, you're stuck with self is real, object is real. And what's important here is that when we do activities which might be considered virtuous, we feel it's good, and according to the tradition, we accumulate merit, that there's a kind of byproduct of our activity, which is a degree of positivity, which is a potential which could be offered to other sentient beings. So by the merit of coming here and practicing and studying together, may all beings be happy. Or may the merit of our practice go to bring an ending of wars. May the minds of the warmongers become calm and soft. We can formulate these very good intentions. I don't like them making war. I want them to stop making war. It's for them, but it's about me. It's still inside the frame of duality. So even virtuous activity, if there is no understanding of emptiness, that all activity, whether good, deemed to be good or bad, is actually unborn, like an illusion. If you don't see that, then it's like building sandcastles on the edge of the sea. You build up some good activity and then it gets knocked down. Build it up. You can't defend the good in the world because this is a big, ever-changing matrix. So the fourth aspect of karma is that you see what you have done and you are aligned with your activity. It's good. I'm glad I stole their money. I'm glad I've now got something for nothing. So you have duality, the intention arising from duality, the enactment of the intention arising within duality, and the conclusion, that was good. When these four factors are aligned, they lock into place, and then you have the full karmic impact. For example, say you had 4 sheets of paper and a ballpoint pen, and you write something on the top piece. If you look then at the 4th piece underneath, there's probably no impression. But you go over the word that you've written with the pen, you're putting more pressure there, you look, nothing on the 4th page, but it's starting to mark the 2nd page. Then you do it again. Now the 3rd page is being impacted, and now the 4th page is being impacted. By the repetition of this energetic impacting on the situation, traces are set up. You don't write on the 4th sheet of paper. You only write on the 1st one, but somehow there is this indenting, this marking. And that's what the karma is. It's something you can't normally see, but if you like, you're prefigured. There's already a pre-formation available inside you which can be activated. So that's the energy of samsara. That people have intentions, and the intention is for ourselves. I was in France last week, and just in a small, quiet place in the country, in a very tangled garden, and there was a cat, and there were lots of birds, and the cat was determined to catch a bird. So I sit looking at the cat, and it's going towards the bird. Now, should I alert the bird to the cat? I privilege the bird over the cat. It's not got a collar on. This is a stray cat in a small village. Nobody cares for these kind of cats. It wants a bird. Who am I to intervene? But what about the bird? Please the bird, upset the cat. Difficult. These little ethical things are there all the time because you help this one, you don't help that one. You give money to a beggar, and then you see the beggar's gone into the supermarket, he's got another can of strong lager. You're thinking, well, I would probably be thinking, Christ, I'd like a glass. No, forget that. Edited version, yeah. It's very difficult to know how to help people unless there is a frame of reference. So the reason we study these is to give us a frame of reference which allows us not to analyze and to make sense of things, which you can do as well, but that's still within duality. It's like seeing that this is how it is, I'm going to let go of the whole shebang. So I do the release subject, release object, release conceptualization, release memory. Then when they arise, not mine. It's there, but not mine. So when a thought arises in your mind, it's your thought. No, it's not. No, yes, it is. It can be your thought or just a thought. So sometimes you're just sitting, maybe the sun's shining, you're lying on the grass, thoughts coming and going. Doesn't really matter because it's spacious. There's no need for air traffic control. The thoughts just whiz past each other. Or you identify with the thought. And now how that thought can flourish in your mind depends on the environmental conditions. Is there enough water? Is there enough nutrition? So you might want to develop the thought, or you might want to get rid of it. Because it's yours. I'm in charge of my mind. My mind is like a garden. I practice cultivation. I know this is a flower, that is a weed. Then we come across these teachings and it kicks you in the head because everything is fine. No flowers, no weeds. Just this and gone. So the acuity, the sharpness of your mind that lets you say this is a flower, that is a weed, is not necessary. I don't need to mobilize my cognition in order to make sense of my current experience because it arises by itself and it goes free by itself. This is the essential point. It's not mine. I'm not responsible. So when you do the practice, you can have all kinds of experiences. And sometimes that reverberates at night time and you have all kinds of strange dreams, which can be very entangled. They can be in the house of aggression or desire, all sorts of stuff. I had this dream last night. Who was the dreamer? The formulation that you make in this second level of unawareness, of the use of signs, constantly brings us to an interpretation of this is my experience, this is my life, these are my possessions, these are my emotions. If we just relax, nothing changes. The mind continues just as it is, but it doesn't trouble you. It doesn't. It just goes by because it's like a reflection in a mirror. The mirror shows billions of reflections, but it's not marked by them. It is untainted. It's not untainted by keeping it in a box, in a vaulted cellar where no contaminant can come near there. There is no end to the amount of mess, of confusion which can arise in your mind. But if it doesn't touch your mind, it's not a problem. So this can be quite difficult. We have to really pay attention. I involve myself in what's arising in my mind. So we go back to the first thing, we're saying the mind is like the sky. The sky is not owned. Airspace is owned. If a British fighter plane flies over Russia, then there'll be some danger because they'll go into alert and they'll try and shoot it down. Because there is Russian airspace and French airspace and British airspace, but there's no space, no owner of space. Space is just space. It's just open. So you have your ego state, the state of I, me, myself, and this is my airspace. And now this thought is coming into my airspace. Friend or foe? We're always thinking, is this to my advantage? Is there some gain? Or is there some danger here? It's just space. It doesn't matter. But it's my space. I don't want to have thoughts like that. I don't want to feel this way. I. It's just this. And then it's gone. But if you react because it seems real. I really don't like to have these feelings. I just wish they would go away. If you sit, they will go away. But I don't want them. So the aversive feeling glues you into them. The more you push something away, it's pushing you back. Anger is a relationship. You know, it's not just a cutting off. You're bound in with your enemies. Neither self nor other. So that's why we look at these texts and these ideas again and again and again, so that when we're meditating, we don't have to analyze experience. We've already kind of loosened ourselves up to have a bit more space in which we can just be with these thoughts. They come and they go. Okay, let's do the Guru Yoga. some people weren't here before, so just to remind you, we make this sound of ah, because ah is the basic sound closest to emptiness, to silence. It arises and vanishes. And we use the sound of ah to go from the formative capacity of the mind, ah, mama, papa, and so on. So the sound of ah as the basis of all the words in the Sanskrit dictionary, all the words in the Tibetan dictionary, it's like the mother. Emptiness is the mother, but it's also the relative truth mother of it. Something is established. And on that you build up all these different words. But they are the children of ah, which is emptiness. So as you say ah, all your past, all your plans, all your futures just gathered and dissolves like rain falling onto a pond. All these individual drops of rain, water into water. Then you just open. Okay. Okay. So as I said before, when you're practicing in this way, it's useful to do it for 2 minutes and then maybe for 5 minutes, because you don't want to be mobilizing the organizational power of dualistic egoic consciousness. You want to just stay with the freshness of releasing. So don't struggle to maintain it for a long time. If you are maintaining it, you're lost, because it is. You don't have to sustain what is. You only have to sustain the as if, the imagined. Samsara is imagined. The actual is just open. And we looked at these 3 levels of how unawareness develops. Just this simple Guru Yoga dissolves these 3 stages. It dissolves the basis of karma. It dissolves the basis of relying on signs. And it dissolves the basis of separation from the source, from the openness of the mind, because everything is within the mind. So it's very simple and very powerful. However, sometimes we get stuck. We're tied in knots and we can't free ourselves. So we don't just have releasing practices, we also have disruptive practices. You get gentle disruptive practices, for example, going on pilgrimage. You leave your home, you're exposed to new kind of experiences, you don't quite know what the deal is, and so that unsettles you. The predictive line of your normal egoic interpretation is kind of disrupted by the fact that you don't speak the language, or you don't like the food, or you don't know how to eat a chapati with just one hand. There's all kind of things where you feel a bit, how do we do this? So that's a mild disruption that maybe helps you to put into question the givenness of your situation. So if you're traditional British and you're brought up eating with a knife and fork, and you go to a Chinese restaurant and you get these little pieces of whatever that tie your fingers in knots, and it's quite difficult. And then you look at the Chinese family and they're, how did they do that? They do that because they've practiced it. It's not a given. We have to practice if we want to learn. But I only go to a Chinese restaurant twice a year, so I've never really developed the mastery of the chopstick. They eat in a different way. Whether you use chopstick or you use your hands or a spoon, you are working with the food as it's presented. You have to find a relationship with how this is. That's all. Some patterns are familiar to you, they're normal for you, but they're abnormal for many other people. One of the most horrible experiences I had was being invited to a very expensive Indian restaurant in London with a big businessman from Bombay. And we sat down. He wasn't very well, but he ordered lots of food for me. And the waiter kept saying, you eat the chapati with a knife and fork. So, okay, maybe in this kind of restaurant that's what they do. I'm chopping up the chapati. And then you have to put the food into the chapati and fold it and roll it and put the fork through it and then put it in your mouth. What the fuck? How come an Indian is explaining how to use a knife and fork on a chapati? But they think that eating with your hand in public is not nice for Western people, so we have to modernize how we eat. And they're so helpful, these experiences, because there you see this mental frame of reference that we want to be seen as proper and civilized and all the rest of it, completely causes an artificial modification of the free way of being. We can't be ourselves because we're looking, how are they considering what we are? So I'm judging how they're judging me, so I'm then judging myself on how I imagine they're judging me, and so I become completely paralyzed. Very, very strange. So we introduce many forms of disorienting experience. And if we reflect on these, we can see, oh, knives and forks are not the given way of eating. It's only a cultural formation. There is no truth to it. There is no truth to it. My teacher, Sia Lama, he said democracy means demoncracy because the people are stupid and bad. So if you let people vote, they become demons and they control you. What you need is a king, a proper king. And in Tibetan, they have many books on the behavior of kings, just as we have from Renaissance Italy. There were always guidebooks being written. A true king is generous, kind, doesn't punish the poor, and so on. Is democracy bad? It depends. How shall we live? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. These are just cultural formations. They belong in relative truth. They have no absolute validity at all. The issue for us, though, is if we want to have a connection with other people, we have to kind of find the resonance. How do you find that resonance? By receiving the other. You receive the other, you find the rhythm of how they are, and then you respond. First you receive, and then you respond. This example some of us know very well. In school, usually it's girls who do it more than boys, skipping. So two girls are holding a rope and it's going round and round and round. And the third girl is going to go in. And she's going with her body like this because she's getting her body in the rhythm of the rope. And then she leaps and then she's in it. But if you're just looking at the rope and then you jump, you won't be with it. The whole of you has to be enrhythmed with the rope. So you receive and then you respond. That's the central aspect of the teaching. Receive the world, how is it respond? Receive, respond. Don't start from yourself. Don't start inside yourself formulating what you want to do, how you want to be, because then you'll crunch into the world. It's not that you have to be the servant or the slave of circumstances, but you have to work with the circumstances, neither dominating them nor being dominated by them, but finding some kind of leeway. So, when the mind is very entangled, we can use another disruptive kind of practice, which is to blast ourselves free of the situation. So we're sitting and we're a bit locked inside, and we go, "Put!" And by allowing this sound to arise through you, your mind goes empty. You're shocked out of yourself. And then thoughts and so on start again. So we try this together, and then in the afternoon you have free time. You can, it's very, you have to go into Forest Row, sit in a cafe. Oh, my coffee, what the hell? It's liberation, madam. So, just try, maybe at first just try it with your eyes closed, and imagine a dog. You're in a village, it's late at night, you don't know the place, the street dogs are coming towards you. In India they say, "Hut! Hut!" And you really can stop a dog, because they hear that, "Fuck you." Okay. And you have to show this angry dog that maybe has rabies, that you are stronger than it. It's a moment of power. So when we say this pet, it's the same. These thoughts have caught me. I'm under their power. I don't know what to do. Pet! And the thing is, although the sound's coming out of your mouth, you want to imagine it's coming up from your belly and through the top of your head. So it's just... Okay, so let's try. And it's pet, 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 pet. Okay, try. Okay, so you want to do it as if your life is at stake. And it is. You are in samsara. None of us know how long we're going to live. Planes crash out of the sky like in India. Cars crash. All kind of accidents can occur. You could have a stroke. Many ways to die. We don't know how long we have. If we die in confusion, trapped in duality, we'll be reborn in samsara, because that's where you go when you're in duality. But if we want to find this open sky-like mind, we have to not be caught by the thought. We don't need to catch thoughts, and we don't want to be caught by the thought. So this is a very good way of cutting free of merging with a limited identity. You remember that second form of ignorance, and naming, I'm like this, or I've always been a bit anxious, or when I was young, I used to dance all the time. We make all these statements which seem to define the contours of our existence. They're stories. But when they wrap around us, because I am like this, because of my history, I do this, but I don't do that. So these restrictions, which can seem like the contours of my personality, this is the kind of person I am, and I'm quite happy being me, and I don't have a problem being me, and, you know, there's some things I do and some things I don't do, and it all sounds very rational, but what it means is, in the forest there's a little clearing, and that's where I live. And if I go out of the clearing, there are wolves, and there are witches, and there are bandits. So I don't go in the forest. I stay in the clearing. Now the forest is not very big. And if you walk 200 meters through the forest, you come to a lush open valley. And there yodeling is a sweet Swiss maiden, and she's just made some. Off we go. But no, I think I'll stay in the clearing. So that's the ego, has its own terrain, its own field of operation. So we want to blast through this. So we'll do the Guru Yoga of the 3R, just to relax and open. And then if you find yourself getting immersed in a thought, immediately allow this to arise. The key thing is don't do it too consciously, otherwise you're going to be straining in your throat and you get a sore throat. But it's just like a spontaneous release, almost like a fire alarm going off, the sprinkler suddenly coming on because of the flame. So pop! Okay, so we try that again. Now we're going to do the 3R and then do the pet as you wish in it. Okay. So again, this may seem like a very simple practice, but if you do it outside where you can just relax and feel free to do it, if you allow it to fully arise, you blast yourself into a kind of vibrant stupidity. Because you don't have any thoughts. You don't have the usual means of making sense of what's going on. You're shocked open. In Tibetan, they call it hedewa. It's like if you suddenly slipped, in that moment, you can't think. Or sometimes when you sneeze, you see little lights moving. And then gradually you come together. So if you really open to that, that is the flavor of the Dharmakaya. That's the mind of the Buddha. It's open and empty. It has no inherent content. It is not resting on anything. It is just like space. And then in the space, experience starts to arise. And it arises as subject and object, and they move around. But the key thing is, now it's open, and this openness, if you stay with it, you don't stay with it for very long because experience and appearances are ceaselessly arising. But if you just stay with the fact of it, it is unlimited, it is infinite, it has no boundary. It doesn't come to an end. There's nothing outside it. There is only this openness. This is the mother. Everything else comes from the mother, within the mother, as the expression of the mother. Then you see, all radiance is within emptiness, and all movement is within radiance, which is within emptiness. My whole life has been within the mirror of appearances, whether learning to ride a bicycle or play football or whatever it would be. We engage, we move, we find ourselves adapting to the situation. However, what we've had was an interpretational matrix which said, now I'm learning to play football, I like football, or I don't like football. So we had our experience, which is then cooked with powerful condiments. It's cooked with ideas of interpretation. It's cooked with reification. It's cooked with intentionality. And so we have the dish of ourselves. We are not simple, not naked, not free, but prepared. And so when we do the pet, we throw all the ingredients out. It's just... Then, of course, the ingredients start to come back in, but they're in the space of the mind. The mind is infinite, and within the infinity of the mind, all experience is there. Everything... Oh, Pavlov. So, after the lunch, we have free time. You can go out, do these practices, and then in the afternoon, you see if you've got any questions, and we can refine how to do it. Okay? So it's very hot. When it's hot, it's not a good idea to practice focus, concentrating meditation. Much better just without even doing the 3R Guru Yoga. Just sit, relax. Here we are. Here is always here. Here never goes away because we are always here. And so we just be here. No striving, no effort. We're not going anywhere else. We're just here. And because you're already here, no need to mobilize. The mobilization is the gathering of your energy towards a task. But we don't have any task except to be here, and we're already here. So, in a sense, the practice is always letting go of the hooks and the involving beliefs that would get us mobilized with a purpose, with an intention to be going somewhere. And then we realize it's fine. When my mum was very old, in her 90s, she would sit in her chair all day long. That's what she would do. I would say, "Come on, Mum, let's go for a walk." She'd look at me, "You walk." "Mom, we've got to go." "Why? Why should I walk? I've been walking all my life. You think I didn't walk enough?" "Okay." Not dead yet. So it was very interesting because I'm thinking maybe we should do something. We could go out in the country or this. I said, why? Why? I'm here. Very simple. Here. Tired? Why would I do anything else? Being here was enough. Very nice. Being here is enough. What do we have to add? So turn it the other way around. If you're here and there's a kind of dissatisfaction or not quite ease, what is it that's lacking? What would make life richer or deeper or better? Then you get a sense, oh, I can't relax until. Why? Then you have to be very careful with that, because then the relaxation is a reward for the doing. It's like the weekend, or in the Bible, on the seventh day they rested, having done the work. And if it's a reward, then it's relative to the effort. But what the view of Mahamudra and Dzogchen is offering us is the sense that the intrinsic, that which is there of itself from the very beginning, is open, relaxed, at ease, And all we have to do is not disturb it. And what disturbs it is these winds of impulse, whether you see them as prana moving through the inner channels of the body, or you see it as impulses or arousals which come to you. The wind moves the air. The wind is the air in movement. The wind is subtle, but it's not the same as space. So the most subtle form of manifestation is the wind, the air, but it doesn't touch space. It doesn't mark space. Our mind is like space. So whether what's arising for you is subtle, or very gross, very grinding, very heavy, however it is, let it be, let it go, just be here. Easy to say, more difficult to do, because it's not a to-do. Demobilization is difficult. In India, in the colonial period, outside of Bombay, there was a big military camp called Diwali. And the soldiers who had been doing their service in India would go to that camp to wait for a boat to bring them back to Britain from Bombay. And these soldiers were used to getting up in the morning and marching and doing things all day long. Now they were demobilized. They didn't have to do anything. And so many of them became mad. And in English that became dulali. To become dulali was to be mad, because the loss of identity from the loss of the task makes people a bit crazy. Activity generates identity. You go to school, you study for exams, you get a job, you have to do that. This is all a shaping of your potential. And if the shaping finds a niche in the world where you get a feedback loop, you get rewarded in various ways. We are letting go of this. We're saying, I don't need to generate identity because I have presence. I'm just here. And none of the forms which arise that would give me a shaped identity is an adequate substitute from simply being present. Because presence has no shape, no color, no border, no edge. It's inseparable from space. You're just here. Awareness, and as Saraha was saying yesterday, whether we say the space or the mind or Buddha nature, it's the same thing. Just open, coming and going, but it remains open. So, now we have a chance, we just sit for a while and allow the flow of experience. With this kind of sitting also, you don't even need to sit with a straight spine or in lotus position or anything like that. You can lie down, because whether you're sitting up or falling over, it doesn't make any difference. Now, you might say, oh, if you're falling over, your muscles are tensing, that creates an anxiety, or comes and goes. That is to say, however it is as it is, so you don't need to adjust it. How should I be? As you are. But how am I? Don't ask the question. As soon as you ask the question, you make a what out of a how. How shall I be as you are? So how am I? So it's always come to yourself. The answer is already with you. I don't mean that in some mystical, something special hidden inside you. It's just, this is how it is. Now, of course, you go in the temple and you see these statues and paintings, and it's always very bright and shiny, and now you feel a bit hot and sweaty. Do we have hot and sweaty Buddhas? Yeah. Do we have tired, falling asleep kind of Buddhas? Quite a few. It is as it is. It's like this. What is this? Don't ask what. It's not that you shouldn't ask what, but the logic of asking what is you'll find that. In that wonderful film Casablanca, there's some trouble in town, and the police chief says, round up the usual suspects. So that's it, the usual suspects. What? What's going on? What's happening? What do I have to do? These thoughts, these are the criminal thoughts that will take you back to, I exist, I am a thing, this exists, do I want this, do I not want this? That's the dynamic of duality. It is beyond speech. Now that's very difficult for us because our whole world is increasingly generated out of speech acts. So, it's just like this. Okay. Okay. So that very relaxed, open sitting is helpful because you feel the impulses to mobilization. In Dharma, we have these two main themes, wisdom and compassion, or the wisdom of emptiness, of seeing the unborn nature of all phenomena, and compassion, the being in the world with others, participating in the manner of a dream. And in this model, the mobilization of participation, of compassion, of being with others, arises from emptiness, which is the field that contains everything. So the empty mind is also the Dharma Dhatu, the site of all dharmas, all phenomena. They are arising in this openness, and as they arise, if you connect with the arising form, then you arise with it. And that's the manifestation of compassion, which could be a conversation, making someone a cup of tea, just sitting quietly. It could be any form like that. But you are with. It's not doing to the other, not doing for the other, but it's being with the other on a profound way so that how they are and how you are align and you have a co-emergence. Now, for the ego, it's very different, because our ego has an agenda. And this agenda creates a mobilization from inside me out towards the other. So there's already an intention embedded in my arousal, in my mobilization. I have a purpose. Whereas compassion has no purpose, because how are we going to help people? Of course, if people have no food, you give them food. If they have no medicine, you should give them medicine. But what will really help people is to become free of the necessity of constructing themselves, because then you can relax. But if you're having to manufacture yourself, if there is a contrivance in how you are, that you feel an obligation to be in a particular kind of way, that becomes problematic. I have to do this. I want to be a good person, therefore I have to help others. What helps others? Who has helped you in your life? What was the real help they gave? Sometimes the real help comes from the person really not doing anything. So I was for many years in a Jungian analysis. I would go very early in the morning and cross London to be there. It started at 7 o'clock in the morning. And one time I arrived and I had been up all night drinking whiskey. So I was in quite a good state for myself. And the smell of whiskey coming off me must have been quite powerful. So I came in and I'm there with the analyst. He just smiled at me, didn't say anything, no comment. I'm sitting there talking a bit, started to sing a little bit, And then he said, oh, now it's time. I said, okay. He didn't make any comment at all. It was so nice. It's just, as you are, come as you are. You're like this. There's no right way to come. You just arrive and we see what's possible. And because you are intoxicated, there's not too much to be done, but here we are. It's what a beautiful gift. No correction, no try better, try harder, do something other. Just this. It's like this. So this is our situation, that if we have an acceptance that we don't have to walk in a straight line, that our life takes on these irregular patterns of being available or not available. Sometimes we are preoccupied with anger or with mental dullness, and we are unavailable. And then if the other person says, well, I'd like to be available with you, but you make it very difficult by the way you are, that doesn't help. I have to help you be available to me. That's not the deal. Whoever is wanting to promote the ease of being of the other has to be at ease with the other, however the other is. No? That is to say, the work of welcome, of acceptance, of opening is a work of no judgment. And that's very challenging for many of us. I don't know how you should live. I don't know what you should do. There's a book of the short biographies of the 84 Mahasiddhas, the great yogi saints who were living in India around the 8th century. And they led all kind of lives. Some were thieves, some were drunk all the time. One man lived on an island with many, many dogs. He got married to a dog. Why not? He loved a dog. Dogs also like sex. Now our judgments or our discomfort with that comes in. That's not right. That shouldn't happen. On what basis? He's happy, the dog's happy. Because we want to have a rule book that tells us how to live, what's the right thing to do. Who is writing the rule book? It's always very important. Something makes me uncomfortable, so I make a rule that bans it. You know, this story of, in the Buddhist tradition, if you become a fully ordained monk, you have many, many rules to follow, 300 and something rules. And these rules came about due to actual lived situations. You can read an account of them. They're very interesting. So one day the Buddha is sitting quietly and someone comes up and says, Buddha, do you know some of your monks are looking at women when they walk down the street? Oh, from this day on, when my monks walk down the street, they will only look at the ground. And someone else says, Buddha, do you know that some of your monks are asking for certain kinds of food? From this day on, my monks will accept whatever is given. So there were situations like that again and again and again. And then the Buddha died. The body of the Buddha is there, the monks are there. You see these sculptures and drawings and all like this, crying and crying. And one monk at the back, he's laughing. Ho ho! What are you doing? No more rules. Wonderful. No more rules. Why are you making all these rules? What is the function? We don't want people to get lost. Rule maker, are you lost? That's always a question. So when we feel we know how other people should behave, who knows? After I had been in India quite some time, and I was used to being with Tibetans who live in fairly hierarchical, patriarchal structures, and everybody stands up, and the guru comes in, and they wait for the guru to go down, and people cover their mouths because they don't want to contaminate the Holy One, and so on. And I came to the Cambodian embassy in London, which was a squat at that time, and Namkhai Norbu was teaching there, and they came in, a lot of people, maybe 200 people, and they're lying, mainly Italians, because he was living in Italy, and they're lying on the ground and laughing and joking, and people are passing around some wine, and the Rinpoche is sitting at the front. Yeah, it just sits. And then he said, maybe I should begin. Nobody paid any attention. After about an hour, he said, I think maybe I'll begin. And then gradually he speaks, and gradually people become quiet. I said, wow, why is he being like this? Of course, the question could be also, why would he not be being like this? Why would the Karmapa not be like that? Because the Karmapa is a real Dharma king. I mean, Namkhai Norbu was called Chogyal, which means Dharma king, because of his connection with Bhutan. But he was not trying to sort people out. You find your way. Your way, to be your way, authentically, has to be your way. Nobody can tell you your way. How shall I do it? So, when we're sitting, you can also lie down. You don't have to sit up. But this is what we do. This is how you do it. You have Bairochanas taught these 7 postures with the elbows out. So you do that. Now you're doing it the right way, according to Bairochana. Have we talked with the mother of Bairochana? Tell us some stories about this boy. Then she would say, he's not so bad, but, always some problems. For sure. It's not right or wrong, it's whether it functions for you. One friend of mine in London sat in a Japanese Zen master Roshi, lived with the Roshi in London for many, many years. And they would do practice every day, and then the master of the Roshi was coming to London, so they set it up for a teaching weekend, and they're sitting there, and this friend of mine, very strongly driven, very committed, so he's sitting full lotus position. Sitting. No gong, no bell, just sitting. Fucking what? A long time, huh? And he was a doctor. He's a doctor. Suddenly he felt this pain in his knee. They're all like this. And suddenly big pain in his knee. And he fucked his knee. Because the first pain in the knee is saying, wake up. Move. Nobody else is. I can do it. I'm a warrior. And then he became a warrior about his knee. Not so good, pushing through. Who are you pushing? What are you pushing? Who is the enemy? My ego. My good friend John Crook, who led a Chan sitting group in Wales, he was always talking about confronting the self. What the fuck? Confront yourself. Where do you find yourself? You don't have a self. So what are you confronting? We have to be very careful, because it gives you something to do I have to mobilize myself because I cheat myself, I delude myself, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to be clear. But that position is already so anxious and worried to get it right that how will it just be part of the unseparated, undivided, inherently integral field of experience? You already displace yourself from the field and you say, I'm not ready to enter it. Only if I become somebody else will I be there. And that can be true to a certain extent, but not necessarily true. Though there is a story which is taught by Gareth, who is famous for his 3 statements. But in this story, there is a rich man. And he has a son. And the father says, as the years go by, I will become old. You will take over all of this. All of this will be yours. And the son says, yeah, but I want to go to town. I want my share. And the father says, are you sure? And he says, yeah, no, going to town. So the father gives him a wad of money and the son sets off, goes for some days. He comes to the town, gets himself a nice place to stay, invites people for dinner. Many people come. I have so many friends. I'm a really likable guy. Then after a month, the pile of money is going down. Friends are still there. After another month, the pile of money is going down. Friends not so much. After the 3rd month, no money left, no friends. So he finds himself in a difficult situation. He gets some very ordinary job, not successful at it because he's been trained to be the big man. And now he's made himself the small man because he doesn't have qualities. He doesn't know fuck all about anything. So he ends up looking after the animals, looking after the pigs and so on. Very low level, low status activity. And he's not used to being treated in this way, but he sees that people think he's an asshole. And so he'd like to be the big man, but he sees functionally he doesn't have inherent value in that schema. So after some time of this, he feels completely broken and lost and collapsed. And he decides, I need to head home. So his father is sitting out on the veranda of the big house. And he looks down the valley and he sees this person coming towards him and he recognizes, this is my son. So he calls his steward and he says, there is a poor beggar coming up the road. Take him to the far side of the estate and put him in the broken cottage. So the steward goes and meets him on the road and he gives him this little ruined cottage to live in. Yeah, take him some food every day for a week. So he does that. He said, no. Say, well, if you want to stay here, maybe you can build the wall up a bit. So he starts to build up the wall. Now ask him to put the roof on. So he has to go and cut some branches from the trees and make a roof. Now, that field there is many, many stones in it. Get him to clear all the stones off the field. So he does that, carrying on his back these loads of heavy stones. Now the field is not so bad. So bring in some cows and horses. He starts to look after the cows, the horses. He gets them ready for market. They take the cows to the market. They sell for a very good price because they're looking good. Father's looking. Okay, keep him over there. Keep him there. And this goes on till the son is asking, what should I do now? Because we could develop this in a big way. And he tells his father, the steward tells the father says, okay, now it's time to meet my son. So he goes out and he says, bring my son. So the son comes, this handsome, strong young man, and meets the father. I mean, that's very nice. That's very different from the Bible story of the prodigal son. Because there the prodigal son is rescued by the father. And the father kills the fatted calf to feed the son who's fucked up. And the other son who's been working hard feels really pissed off. But here, he doesn't come back in collapsed form. He's awakened to his potential, and then you get a true alignment. So that's Gareth Dorji saying about when you find that, although you have all the teachings on the nature of the mind, being open and empty and so on, it doesn't quite fit. You put it on, but it feels like someone else's clothes. It's if you're you're trying, but you don't get it. Like in that song from the Incredible String Band, you know all the words, but you never quite learnt the tune, because it's the tune of life that keeps the flow. So we can read Dharma and study Dharma and try to do Dharma, but there is a flavor of Dharma that we need to find. And we find this by how we participate. And you can do that in anything. You could work in a kitchen cleaning dishes. You could teach in a university. There's any kind of activity, as long as you are fully present in it, receiving and responding, and giving true value. Because if you give true value, not only, as it were, do you get full value, but you become full value. So for ourselves, if we apply this, as this famous English novelist Forster said, ripeness is all. If we're not ripe, it's not going to work. Tibetans say that if you're boiling a yak's head, and it's a pretty big head, a very big pan, they say, when you're boiling the head, don't pull out the tongue until it's ripe. Because when you boil the head, the fixture at the back of the throat comes loose, and you take the whole tongue out at once. No? It's got to loosen up. I thought you Chinese people ate funny things. I heard this. Chicken's feet, my God. And you're complaining about the tongue. So how do we become ripe? How do we become... Well, when we want things to ripen, it's better if they can ripen on the tree, and when the tree is rooted. So we root ourselves in the source, in the ground, in the openness, and we resource ourselves by exposure to the ripening forces, the warmth of engaging in the world, blowing with the wind of circumstances, absorbing the rain of the confusion which can flow onto us very easily. And gradually we ripen. Don't force it. Trust you will ripen. Everybody has Buddha nature. Everybody has Buddha potential. But you have your unique individual story, and your path will not be like anyone else's. Of course, we have standardized things you can do. You can do the 5-part Nunro preliminary practice. You can do tantric visualizations and so on. But if you do these and you lose yourself into the practice by becoming a functionary of the practice, that won't ripen you. It has to bring you alive. So being with other people here is very interesting, because you see people manifesting different qualities. Some people are very relaxed and at ease with many people. Other people are a bit shy. As soon as we have a break, they shoot off up the hill or somewhere. You don't see them until we start again. So each of us has that unique specificity. And this is important. Although the ground is the same for all beings, that is to say, it's empty, the manifestation is unique, the unique specificity of how you are. So the more you open to the empty ground, you relax, and that allows you to be more in touch with how you are, and then that allows you to see how you contract, how you limit yourself, how you tie yourself in knots. Namkhai Norbu, this great Dzogchen teacher, he said so many times, senza limita, without any limitation. Don't impose limitations on yourself. So that's why when the people were coming to see him and they lie on the ground or they're laughing and joking, he's not telling them don't do that. He lets them see that the Lama's in town for 2 days, and if we laugh and joke all the time, we don't get any teachings. So that ripened them a little bit to think, why are we here? Oh, we're here for the teaching, so we better listen to the teacher. That's very, very helpful if people see that for themselves, because it's unartificial. So when you start to experience how you are, whether your mind goes towards dullness or desire or aversion, don't turn that into a problem, but think, this is a pattern. How do I give space to this pattern and allow it to have a function in life? If we were in the tantric system, they would address this issue through looking at the 5 poisons in relation to the 5 wisdoms. The 5 poisons are 5 positionings of the self which are toxic. They are poisonous. That's why they're called poison. Duknga, that means like they cause damage, they cause difficulty. The first of these is mental opacity, where you have no insight into how you are and what it means to be alive, to be here. You've just got the kind of blinders on and you're marching along doing what you do. I am real, this is real, I just have to do my life. Subject is real, object is real, the connection between them is real. These 3 factors are called the 3 wheels, and they are the mobility of samsara. That the object is moving, the subject is moving, we know, because everything is impermanent, and the link between them is moving. So if you stay connected with how your situation seems to be, you have to keep making adjustments. It's a bit like riding a bicycle. You know, it veers, or riding a horse. You work with the horse to stay together as a non-dual mobilization. In this state, we find that there is a certain lack. We're not complete, and so we have a hunger for something, and that's desire. I need to make myself complete, I need to have more. And then from the other side, we have aversion. If I'm like this, it's difficult for other people, so I need to change my behavior, I need to alter my pattern of being. So I'm going to adjust myself, get more of what I want, get less of what I don't want. You can see that's very dynamic. You're always on the job because it's a moving field and you're endlessly correcting. And some of the time you have no power to correct, so it's very frustrating. Then fourthly, we have pride. Pride is like a mountain, like a big rock, just is, I am. And so it blocks any willingness to change in terms of relatedness, and also to see oneself as a potential that could be different. And then we have jealousy. And jealousy is the situation where we realize that what we thought was a reliable patterning is not so reliable. So we know what sexual jealousy is like. Maybe you have a relationship and you go to a party and you see your partner chatting with someone else, and then they're dancing with someone else, and you're thinking, why are they doing that? I don't like this. They shouldn't do that. I feel stupid and embarrassed. But they're having a good time. You're thinking, but you can't control them. It's very, very difficult. I thought you were with me. I thought we were okay. What's wrong? What's wrong? Maybe there's nothing particularly wrong. It's just that the person's starting to move in a different way. Why shouldn't they? Because I need you. I love you. I want you. Oh yeah, heard that one before. You don't have power. You don't own people. When you realize you don't own people, that they have their own patterning, and their patterning and yours were aligned for a while, and then that alignment starts to move apart, then it's difficult. If you stay in communication, you might be able to realign, but you might not. So these are the 5 main poisons. That is to say, they are positions or attitudes which bring us into a, firstly, non-awakening to how it actually is. So we're stuck with what is it? What is it is the mental opacity, the reification. And then from that you have the manipulation, trying to make things the way you want them to be. It doesn't work. So what should we do? Again, there are many methods of purification. In terms of the Tantric mandala, we transform the 5 poisons into the 5 wisdoms. So this mental dullness, opacity, lack of insight, not seeing, is transformed into the wisdom or the original knowing of the ground. So it's called Dharmadhatu Jhana, means the clarity of mind that sees the space of all phenomena. Now, this is not some omniscient flying up in the sky and seeing everything, everything, everything. You're here, right? So we're looking ahead. Now we turn to the left. Try this. You turn to your left. Ho ho, hello. Turn to your right. Hello. Turn back again. Each of these is all there is. When you're looking here, this is how it is. Oh, this is how it is. Oh, this is how it is. Ah, but before I was looking over there and I said that that was what it is, now I'm saying this is what it is. There is a contradiction. James, you are not accurately describing how it is. Now, what is the problem with this counter-argument? It is talking about a cumulative vision. First I looked there, then I looked here, then I looked there. And when I bring these 3 positions together and evaluate how they are, I come to the conclusion that each of these is part of the whole. This is not true. Because that whole is an abstract whole. It's a theoretical whole. This is all there is. This is all there is. This is all there is. Moment by moment by moment, this is it. This is it. There is no other. The other that you think of, yeah, but life's going on in New York and Paris and London. That's an idea. Where is that idea arising? Here. It's always here. The here and now is the Dharmadhatu. This is the space of all dharmas, because dharma means what is revealed, the revelation, not what is projected, what is interpreted, what is assumed, what is manifest as a definition. It's like, what is your revelation? So you're sitting and it's like this, and this is it. So if you see how this moves, when we do the practice, we practice without artificiality. Artificiality means adding ingredients which are not intrinsic to the moment. This is sufficient, sufficient unto the day, sufficient unto the moment. This moment is complete. That's why it's Dzogchen, the great completion. This is all there is. And it's this. You can imagine other things, but the imagining and the actual are like you and your shadow. The imagining is the shadow. You don't live in your shadow. You have a shadow under certain circumstances. You manifest the shadow in relation to the light. But this is how it is. Do you get the flavor of what this means? Well, maybe go into a little discussion and see whether your mind is clear about this point. And if not, you can ask questions and I'll do my best. Okay? Okay. So, see if there's anything you want to share from your discussion, or there's any questions you want to raise.
I've got one.
Mm-hmm.
Are memories, as experienced in the current moment, are they a valid experience of reality?
There is no reality. I mean, the real is a concept.
So the thought here is that, you know, if I think of something that happened in the past,
Yeah.
and obviously, you know, there's normal caveats about being attached, pushing away, being attracted to it, but it just arises.
Yeah.
It's arising in the present moment.
Exactly. And if it arises in the present moment, where is it?
Now.
Yeah.
What about future, and same to future planning if it arises now? So I guess you're then looking at your motivation for why has this thought arisen?
I mean, one of the ideas in the 19th century, when there was mass migration into America, a lot of people coming from Russia due to the pogroms and so on, was the idea of a melting pot, that everybody has to melt. That is to say, they have to give up something of their form in order to flow together and find a happy, harmonizing conjunction. So you would have difference, but it wouldn't be conflicted difference. So you can have your Irish Day, your St. Patrick's Day, but most of the time we're not doing being Irish in America, we're being American. So it's a similar thing that we're in the here and now, this is where we are. We have memories which come in. So can we keep the memory in the present so that it is part of the here and now, and its status as memory lessens? Because your family has been in America for 5 generations, and you still say you're Irish. Yeah, we have this in Britain now. We have a lot of social fragmentation because people want to be in Britain, but still maintain their primary identity as somewhere else. So there's a tension between these positionings. This is again why the Guru Yoga of the White Eye is helpful, because we are letting go of everything. These are the ground that I stand on. I was born in Scotland. I did this, I did that, I did that. So these bases of my existence, these conceptual identities, gone. So just open. The ground of my being is open and indeterminable. I can't find it as something because it's not a something. And yet, it's not oblivion. It's not wipeout, because I'm here. And in this being here, there's the richness of the immediacy of what's arising. But if you stick with the idea, but that was the past, yesterday I went there, I did that, difficult to import that. Because it's changed family. We have two main structures. We've got the structure of linear time, past, present, future, where the word present means the middle of the sandwich. There's the past, which is gone, the future, which hasn't come, but at least we got a bit of cheese. And that cheese is between these two. That's the one. And then we have here and now, just this, in which we have our openness to this openness and all that is occurring in this moment. And as we open ourselves to what's in front of us, different experiences arise. So I can see, oh, some people have arrived, or they're moving, or they look sad, or they look happy. Experiences arising here and now, all at once. Past, present, and future, and here and now, they're not alternative universes. They're more... Past, present, and future are all constructs. They belong in interpretation with the first order of unawareness, of separation from the ground, with the second order of unawareness, with the naming, that belongs in the past. Oh, I did that 3 weeks ago. Oh, I've been there. That's a lovely place. Go to the theatre. It's beautiful. You know, people tell these stories as if somehow there and then was here and now. And it's gone. It's gone. So they are breathing life into corpses. Jesus could do that. He could say, Lazarus, get up. We do that as well. We take the corpse and we breathe into it and it comes alive.
So yeah, that's giving energy.
Yeah. And sometimes we don't want to believe that a corpse is a corpse. So late at night, after a wee drink, you might find yourself telephoning someone, and you shouldn't do it because she doesn't want you to do it, but you want to do it just because you've had a wee drink and she was nice and I wish we were back together again, and I'm sure she wouldn't mind me calling at 2 a.m. Darling, oh, I miss you. Plunk. It's gone, it's gone. How are you going to revive it? By blowing whiskey breath over the poor girl and lighting a match? Not going to work. It's gone. So when we're talking about the past and the future, we're talking about abstractions seemingly substantial because of our belief in them. They are born through our attachment. We are keeping the flame alive. You know, we have all these anniversaries still from the Second World War, all these doddery old codgers with their wee hat and their medal. Oh, fighting in the war. The war is over. It's gone. Oh, those were the days. This is disgusting. This is abuse of old people, to drag them out, to resuscitate the corpse of the British Empire and our glory days and how we won the war. It's filth. It's just scum activity. We won the war and we lost the peace because the Marshall Plan went to Europe to rebuild Germany, and it didn't come to Britain because America wanted to fuck Britain. And they did it very well. It's realpolitik. That's how it is. You get kicked in the face. So what are we celebrating? Myths and fantasies and stories. The reactivation of corpses. That's what these American billionaires want to do, get their body frozen. And then in some future time, some naked dakini will come and revive them. She'll sing them the song of the penis, and there they'll go.
Can I counteract in some way?
bigger, yeah?
Yeah, like there is some richness and beauty to like heritage, culture, like your Scottishness is great to have in the mix. So like how does that balance in if we forget it all and just arrive in this moment? Well, all of that is arriving in this moment as well. So where's the line of what's...
But these pensioners are not arriving in the beaches in Normandy by chance. They're taken over there. They are actors in a drama. In terms of spontaneity, forms arise and then they vanish. It's the artificial maintenance of a sense of identity which is not really functioning, which is not so good. There's nothing wrong with culture, but culture is about formation. That is to say, aspects of music and dance and myth and story and history brought together to make patterns which have a meaning, which is powerful for those who believe in it. But it's not real and it's not true. These are stories. These are stories. Yeah.
So where does the karma...
Sorry, could you speak a wee bit louder?
Where does the karma come in this context? Because karma is following a linear structure.
Yeah. Karma doesn't come in the here and now. It's here and now is the best contraceptive. Because non-duality, they show like Dorji Chang, he is like this, but it's also legs closed. Much safer. So karma is in the 3 times, because in the 3 times I am acting in this situation, which I can describe and I can see how it's functioning. And that, as the first stage of karma, the duality allows the arising of an intention. This is what I want to do. So, Britain's in a bad way. I'm increasingly confident that Nigel will show the way. Do you share my belief? And people believe that. He will save us. That's a karmic belief. Who's going to save you from what? The history of the effective use of economics for social planning is not great. You know, we don't know what the future will be. So karma comes in terms of subject and object are real and separate. I am required to act into the field. The motive behind my action is desire or aversion primarily. So you're in the realm of changing the map, changing how you interpret phenomena. And the thing about that is it very rarely can bring you in direct contact with the simplicity of things, because you've already begun cooking and you've already added ingredients. And these ingredients limit what you can do. If you've got a tomato, you can do 1,000 things with it. But if you take the tomato and you put a lot of salt onto it so it absorbs the salt, that will then condition the potential of the tomato. It is the absorbing of these elements which brings the limitation. So in the mirror shows so much is even your little tiny hand mirror that you might use for lipstick. You turn it around, you see all these trees and this tiny little bit of glass, amazing. But nothing is there. It's an illusion. Whereas when you take, I am real, these events are real, they merge in a way which is transformational. We are altered. The mirror-like state is never altered. Although it has ceaseless diversity, it remains the simplicity of emptiness. So that's a very big difference. Yeah.
The enlightenment stage, the Burmese,
yeah.
Do they have a place in that, in Dzogchen, in this being there, or not?
Well, generally in the Mahayana tradition, you have 10 Bodhisattva Burmese, and then on top of that, you have 4 Dzogchen Burmese, because we're better. It goes without saying, so yet I will say it. Because people want to locate things and nail them down. All of these things are only stories. They're only stories. This leads to that, leads to that, leads to that. But not for, but not for all beings. Because the unique specificity of each person is very important. I mean, this was why in the old days, in India, they had the Guru Kul. Kul means like Kula or family or circle. And the Guru would be sitting in the jungle and he'd have maybe 4 students. And they would go off and they would collect some bits of wood and they might go and get some wild bananas and so on and offer that to the teacher and he would give the teaching and they would all live together. And so the quality of Dharma could be absorbed. Now we live in a very different kind of situation. And so there's a formality to being here that we have to do Dharma rather than Dharma arising from lighting a fire together or thinking, you know, how will we cook these wild herbs? So the happenstance of life is easily lost when you have a game plan. Yeah? The unpredictability of life, the way in which you get sort of shaken a bit by events, and in that shaking, because your angle is tilted, you see something new. Oh. And that's how it unfolds, because you really realize it's always changing. It is absolutely always changing. But when you have a ritualized formality, I mean, say we'd run this in a very formal way with big rows for people and everybody had a little table and chair and you all had to stand up and sit down every time I farted. Of course, you didn't know that. Oh, secret teaching. Then you have a choreography. And the thing about the choreography is you can practice it, you rehearse it, and you perform it. We are not doing performativity. We are doing co-emergence. And co-emergence is non-predictive. That's the big difference. Because it comes as it comes. Is it the right way? It's always the right way if it's here and now. The right way doesn't mean the form of showing, but that the showing is non-dual with the open empty ground.
Can I maybe put this question a little bit differently? If Buddha Shakyamuni were here, could he say that your being present is better than mine? I mean, is there a difference? Does this come in stages?
Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
Well, then I would know that I have to work harder.
Exactly. Aha.
And you can work less harder. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah. But what are you going to work harder at? There are so many methods, if you study Dharma, there are so many ways of understanding the mind. But we have to think. The traditional example is this. If you have a piece of coal, you can wash that piece of coal for several hours every day for a year, and at the end of the year, it will be black. It will not become white. Because intrinsic to coal is blackness. So if you don't have Buddha nature, but you have the 5 poisons, if you have your karmic accumulations, you can wash them and wash them and wash them, but they won't go away because you're a fucked up person. But when you start to see that the reason I'm fucked up is because I don't see my own ground, and now I hear a little bit, I start to look, I start to see, I have moments of openness, and then I have my limitations, and I slip away from openness into alignment with these patterns of habit. Then you have the beginning of possibility for yourself. Because it's not about trying harder, but it's about finding balance. And balance, like if you're learning to ride a bicycle, you have to find yourself in relation to gravity. Because as soon as you, like if I'm standing up and I'm just standing, my weight is going down through my skeleton, and so my muscles can be relaxed. And if I go off to one side, I can immediately feel the muscles in my thigh are tensing. And I go the other way, and they're tensing. Because if they didn't do that, I would fall over. So if I'm leaning forward, so we learn how to find a dynamic balance as we're riding a bicycle and there's bumps on the road, yeah? So balance and unbalance, if you like, is our path. And gradually we feel the balance which is there in the imbalance. Because we never lose our connection with the ground, with the gravity field. And so the pulsation is not something I'm doing. It becomes kind of automatic. Now, what the Buddha would say for evaluating these things. I mean, the big question is always, am I making any progress? So how should we find that out? We are gathered here as the International Carrot Convention. As carrot farmers, very, very important, aren't they? In Chinese cooking too. So you have your carrots out there. How are they doing? Well, the tops look good, very green, fresh. Smells okay. But can I be sure? So I have to pull up the carrot. Pull up the carrot, and on the side of the carrot, these little white filaments, which are the feeding channels for the carrot. And as I lift the carrot out of the ground, they tear, they break. So now, this carrot is not quite ripe. I'll stick it back in the ground. That's the problem. To evaluate is to objectivize, and to objectivize is to kill. So you're finding your rightness as a way of life, as a way of responding. And so, generally speaking, we should be more pliable, flexible, responsive, not lost in ourselves, available for contact, and so on. Okay, so we take a break now for half an hour. So we started to look at the purification of mental dullness or opacity as manifesting as the intrinsic wisdom of the Dharma Dhatu. It's not so much that it's purified, because the essence of all that manifests is emptiness. So the impurity is not somehow coming into the essence of your being or your personhood. The opacity is more like a cataract that comes in the eye, where as we age, a process can set off where gradually the eye lens gets clouded over and you can't see clearly. So it's a cloudy kind of vision. And of course, the less clear your vision, the more you imagine. So the less we're in contact with the actual, we fill the gap with our imaginings. And that's where that second aspect of unawareness comes in, naming, describing, fixing, and from that developing assumptions about what you are naming and fixing. So this, when we're aware that everything is just here and now, you can have the thought, this is the sound of an aeroplane. The aeroplane is flying high up there. These are thoughts within the here and now. If I think I am sitting here and the plane is up there, then I've set up a very familiar dualistic structure. Vibration is coming from the plane, through the air, into my ear, setting up vibrations which I can interpret or recognize as being the sound of a plane. But that can be there simultaneously with the self-liberation of that sound. It is the sound of a plane is built on the vanishing of the sound. There is no substantial basis for the interpretation that it's a plane. Now, normally in a rational way of thinking, we would say it is a fact that it is a plane. We can prove that it is a plane. When you do that, the plane is there due to causes and conditions. The airline decides on its route and it's checking in with air traffic control as it crosses borders and so on. Very, very busy kind of operation. Where are these thoughts? Here and now. Always here and now. I'd like you to have a thought yesterday. Save your best thought for tomorrow. It's now. It's always now. Always now. Whatever it may appear to be, it is always now. And when it's always now, it's always here in this space where it emerges as impactful yet ungraspable. We hear the sound and then it has an effect on us. We can imagine it's a plane and then that imagining dissolves also. So then we have the poison or the affliction, is sometimes translated also, of desire, of longing, of wanting something. Why do you want this and not that? Oh, because this is good. This suits me. This is my color. This is what I always eat. We have constructions which help us to do a triage, a sorting out of the elements in the field of experience. A lot of what's potentially there, we leave in the background. It's not for me. And we make foreground the aspects that are important for us. The thought that came in my house was, every now and then, where we were in India, in my teacher's house was on the edge of the Chantal Parganas. The Chantal are people that are sort of tribal people. And they eat lots of things that mainstream Hindus don't eat. They eat rats and so on. You see them walking along the road in the evening and they have their bow over their shoulder and the rats are hanging from their tails on the bow. Nice stew tonight. They also keep wild pigs, and Orthodox Hindus don't eat pig meat. So there would be some little guy would come with a big bloody sack to my teacher's house, and his wife would open it up and looking at this meat, and always worried that the neighbors were going to see what she was buying. Always worried. Because it's not good. You look very low. And anyway, mainstream Hindus, they don't like Tibetans very much. They say Bhutia, like hill people, and they're like low-level, peasanty kind of thing. And prejudice is everywhere. So that was, they want to eat pork, but pork is a very low thing to eat. So in terms of the social construction of appropriate taste, low level, in relation to the tongue, pig fat, very important, especially wind-dried, hanging getting the dust from the street, getting the fumes of the car into the pork is very important. And they would eat that. Prejudice. We like it. This is important. For some people it's disgusting. It's filthy because, of course, in India the pigs eat shit and they get worms, and you can get all kind of worms and diseases. But it tastes good. It tastes good. So if, like my teacher, a big fat man, he liked food very much. So that was his hierarchy of values. Eat more. Should he be like that? Shouldn't he be like that? Who knows? Who cares? That's how it is. So desire is like that. Desire can fixate on all kinds of things. On the internet, there are thousands of kinds of pornography. You can see people having sex with cats and dogs. You can see all sorts of things that people do, and they develop a desire. That's what I really want to see. I want to masturbate looking at this, because this turns me on, so this connects with me. So arousal can easily become fetishistic. It can become evoked by a particular kind of signifier, and that sets off a chain of arousal. There is a particularization. Me, in my world, what I like, and I'm pushing aside all the things I don't like. Now, the purification of this is called the original knowing, or the intrinsic wisdom of seeing each thing just as it is. Soso Togpa means just as this particular moment is, this particular formation is, that's what I'm attending to. So if I give my attention to what is occurring, I'm just with it as it is. There's no frame of comparing and contrasting. So I'm not evaluating this in relation to that. There's just this. In each moment, there's just this. What does it mean? That's an add-on. That's an additive. That's an artificial ingredient. It's just this. So if you can attend to the unique specificity of each moment of experience, you appreciate, first of all, you receive, and that reception is not kind of neutral. It touches you. Feelings of liking, not liking, and so on can arise, but you accept it as it is. Ooh, this is very bitter. Now, if you are being with bitter as bitter, with no notion of sweet, with no notion of a vertical hierarchy, sweet is good, but bitter is bad. It's a horizontal plane, and bitter is bitter. That's what it is. This is bitter. This is sad. This is grief. This is joy. This is fulfillment. This is frustration. Each moment has just itself, fully displayed, fully received. In that way, we come to value our life however it is, and we inhabit our life whatever happens. And it is that capacity to inhabit which is so important. When I worked in a hospital in North London, it was a very old one-story hospital with a long, long corridor. And I used to have to walk down it to another clinic. And there would always be people, almost always men, who had had amputation. Usually because they're smoking too much and they've got diabetes and so on. So they had their legs off. So they're in a wheelchair. And there's maybe 4 of them, and they use the corridor for practicing. And some of the people are sitting in the wheelchair and they're weeping because, fuck, I've lost my legs. This is, what kind of a life is this? And others, come on, let's go! They're bombing the... You've lost your legs? Why not laugh? Why would you laugh? Well, why wouldn't you laugh? And it's so interesting to see people have very, very different reactions. I worked in a clinic for non-compliant diabetics. That is to say, people who had intense diabetes and who didn't want to know they had diabetes, so they continued drinking lots of Coca-Cola and eating crap, and gradually their eyesight's weakening, they have their toes amputated and so on. I don't have diabetes, no. But you've had all the tests, do you have diabetes? No. Nobody's going to tell me who I am. I don't have diabetes. So there's a kind of stubborn non-absorption of the fact that your world has shifted, and what was once workable for your body system is no longer workable. You cannot process this sugar. The pancreas is collapsing. You have a big issue here. No, I don't. So that was very interesting, seeing how people could accept their disability. Everyone has disabilities, or as we would say now, if you say disability, again, you have a vertical axis, but if you say we all have differential ability, then each person has areas of expansion and areas of contraction. Whew. Everyone is disabled in some areas of their life. Especially surgeons and anaesthetists, because they often find that being autistic helps. No, you see that in the hospital. They're not very easy in their social life, but they're very, very focused on the task. And that non-distraction into social relatedness allows them to stay wonderfully focused as technicians. So it could be an advantage in one area is a disadvantage in another. It is just as it is, and if you find the right niche for your qualities, it goes well. So it's not about a generalized system of good and bad, it's about the fit. Can I find somewhere where I fit and flourish? Just as you have with the garden. Some plants do well in the sun, some do well in the shade. That's for us. So the more you can see the unique specificity of each moment and appreciate it as it is, that allows you excuse me, to respond with it, to it, with it. It's the with it. I'm not rejecting this, but I can adjust my proximity. Either I'm close or distant. I'm not rejecting it by having distance, but with this distance, I feel comfortable. Does that make sense? I still stay aware of how it is, but it feels good to be here, not to be involved in that. So when you have desire, you have a fragmentation of the field. A lot of it is irrelevant. There are a few special features, and they get all your attention. The purification of that is to have an even attention to everything, so that all that occurs can shine, and all that occurs can reveal itself as it is, without being reframed through your likes and dislikes. Then we have aversion or anger or rage or hatred. These are all variations on the theme of I don't like, I don't want, go away, don't trouble me. So the purification of this is seen as being the mirror-like original knowing or wisdom. The mirror shows what is put in front of it. It's not interpreting, it's not judging, it's not changing, it just shows. When you feel really pissed off with someone and you start to give them a piece of your mind, you start to tell them some home truths, it's often very accurate. Let me fucking tell you what you're like. You know, we've been together 20 years, 20 fucking years. I'm going to tell you now. I'm swallowed and swallowed and swallowed. I'm going to tell you. Wow, that's, you actually know your partner very well. And the problem has been is that you've used that knowledge to dislike them rather than appreciate them. This is what they're like. You're always fucking talking and complaining. Oh, they complain. That is their relation with the world. It's through aversion. They see the negative churns around inside them, and that's what they talk about, what the neighbors are doing or where they park their car, and there's always something to complain about. I don't like it. How is it? I don't like it. But how is it? Because the mirror shows how it is. And the fact that you don't like this is now held in relation to how it is. So then it's not that I don't like this because this is bad, where I define what this is, like the mirror showing how it is. How would I be angry that this is how you are? I want you to be other than you are. But you are as you are. I am as I am. So we could stay together and make it work, or maybe that's impossible because we're too different. But the issue is, I don't need to make you bad because I find it difficult to be with you as you are. That's my difficulty. It's not your badness. It's not your fault. So you can see how if you pull that back into yourself, that gives you something to work on, because you can find yourself getting angry or pissed off or irritated, and you're cooking up a storm inside. What has this to do with the other person? Yeah? You've gone on a riff, you've taken a few notes, and you've lost them. They're not the object of your anger, but they're getting a whack of it. So the mirror just shows. So we're open, excuse me, we're seeing each thing as it is, and it's just this. It's just this. And it's changing, because life is dynamic. Now we're coming into the evening, the shadows are lengthening, the songs of the birds start to change, and so on. We are in a moving field, that's what the mirror shows. So if we say, I don't like you because you're always like this, can we hear what we say? We're talking shit. I don't like you. Who is the you? It's you for me. I don't meet you as you because I already feel an antipathy about you. And because I feel this negativity towards you, I don't want to be near you. And because I'm not near you, I don't need to modify my opinion that you're horrible. So I sit alone in my castle, the victor. Yeah? That's where anger leads you. You end up very lonely if you're always blaming other people and judging them.
How do you balance that with maybe wanting to help someone? So you see they're stuck in a spiral, right? And then you see maybe by pointing it out, that could open them up, right? How do you balance that gesture with what you said, which is open and relax?
Has that person invited you to comment? Yeah. If you don't get the invitation, stumm. If you get the invitation, is it an honest invitation? Or is it, tell me you love me? I know I irritate you sometimes, but tell me what it's like. Oh, darling, it doesn't matter. So there's always a little bit of politics involved in these things. In an ideal world, we would be able to have open, authentic communication. But because we have this structure of subject and object, and that they tend to freeze as back to back. They're mutually repellent. If I'm the subject, you're the object. If you're the subject, I'm the object. And as the object, let me tell you, because that's what the anger does. It reduces the other to somebody who has to absorb what I say. Like with that interview that was on the conversation that was on the television in the White House with Trump and Zelensky. And Trump is just going at Zelensky, just going at him with his nasty little henchmen kind of shooting from the side. The deal was, you shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. So that's what anger does. It creates a monologue. Now, if we want to have a dialogue, we have to find a way to get close. So, how do you eat a prickly pear? Yeah, quite difficult. You want to get close, but you get these little prongs in your fingers. So this person's very touchy. That means they're very sensitive. They react quickly. They don't like to be commented on because they have a fear of objectification. So when you meet this 40-year-old, there's a 7-year-old who was bullied at school and given a lot of kind of objectified definitions of themselves. And so defensively, they're trying to push that off. So we may see their structure, but that doesn't necessarily help us to know how to speak. It's very tricky. It's very, if we see that the ground of our being is empty and how we manifest is dynamic and changing and interactive, if somebody says, I don't like you doing that, I say, okay, I don't need to do it. But if I am wedded to my habitual activity, and by doing what I habitually do, I'm confirming my sense of my own identity, then I do very strongly object to the fact that you're telling me that how I am is wrong. It's very tricky. Mostly we don't want to know the truth. Remember the story. Buddha, when Prince Siddhartha, under the Bodhi tree, became enlightened, he walks up and down for 7 days and he's thinking, I have found something so precious, so liberating, but what will I do with it? And he thinks, if I say anything, people will misunderstand me, they'll get upset, and he decided not to teach. And then according to the tradition, the different gods came and they scattered flowers and they sang to him and they asked him again and again, please teach, please teach. And he did. But he did with this hesitancy that it's not going to go well. It can't survive very long. He said, my teachings will survive for 5 times 500 years. So the 2500th anniversary of the Buddha saying that was 1956. And so we're now in the end of times. They call it the lees. Like if you make tea, you have at the bottom of your pot these tea leaves, but all the flavors come out of them. This is our time, the time of the dregs. Not so happy. Buddhism is not a happy, hopeful proposition. So, how, if you're working with yourself, instead of going into my angry judgment, which reifies the object or the person I'm connecting with, I just see, like the mirror. The mind shows how it is. It shows how it is raw taste, as it is. Not adding ingredients. We add ingredients. Oh, I don't like you. That's an ingredient. We add that in. I think you're horrible. I don't want to be with you anymore. All these ingredients we add into it. You've been with someone for 10 years and now you decide you don't want to be with them. You put up with it for a long time, have another 30 years, please the Pope. It's like that. No, I can't bear it anymore. Have you said anything? No. There wouldn't be any point. When you do couple therapy, you hit this again and again and again. People come too late. Too late. How will I survive this? Become like the mirror. See, reveal, don't blind yourself, don't put up with it, don't be hard done by. Be with it without judging it, without making the signs, remember, second level of unawareness, without applying all these signs, you're horrible, you're mean, you never support me, The charge sheet is huge. You let me down, you betrayed me, you did this, you did that. Yes, all of these things happen. So, do we go summative? Do we take a score and build up the charge sheet? At the end, we come to a conclusion. You are like this. Don't deny it. Or we see these things happen due to causes and conditions. They are illusions. They've passed. We hang on to the past. We construct the definitive identity of the other. Why would we do that? Because I know what you're like. No, you know what I'm like according to your pattern of the 5 poisons. Mediated through your delusion, I appear to be like that. So if you don't mediate me, you might meet me. Would you like to meet me? No, because I know what you're like. That's how we stay stupid, you know? Is China the real enemy? That's a big question now. Should we go to war with China? It's in the back of Trump's mind all the time. Can I get Russia as an ally? Because if I have Russia as an ally, we could go together against China and we could tie up all the resources that are in the Arctic and so on. But if Russia aligns itself with China, then we're going to be out on a limb, especially since I've said, fuck off Europe. So he's in a bit of a double bind. Game plans, winning and losing. What does the mirror say? How it is. How it is. Just the simplicity of it. This person's always disappointed. If they are always disappointed, they will be disappointed in me. So when they show they're disappointed in me, I think, oh, that's great. You have integrity to your ego structure. No, thank you for including me in your objects of derision. Huh? So that is the mirror-like wisdom, is to see and not judge. Because anger begins with a judgment. You are like this, you do this, and it has a definitive whack. And it's very, very horrible to be at the mercy of people like that. So, and then we have pride. The purification of pride, or the true nature of pride, is the wisdom of evenness, where we see all appearances, all experiences are inseparable from the ground, and the ground is empty. And so although you have diversity of appearance, diversity of experience, they are even, or there is no differentiation in terms of value. So you have the diversity of the showing, but the value remains the same. So if you're at school and you're really good at running, then you're maybe the best runner in the school. Full stop. It's just that. That's all it is. And someone else has the best voice. Someone else can do handstands and walk across the playground on their hands. People can do all sorts of things. What is your vertical hierarchy of values whereby you're attributing, that's an amazing quality. I like it so much that you have that. I want to be your best friend because you've got the quality I appreciate. Now, if we just tilt this down, it's even. Everyone has disabilities or differential abilities. Everybody has their own range of good qualities. they are as they are. So we're always coming back to the same thing, the unique specificity of how individuals are manifesting in the moment. And if we see that, and we don't enter into comparing and contrasting and putting people into a hierarchy, we start to have an appreciation. So pride is when we take up a position of, I'm different from you, I'm separate from you, and I'm superior to you. Due to my matrix of interpretation, I can locate myself above you. And that's false. There is no basis for doing that, because that is simply the product of your own mental activity. And then finally, we have the purification of jealousy, which is called the all-accomplishing wisdom, or the original knowing, which can complete every activity. Jealousy interrupts the flow of our life because it introduces a sense of instability. I can't continue with my plans because are we going to be together or not? Are you going to leave me or not? Now I feel anxious and worried. I don't know what to do. All of this turbulence interferes with how you relate to the world. I have made you special. You seem to make me special, and we were two specials together for a while, and now that's changing. I still think you're special, but it becomes clear you don't think I'm so special anymore. So I'm feeling anxious, I'm feeling judged. I feel that when you're looking at me, you're thinking about the other person, the third person as well, and I'm always being set up in your mind against myself. There's a lot of mental activity going on there, a lot of insecurity. This is the situation. What should be done? Well, that comes after thing, how is it? It's like this. If it's like this, I like you and you don't like me so much. You want to leave me because you found someone that you think is better. That's your free choice. I don't own you. I didn't buy you. The door is open. We chose to come together. We can choose to go apart. I wouldn't choose for us to go apart, but you seem to want to do that. What shall I do? Now I'm being agitated. Like if you had a very long whip and you go, the ripple goes all the way along it. Now you're tied by some kind of love umbilical cord into this other person, but they're now dancing to another music and you're getting the side effect of that. You're getting the whiplash. And it's not very nice. Is it workable or not? In Tibetan, it's called Chadrup Yeshi. Cha drup. Cha means activity or doing, and drup means to accomplish. Is this viable? Is it workable? It may not be workable. The fact that I still feel in love or have desire for the other person and want to be with them, that doesn't secure the territory. Workability is a very uncertain phenomena. Things can be workable for a while and then they're not workable. We see that in relations between countries. They're friends and then they become enemies. The Buddha said this so many times in so many different ways. But I don't want it to be unstable. I want to be with you. I'm taking refuge in you. Big mistake. Taking refuge in human beings, not a good idea. No, no, no. No, no, no. You have your 5 poisons. Do they not smell bad enough? Now you want to add someone else's 5 poisons just for, Marmite. I'm a Marmite person. Lay it on thick. That's what you do. When you meet someone, you fall in love with them, you end up going home with their 5 poisons. As a training in romance, we're not doing too well. So then we always have this issue, is it workable? The fact that I would desire something doesn't alter the structure. So the actuality is, this is not functioning. Now we have easy divorce, which is such an amazing transformation. Although the position of women when they divorce, often they're in a financially weak position and so on, it's a hell of a lot better than in Britain in the 1930s, where you're stuck in a terrible marriage with a drunkard who rapes you every night, and you can't get away. You can't get away. So the freedom to join into a relationship and then come out of the relationship is very, very freeing, especially for women. But then who would I be? Who am I without you? Then we feel sad. How could you have such a question? Because you've always been looking out. You've been looking after the children. You've been looking after your partner. You've been making sure the house is nice. You've been organizing the holidays. All the list of things that women do is an incredible list. You haven't been looking at yourself. How are you? How are you? So when you turn this mirror-like wisdom onto yourself and you see, oh, I have these qualities which are not seen by him or her, and they weren't seen by me, but now that I see these, how will I interact? What is my niche? What is the fit? It's very, very important. I have to say that many, many Tibetan Lamas had terrible marriages. It wasn't a great thing to be married to a Tibetan Lama because he's always being number one, and we wifeys in the background making the show go well, as is normally the case. They haven't sorted out the way to do these things. So, these are the 5 wisdoms. And the first, the most basic, is the wisdom of emptiness, of the Dharma Dhatu. Everything is always emerging in emptiness, arising and dissolving in emptiness, moment by moment. I'm talking, the words come out, they dissolve, the words come out, they dissolve. My body moves this way, my body moves that way. It's just movement in space. Nothing is established. And the reason for talking about these things is to try to create a kind of massage of your mind so that your mind can soften and become more flexible and less stuck and decisive and determinative of how you are and how other people are. Because it is the fit which is the main thing. So, in Tibetan they say, Gangla Gangdul. Gangla Gang means to each according to their circumstances. Dulwa means to help them or to support them in finding their way, to educate them. Educate in the traditional sense of educare, to lead out the potential, not to stuff full of knowledge and information. If we're going to do that with different people, we have to have a range of qualities and manifest the qualities differently with different people. So there you see, having a sense of self, an internal reference point, how does it feel to me? That interferes with how should I be for you? So if we start with the other and move towards connectivity with the other, we will manifest in the way that fits. So resting in the Dharma Dhatu wisdom or awareness, it's all together, all at once, and we are always already participants. When you're in yourself, it looks like I'm here, I'm me, and you guys are something else. You are other than I. I am other than you. differentiation. But as we looked yesterday, I'm sitting here. I feel the hardness of the seat. I feel my arms on the side of the chair. I see you. I hear the sounds. It's all at once. I am in this field of experience with you. I am in your field of experience. You are in my field of experience. And we're both moving in that field of experience with everyone else. Ceaselessly moving, thoughts, feelings, sensations. Because I'm moving in the field, what do I want? Well, it depends. It depends. I want connectivity. How do we find connectivity? We open to receive the other. This is the big, if you only take one thing away from our time together, the essence is receive and respond. Very often we enact or we manifest or we come forward from our self-positioning. Oh, I like you. I want to spend some time with you. So we project some value into the other and then go looking for the value we have projected into them. Because they then become a site of our interpretation. In Dzogchen or Mahamudra, we don't want to do that at all. We're here, we're present with everyone, and it's all here, and we're part of it. So being part of it as the starting point, rather than being apart from it, that is the basis. Because if you're part of it, then from the very beginning you taste the seamless integrity, the absolute integration of all that's present. Whereas if you start from apartness, from here I am, and looking around at you guys, I'm wondering what the fuck I'm doing here. Why am I here? Help me, mommy, my mom's dead. Who's going to rescue me? Because it's just me, poor wee me. Everyone feels poor wee me. Or is it only Scottish people, maybe? When you start from the position of isolation, you're moving across a gap to the other. And of course, one of the things we learned in the development of the history of art is the origins of perspective. So that when you look at an icon, they're not designing any perspective. The value of the figures in the icon is their spiritual status. So Jesus is very big, and poor wee Mary, she's quite small. That's how that was worked out. And then when you see perspective, you see that when there is a distance, things seem smaller. They're not smaller, they are their actual size, but because you're apart, they get smaller. So the more separation you have from other people, the less accurate your perception of them. Proximity is truth. Contact is vitality. Yeah? So that's central, isn't it? That when you feel connected with someone, there are so many pathways of communication that open. And you can start to have this co-emergence. But if you stay in yourself, stuck in yourself, you're not going to experience that. So, always useful to be close. My teacher was always very keen to connect with people. I remember we were in Dharamsala and we were walking together up this little hill, and there was a guy coming down wearing Hindu robes, Western person. And Sri Lama went up to me and said, "Oh, who are you and what are you doing?" He said, "Oh, I'm a follower of Krishna." And, "Okay, what's your name?" My name is Krishna Das. I am the servant of Krishna. Sri Lama said, "That's wonderful, because I am Krishna." This poor guy. It's like that. To be playful, to make something happen. And maybe that creates some little tendrils that open it up. But if you just pass like ships in the night, you don't get a chance to taste the energy or the potential of the other person. So we take this risk of going forward and saying, how are you doing? You finding it okay here? What's happening for you? Okay, so I think we have food soon. So let's do the Guru Yoga again, and then we stop for food. Okay. So, looked a lot at relaxing and releasing, but sometimes that's not so easy. So, one simple thing you can try, which I think helps a lot, I've certainly done it a lot, is after the food, if you have some free time, you can as you walk around, if you see a bush or a flower, it could be a stone that somehow catches your attention, sit with it, sit down in a comfortable way, look at it, and tell it what it is. So, you are an oak tree. Your bark is very crinkly. You have some mold in the cracks. You describe everything you see and everything you see. I'm telling the tree what it is. And then when you exhaust that, when you find you've got nothing more to say, you just go quiet and look at the tree, and now you're able to receive what's there, because you've emptied out your assumptions and the basis of your projections. And the more you do that in different situations, you start to see, oh, ordinarily I begin by telling the world what it is. I say this is good, this is bad. And so I reverberate in this prison cell of myself. I'm only in touch with my own patterning. So by allowing yourself to hear yourself enunciating what you make of this form, this situation, this shape, and you keep saying it, and then you come to a point where I don't want to define it anymore because your definition is not quite catching what's there. And then you start to receive. And you can do that in silence, or you can say what is surprising in what you see. And that's a different quality, because then you're touched and moved. So the receptivity is always the starting point. But when you're full, that's difficult. So recognizing I am preoccupied. I mean, that's the real meaning of karma. You've built up all these patterns of association and belief, which are very powerful and effective for functioning in the world. But they are like wearing particular kinds of glasses, or they're like an astigmatism in which the patterning of the eye distorts what's arising. So we want to see clearly. We want to see how it is, not what it is. So when you're telling the tree or the plant or the flower what it is, you're describing an object. And when you start to receive how it is a source of light and revelation and disclosure. And that's very different. So then the world starts to be vibrant. You move on the world and the world moves on you. And then you have that dynamic movement, that dynamic interaction. And that's the basis of the co-emergence. Because this vital aspect and my vital aspect are moving together. So it's kind of loosens the clunkiness of final definitions. Yeah?
Can you explain the same things about the food? How we can deal with the food?
Food?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there is some kind of buffet there, some kind of salad and lentils, I believe. Again, it's very useful, lentils. Here in our little wind factory. So you look at it, how much do you need to eat? What do you want to eat? How is this? Do you eat because you feel hungry, but you don't actually like the food very much? What is it that gets in the way of appreciating what is there? Because it's food, other people eat it, but it might not be what you normally eat. Okay, so how is it? If you enter into a judgment, you then are eating through your judgment. So freshness is everything. That in the Tibetan text, they're always saying the mind is naked and fresh. It's fresh because each moment is each moment is each moment. So you look at it and you think, this is the most boring kind of fucking salad. What planet are they on? You know, let's get a little bit lamb's lettuce and, you know, these nice things. Why this icebergy thing that's just insipid? Yeah, prejudice. Without prejudice, I make these comments. So that's how it is. So how will I approach that? My judgment will get in the way or make me eat too much. We just stay with the senses, relax in the out-breath and see how it feels. The problem that you might have noticed is this is a room full of gannets. You know, the gannet, the bird that is always hungry and eats everything. Because if you don't eat quickly, by the time you get back to the plate, it's all gone. So no second chance. This is like a, you know, at Shaolin, this is the training to do with a sharp sword. Live or die, lettuce or not. Yeah.
Are we allowed to do the exercise you did before also with people?
I beg your pardon?
Are we allowed to do the exercise that you described before also with people, especially partners?
Well, I think if you're doing Dharma, it's very important, whether your partner's interested in Dharma or not, at least to inform them about what is going on. Because the Dharma alters you. I remember I did a training in couples counseling and sexual relationship counseling. And part of that was a weekend where people were invited to bring their partners so that they could hear what goes on. Because if you're always thinking about sexual problems and difficulties and hearing all these things, it will affect how you relate sexually, for sure. And you're hearing about couple issues, you start to recognize problems that are maybe just simmering below the surface. So it's very important to see, this is what I'm studying, these are the ideas that are informing how I make sense of what's going on between us. So I would apply the same thing to Dharma. Yeah? Okay, now we have the break and we meet again in the morning. So I thought this morning we'd start by looking at a general Buddhist principles of the two accumulations, the accumulation of merit and wisdom. all the different kinds of Buddhist teachings point in the same direction. So you can go in through any door and you find yourself in the same space. One of my teachers, Kalu Rinpoche, said, you can walk. Well, in Tibet especially, people walked everywhere. They didn't have wheeled transport. And but it's slow. If you want to go on a plane, it's very quick, but it costs you a lot. So Dharma is like an airplane. It goes very quickly, but you have to get the accumulations which buy you the ticket. It's like that and it's not like that. So the accumulation of wisdom is to have moment after moment of seeing the illusory nature of what you experience. And of course, you then cover that simple clarity in interpretation, in ideas, in associations, and then you have another little moment of clarity. And you see, oh, there's this, and it's gone. This, and it's gone. When you had breakfast, most people are sitting at the table, they're chatting with other people, you're into something, and then you get up, and that's gone. So that was like a little world that opened, different possibilities of communication, and then it's gone. It's like that. So our life is a flow of experiences, and when we see that none of these experiences can be nailed down, they can't be fixed, the only way to get it is to be there, is to be fully available for the moment, because you can't take the moment out of time. So we've looked that when you look in terms of the past, present and future, it is as if the past is available. You can think about the past, but that is your conceptual past. So, if you're on a diet, having the concept of breakfast without eating breakfast is probably very useful. But if you want to have a life, the concept of life is not the same as living life. That's why the state puts people that it doesn't like in prison, because in prison you don't have much of a life. You can't make choices. You have a kind of continuity of being locked up in a cell, most likely with someone you don't like. We are lucky because we have a wide range of experiences through the course of the day. Experience, tumbling into experience, here and then gone. And as we've been looking, we can either merge into what's going on, or we can try to stay apart from it and edit it and manage it. But our path is the middle way to stay neither pushing away nor merging in, but just to be open with whatever is arising. And that becomes much easier when you see all that arises is without inherent existence. I am without inherent existence. You are without inherent existence. That is to say, we are here. You have the vitality of experiencing yourself being here, but you're not here as something. You're here as an availability, a participative availability, and events get to you. So the flow of interaction reveals you to yourself. You're both taken out of yourself and revealed to yourself. So say at breakfast you're sitting with someone and they're talking stuff and you think this is really boring. You want to protect yourself against the boredom of their existence. Not uncommon. Why? How, in what way will how they are, which is a pattern, an energetic pattern, how will that contaminate you? only if you feel they're getting to you, they're getting at you. I don't like this. I can't be myself with someone who is like that. I can't be myself. Since I don't have a self to be, their boringness is a great liberation. Because it takes me, it can, if I'm here, if I'm present, I can see I'm closing down. I'm trying to defend the fortress of self in the face of these qualities which seem to be undermining it. I have to be careful where I go, who I talk to, how I think about myself, because I'm trying to protect a structure. So when we do the meditation, life is flowing on, and we don't know what is going to arise for us as our experience. We are always on the level of the not knowing. We don't know, and everything is revealed. Like the mirror on your car is empty, and as you drive along, it's filling and emptying, just as we fill and empty with this flow of experiences. The more empty you are, the more you can be with experiences. But if the emptiness of your mind seems to be fused with or covered by a particular formation, and you believe that that formation is you, then you're under attack. Because the dynamism of the world and your desire for fixity and definite knowledge are going in contrary directions. So as we see with the rising sea levels and the increasing power of some of the storms, there's a lot of erosion on the coast. Like in Sussex, there's many houses built along the edge of the sea, which gave them a beautiful view, but now the cliffs are falling into the sea. So what seemed to be stable was only stable because the sea was further out. As the sea comes in, the basic instability of the situation is revealed. Whatever we take to be settled and fixed is not so. As the Buddha said, all phenomena are impermanent. And when we see the impermanence as a fact, not a punishment, not some kind of curse which is condemning us to always be losing whatever we have, but that's just how it is. Very simple, neutral, that's how it is. Then, in this field of ceaseless dynamism and interaction, to make a decision to hold yourself in place, to be yourself, to assert yourself, is daft. It's crazy. Because how could you stabilize something? And if you did stabilize yourself, you would need to control other people because they will keep moving. But because people keep moving and you have a tendency to move, moving with the moving in the movement is how your life unfolds. We are revealed to ourselves through our expression. We don't know what we are thinking very often until we say something to someone else. The words come out of our mouth and into our ears simultaneously. We think, oh, wow, okay. So this notion of the mind being like a mirror with a ceaseless revelation is a support for not freezing, not solidifying. Each moment is concrete in the sense of being just this. It has its precise formation and then it's gone. Very precise, very clear, and then it's gone. It's not hazy and fuzzy because it's moving. It's very, very precise. Like we're here, we look around, we see people, we see the color of the clothes they're wearing, that some people are taller, shorter, and so on. All of the incredible details of the field are just here. And then it shifts. Somebody moves their head, somebody who you could see, you can't see anymore because someone else's head is in the way. And the field of disclosure or the field of revelation is ever shifting. So the accumulation of wisdom, the wisdom of emptiness, is revealed to us through our acceptance, our open acceptance of the dynamic, ungraspable nature of phenomena. The ego self, in its instability, seeks to impose order on what's arising. But this is foolish. There is this story, maybe a myth, about an early English king, King Canute, and he was somewhat inflated by his notion of having royal power, and people were quite afraid of him. And he said, I can control everything. And so he decided to control the ocean. And he got them to carry his throne down to the beach and into the sea, and he sat on his throne and he commanded the waves to stop. And of course he got wet. And it's like that. Change is how it is. Stability is a momentary patterning instability. A momentary patterning of pseudo-stability within the field of movement. Things seem to be like this, and then they change. So, emptiness means there is no internal fixed essence governing manifestation. Manifestation arises from our open, empty presence, and we receive and we are called forth. We receive, we respond, we move. When your senses are open, moment after moment after moment of experience is coming through, and then you respond in various ways. So that's all emptiness means. Emptiness means nothing stands apart from the field of integral movement. So now we learn that the ice caps in the Arctic and the Antarctic are melting. These huge plains of ice that have been there for thousands of years are starting to melt, and big icebergs are coming in. Water can be ice, water can be flowing water, water can be still water in a pond, water can be rain, water can be steam, water can be clouds. There are many possibilities of water. Due to causes and conditions, water shows these forms. But when we say, oh, the polar ice cap, as if it was some fixed thing, it's only fixed because the conditions were reasonably repetitive. That you had the same kind of temperature there, the same kind of air condition and so on, which were, of course, dynamic. And now it starts to change. So you look at a huge block of ice and it's dissolving. It's dissolving. It's held in place due to causes and conditions. So if you've been up in the mountains and you've walked on a glacier and you see these huge, huge amounts of ice, and then you come to a crevice and there's a crack and you could fall down there and it's quite dangerous. The ice seems to have an existence, a presence of its own, something reliable. But if you talk with the local people, they'll describe, oh, in my grandfather's time the ice was like this and now it's like this. It's always changing. We often, as moving people, as busy modern people, we're never in one place long enough to see the changes that are going on. So change is the breath of emptiness. It is because there is no fixed essence to anything that we move freely, that we can become different things. And this is going on all the time, changing and changing and changing. So the accumulation of emptiness is to become, means to become more and more familiar with the impossibility of accumulation. A lot of the general Buddhist teaching is formulated in the language of ordinary life, because a farmer knows that even if the winter is long and hard, you mustn't eat the seed grain, because when the spring comes around and you have to plant, if you've eaten that grain, you're going to have a bad next winter. So the accumulation makes sense to people who are exposed to a lot of difficult conditions. They have to prepare for changes. But how do you accumulate emptiness? You can't. You accumulate it by dissolving into it. It's a kind of paradoxical move. The more time you spend with the openness of the mind, like when we do the 3R, thoughts are arising and gone. Feelings arise and gone. Memories, future plans. Without blocking anything, in this space of revelation, all that you might cleave to, all that you might hold on to, is just dissolving and flowing through your fingers. Oh, this is the emptiness. The emptiness of the mirror is the capacity of the mirror to show different formations. Because what is in the mirror is not definitive of the essence of the mirror. It's just the showing of the potential of the mirror. And when you see a particular reflection, it tells you this is a mirror, this is a showing which is undeniable. It impacts us, what you see in the mirror, what is revealed to you. That shifts your mood, your posture, your breathing, and so on. And yet, nothing definite arises because you don't know how it will be next time. And it's always changing. Empty is always full. The mind is always full and empty simultaneously. The mirror always has a reflection in it. The reflection fills the mirror because the mirror is empty. You have so many experiences in your life because of the open emptiness of your awareness. This is so fundamental. It's very difficult to make any progress in Buddhism unless this is very clear for you. Because our egoic tendency is try to build and build and build and build. So I'm going to build a wall now. I've got some bricks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many bricks have we got? 2. Because by the time we go 1, 2, 3, where has 1 gone to? Now 4. Oh, now, but where has 2 gone to? It's like that. It's always vanishing. Self-arising, self-liberating, non-cumulative. There is nothing to build up. There is everything to receive. So our fluidity, our receptivity, our responsivity is inseparable from the richness of our lives. Because we walk around in these gardens, there's so many shapes and colors and scents coming from the different flowers. This and this and this and this and this, and you can't get any of it. And the people who own this place are so bloody busy refurbishing the house, they don't even get to smell the flowers. So ownership is often a problem in that way, because you're having to manage what you own because you want to have it the way you want to have it. Whereas when we renounce, not renouncing samsara, not renouncing the world, but renouncing the delusion that I can make life on my terms, then we become participants rather than managers. It's a very lonely thing to be a manager. If you've ever experienced being a manager, the first thing you know is your staff don't like you. It is separative. You're the manager, so somehow structurally you're entitled to look at the work that other people are doing, and they want to say, fuck off. I'm doing my work. You say, no, you're employed in the organization. I, as your manager, need to know what you're doing. Fuck off, it's my work. It's very difficult because it feels like a threat to the ego of the worker to have someone checking them and thinking, I'm 40 years of age. What the hell is this sniffing around me? You know, as if I was a baby and you're sniffing my pants if I need to be cleaned, you know. That anxious over-management is very tormenting if you've ever had it. So we don't want to be managing ourselves. We want to be releasing ourselves into the flow of co-emergent experience. So the more we shift from naming, solidifying, predicting the continuity of the phenomena we have named, the more we totalize in that way as if we are accountants coming to summing up all the factors, the more we're blind. You blind yourself. Totalization is a deceit. Now, if you're studying Dzogchen, you enter the Tower of Babel. You enter a realm of endless different languages because all the people who are translating Dzogchen texts believe that how they use language is correct. So they talk of the total space of Vajrasattva. How could you have a total space? Not possible. This is an insult to the English language. You know? And if the language is used poorly, it makes you crazy. It is non-summative. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's always vanishing, always vanishing. Self-arising, self-vanishing. There is no total. There is no accumulation. But there is presence. And presence means just this, just this, just this. And this is the quality of emptiness. So the accumulation of emptiness arises from releasing your tendency to grasp. It's a kind of contrary movement. Then we have merit. Merit is the idea that is the basic idea of capitalism. It's the profit motive, isn't it? That you have some money, I know you have 100 units, euros. You want to put it in the bank and you want to know that it will gather some benefit. So when we do a virtuous action, there is excess value which is generated. So you decide to set up a feeding place for poor people. They come, you give them food, they're happy. This is a good thing to do. Now you have this goodness was both the goodness of the action, the satisfaction of the people, but there's a kind of ethereal quality, which is the merit. And merit is the idea that there is not just the immediacy of the action, but there is the echo of it into the future. So in that sense, merit is a parallel concept to karma. Because with karma, as we've already looked, you perform an action, and the action happens in a particular context for a short duration. You do something, good or bad, and it's over. But it's not quite over because there is a trace. Like when you see where the snail's been, you see that glittery little path they lead. So all our actions leave these glittery little trails. And that becomes the pathway, or the kind of, if you're rubbing on something, it makes a groove, and that becomes the tendency which can be activated by circumstances at a later date. So merit is a similar kind of thing. You do this good thing, and there is some value in it. So from the Mahayana point of view, which is to say, Mahayana means big vehicle. So it's the big vehicle is not a small vehicle. A small vehicle is, I want to find my liberation. Samsara, or my life, is very, very difficult. I want to be free of all these constraints and difficulties and limitations. In the Mahayana, we say, yes, I want to have that freedom, but so do other people. So my vision is then the liberation of all beings. It's a vast intention. I will work for the benefit of all beings. So whenever I do something virtuous, I will offer it to other beings. I give the merit to other people. So I invest the merit not in myself, in my hope for a future rebirth, which would be the most general attitude. You help to build the monastery or the stupa, and this will lead to having a healthy life and more opportunities and so on opening up. This is a very narrow view. What we do is we dedicate the merit for the benefit of all. So at these times, when there are a lot of wars going on, when there's a lot of conflict, you can focus your good intention. May the minds of all beings be peaceful. May conflict and aggression go down. So your good intention is kind of carried along on the wave of excess, which is the benefit. So in a capitalist system, it's the profit you gain on something. Some religions, like Islam, don't like the idea of money lending at all. They think that this is unethical. But generally speaking, what's the benefit? Why would I do it? So a lot of the time our mobilization is future-oriented. Why should I study? I don't like school. Oh, but later you want to get a job, and do you want to have a job cleaning the streets or cleaning the toilets in a public place? Or do you want to have a nice job in an office with air conditioning and so on? Oh, the latter option sounds better. Okay, well, you better do your homework. So you're kind of dislodged out of your complacency of, I don't like it, I'm not going to do it, to seeing that the world is a situation of doors which open or close. And if you're ripe and ready, you can go through the door that opens for you. But if you haven't passed your exam, then it's very difficult. In many countries, like in France, if you don't do your baccalaureate at the right time, it's very difficult to go back later to a college and do that, because the door closes, because there's a standardization of progression through education. So, we work hard, we do our virtuous thoughts, our prayers, we burn our butter lamps, we express many good wishes for others, we do practical things to help other people, and this gives this currency of merit. On a general level, the quality of your next birth depends on what you've got in the bank. Just as if you've been working but your job didn't pay very well, when you retire you don't have much of a pension, and then life can be very difficult. So it's a similar way of thinking. I need to accumulate this merit and then I'll buy myself rebirth in Dzogchen or in some Pure Land, a nice condo. And oh, you've arrived premium class, madam. Amitabha is always available. That's one way to get some money out of the punters. And Buddhism can be just as exploitative as any religion. There's all these funny stories. Give us your dosh. But what we are concerned with is, I give it away because there are people who want something. I want nothing. So I give my something to the other who's happy to get the something, and I'm left with nothing, and I'm glad because nothing, nothingness, mahashunyata, the great emptiness, is how it is. It's by giving away your merit that you gain the accumulation of wisdom. Does that make sense? And if you hang on to what you've got, you've then got to manage your portfolio. And there are many financial experts who will give you advice. Just like different lamas. You go and see the lama. What practice should I do? Oh, Vajrayogini for you. Why? Because they like Vajrayogini. Or they tell you to do Tara. They like Tara. So financial advisors and lamas are a little bit... You have to think, what is their structure? What are they invested in? We want nothing. So what is this nothing? It is the emptiness of the mind. It is the emptiness of the mirror which allows the mirror to fill and empty, fill and empty. If the mirror, in the old days it used to be silvered on the back, and that would start to peel off, and then you don't get the full revelation from the mirror. So when the reflective surface is unavailable, you get the fixity of the shape where the mirror is not working. But the mirror surface itself is always changing because it is the site of the revelation of what is occurring. Yeah? So in the mirror of my mind, here you are. You are my mind, or you are my life, or you are my experience. Because I look out, I see you. I don't see me. You are my life. You are the revelation of the potential of my existence at this moment, along with the bird song, with the leaves, with the wind. This is it. This is it. This is all there is. Just this. And we get enough of all this if the mirror is untarnished. So when we accumulate merit, we're dealing with the tarnish, we're improving the tarnished state of the mirror. And then we can be present with everything and respond in different ways to different people. So we gather. In Tibetan, they say Dzogchen, the two gatherings. It's not really so much an accumulation, but it's what you gather together. Like if you've done any tantric practice in the pujas, the ritual practices, they often have some food offering, and that's called a dzog. So people bring different kinds of offerings, and it's put on display beneath the altar. You do the practice, and then you share in the consumption of that. So it's a gathering. So now I'm gathering lots of things. I'm very greedy. So now I've got a lot, but I've come to the limit of my capacity. So I'd like some of that, but now I'm looking at what I don't have because I'm stuck with what I do have. So that's why you have to let go of the accumulation. That's why you dedicate the merit, so your hands are empty for the next moment, and the next moment, and the next moment. And the more you hang on to things, the more difficulties you have. Because it's going to go anyway. We're going to die. We're going to get old. All that we were, we no longer are. We used to go to school. We don't go to school anymore. I used to go to work. I had a room with my name on the door. Now, it's not like that. I don't have a key to the unit anymore. My world has closed on me, and I am excluded from my world, because it was never my world. It was just a caravanserai. It was just a stopping place on this endless movement of experience. So apprehend, release. better even if we don't apprehend, if we just have our hands open and empty, all kind of things come onto them. And then they're gone. So when we're open, we are a site of experience. And when we try to grasp and take hold of something, we are in selective attention. This is the one I want, not that one. So we've already disrupted the openness of the field in which everything is empty of inherent existence, like an illusion, and we're privileging one thing over another, which is the bias that our ego will always have, because we like particular kinds of food or particular kinds of clothes or colors or music or styles of dancing. That's the specificity of being embodied in the world. But there's all the rest. There's all the rest. And if we say, I will work for the benefit of all beings, then the implication is I'm willing to have proximity with all sentient beings. Therefore, what is it that limits me in that availability? I don't like how some people are. I don't like their political opinions, their economic opinions. I don't want to be with them because they are going to contaminate me. Whenever we have that kind of feeling, that's a sign, where is our emptiness? Because I've taken up a position of self. This is me, my recognizable beliefs, behaviors, actions, and so on, and they are discordant with the patterning of this other person. So, am I the patterning of self or the patterning of emptiness? That's the basic for our Dharma progression. Because as long as I take my patterning to be the confirmation of I, me, myself, I return again and again to wanting to confirm that I know who I am who I am, and so on. Then I'm secure in my self-identity, but I'm very diminished in how I can respond to other people. So if we're going to be open, if we're going to really have a welcome for other people as they are, no entry price, no ticket, just come as you are, then I have to have profound hospitality. And yesterday, we were looking at the Dharma Dhatu Jhana, the wisdom of the space of all phenomena. This is the most hospitable aspect of ourselves. When we close into identity, my notion of who I am, I diminish my hospitality. When I open and relax and I'm here with you, let's see. Let's see is a wonderful, wonderful notion because it's always opening and opening. How will it be? So you see somebody here, you're not sure whether you could talk with them or find any contact. Just have a go. Let's see. Maybe you exchange 3 sentences. Maybe you chat for 15 minutes. We don't know. You don't know. But if you act out of the projection of your prejudices, of your pre-formation, then you close down the potential of the field and you make it static. Now, since the field is actually dynamic, that's a big mistake. It means that you bang into things all the time and you feel frustrated and unfulfilled because things are not the way I want them to be. The quick exit from that is there are no things. There is only experience. And experience doesn't last long. That's what we learn from meditation. You're sitting, a thought arises, and it's gone. Feeling arises, it's gone. You have a plan, it's there for maybe 20 seconds, and it's gone. It's always leaving, always arriving, always leaving. The mind is always emptying and always filling. Oh. So holding on to what I've got is a limitation. It secures the ego's delusion that it can have what belongs to it. when you think what has happened in the Sudan between these two crazy warring parties, hundreds of thousands of houses destroyed, hundreds of thousands of rapes, of mutilations, of murders. We have all the trouble in Ukraine. War, it comes so quickly because hatred is very, very quick. Because you define, you're my fucking enemy, I'm going to get you. And once you know this is your enemy, that's a real stasis. That's like ice. This shape now seems to be there. But who is this person who is your enemy? So there's always this issue, do we have some kind of conciliation? Do we bring the warring parties together? Do we try to find a shared solution that will work for both? It's very hard because people have such an investment in, I know you are my enemy, you've betrayed us before, I cannot trust you. And on the level of the 3 times, past, present and future, that may be accurate. But in terms of the immediacy of the moment, there is just this. So let's see. So, merit allows us to free ourselves from the need to maintain a crumbling structure. Death will come. As we get older, all sorts of things come. Arthritis, problems with mobility, problems with memory, with the 5 senses, the eyesight gets weaker, the hearing goes down. You have just the 4 seasons, you know. Springtime, little babies wandering about, full of excitement at what's there. Then we're in summertime and everything seems to blossom. But most of us here are at least in early autumn. And if we hang in long enough, winter will come. And we don't know what bits we're going to lose first. So we think, okay, this is a fact. It's not a punishment. It's not something awful. This is how it is. So I have this window of opportunity. I don't know how long it will stay open. What do I need? These 2 things. I need to develop merit, which of course means connectivity. It doesn't mean what I'm generating. It means how I can give it to others. So when you say, by the merit of doing this practice, this study, this meditation and so on, may all beings awaken, what we're doing is we're sending out little tendrils of connectivity. Your fate and my fate are linked. In the general Mahayana, the view is this, that we have all been born many, many times. In each of our lives, we had a mother. In order to take care of us, the mother made many sacrifices. She got up in the middle of the night. She spent so much time with our shit. Then she spent so much time washing and cleaning. You know, it's a big burden to take care of someone else. But when it's done with love, it's something beautiful. But we are in debt to our mothers. You know, if you think for yourself, all the things your mother did for you, and what did you do for your mother? It's not a very equal equation. So imagine that multiplied millions of times, billions of times. So the texts say, I am in debt. So when I meet another sentient being, I start from the position of a debtor. I owe you. Because in previous lives, when you were my mother, you did so much for me. And now I'm sitting in judgment on you. How come I'm sitting on this mountain, this narcissistic ego mountain that says, oh yes, I don't like you, you're not for me, da 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 da. You're all my mothers. You've all been my mothers. I am in debt to you. I am obliged to be for you because I owe you. Tibetan Buddhism has a lot about debt in it. These are ways of loosening your own solidity. They're not presented as a true map of reality or how it is, but they are like different kinds of screwdrivers, because we all have kind of locked positions. And if it's locked because the screw is a star screw, then you need to have a star screwdriver to open it. If you have a straight line screwdriver, you won't get enough purchase on it. So these conceptualizations, like all beings have been our previous mother, this is, if you like, a working hypothesis. Whether it's true or not true, whatever that would mean, is irrelevant. It's like I take it up as a method of loosening myself and making myself more available. It's a skillful means. So I am in your debt. So how will I fulfill that? I'll do something for you. What will I offer you? I offer you my availability. If I am preoccupied, my own thoughts are more important to me than how you are is for me, because I want to stay with my thoughts. So that's the basis of renunciation. It's not about going and living in the mountains in a cave. It's renouncing self-preoccupation in order to have more availability for the other. Does that make sense? Because we know what it's like. You're in a mood, you're a bit depressed, or you're angry, and just fuck off, leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. No, it's not uncommon to be in that state. Don't speak to me again. I don't want to hear your voice. What are we saying? I'm at my limit. Yes, you're at your limit because you have limited yourself, because you have identified with sensations, with feelings, with memories, with intentions, and you have constructed this formation, and then you seal it with the seal of ignorance. This is me. This is how I am. You fucking know me. Leave me alone. It's just like these cumulus clouds. Whoosh! And then it's gone. You okay, darling? I was just a bit angry this morning. I didn't really mean it. We've all lived through these things. Like, wow. We lost it. We say that in English. I lost it. Sorry. And where do we lose it? We lose it into our constructs through an over-identification with these patterns. And if we want to have compassion, we have to have space. So when that's why yesterday we were looking at the 5 poisons. And these are poisons because they fill the space of availability, whether it's with opacity or desire, which is my obsession that this is more important than that, or aversion, I couldn't cope with that, take it away from me, or pride, I am who I am, or jealousy, I need to manage the whole world so that I'm not made upset by your desire. These are all ways in which we take a pattern to be a thing. We take the thing, the reified pattern, to have a true existence, and then we work out where we're going to be. I need more of you, or I need less of you. Whole life can be spent in that. Very, very easily. Life goes by like a dream, just in a flash. It's gone, like a shooting star. The years have gone by. Where have they gone? Wow. What have I been up to? Reading this, talking this, with this plan, starting a company, trying to find money, trying to work out how to be with my kids and so on. We're always busy about something, which is function is there. It isn't an error. The error arises from thinking my kids are real, I'm real. How the fuck is it that we never get on together? You know, why is it I'm always phoning you and you don't phone me? Yeah, well, you know the story. it becomes very solid. You become disappointed, you become frustrated. And then, of course, from that position, you're not open and welcoming because you've been building up the charge sheet against the other person. Why don't you? Why is it that you always? We hear these words coming out of our mind. You think, I'm like the snow queen. I breathe and everything freezes. Everything gets solidified. So, in terms of merit and wisdom, in order to be available for other people, the starting point is emptiness. So that's why the Guru Yoga of the White Eye is very helpful, because we simply release ourselves from our fixations. And if you're on your own, you can do it for 2 or 3 minutes every 10 minutes. If you do a little weekend retreat, give yourself a day and you just do it again and again and again and again and again. And each time it's different. And sometimes the mind's a bit light and clear, and then the next time it's all thick and sticky. This is not like cleaning the toilet. Because cleaning the toilet, you've got a beginning, a middle, and an end. You can smell the shit, and you scrub it in, you put some bleach down. Now the toilet's clean. Job done. But your mind is producing all kinds of stuff. You can't, it's non-totalized. You don't know what it is. You don't know what thought you're going to have in the next moment. You don't know what feelings or sensations are going to arise. So when you sit to do the practice, what you've got is the revelation of the current patterning of the energy of emptiness. That's why you can meditate a long time and your mind's still fucked. Now, if you stay with that and you don't turn it into poor me and this is so difficult and I'm sure nobody else is like that, you just stay with the fact, I sit to meditate and it doesn't change, it doesn't improve. Then you have to simply stay with that and not reify it, not solidify it, because the obscuration itself is an impermanent arising. So if you see the, whatever we call it, energetic form of the thought, and we see the cognitive content of the thought, if you like, I can't meditate, that's a conclusion. I've never been able to do it. It doesn't work out for me. So you're telling yourself something. Like yesterday, at the end, I was suggesting you look at a bush or a flower and you tell the flower what it is. And when you've done that enough, you have some space to receive how the flower is or how the bush is. So when you keep telling yourself that you know what you're up to and that you're doomed and you're damned, it creates an absolute obscuration. Don't add to how it is. This is how it is. Stay open and relaxed, and it will transform. Don't hope. Hopes and fears are very distorting. So when we do the 3 hours, gradually, hopefully, we have more sense of the space within which everything is arising. And that gives us more availability. There is a practice in Tibetan called Tong Len. Tong Wa means to give, and Lenpa means to take. So this is a Mahayana practice which is used to reverse our ordinary fixation. Normally, I want the good things for me, and I give the bad things to someone else. So there are people who spend their life working in the sewers. I'm actually quite happy if I have a regular movement of my bowels. Makes the body feel good. The poopy goes down and then psht, and it washed away, bye-bye. But it's washed away into a tunnel, and there are people working down in these fucking tunnels. They spend their life with the poo. You know? How much gratitude do we offer to the sewage workers? There's so many people doing things on our behalf. The people who take away the rubbish, the people who work in the incinerators with bad smells and toxic chemicals in the air. Our life is held in place by people having the consequence of our happy actions. So we don't normally want to think about that too much because we realize, actually, I'm pretty self-focused and I'm pretty selfish. And push comes to shove, I don't care. I don't want to know because I don't want to care. Because if I care, I'd have to change my behavior. This is where we see all the ecological struggles that are going on. It's exactly on this point. That if we really had consciousness raising, things would change. But that would be a big disturbance. So I'm going to hang on to what I've got. So the practice of Tonglen is to give all that is good to others and to take all that is difficult from others. It's a profound exchange. It reverses the direction of the egoic participation, because we go into the world wanting to try to get some benefit or advantage, to get some good outcome for ourselves. And we take for granted that the world is the way it is, and we don't really look at how it is. For example, there are people in the house working. There's a guy working on the bathroom just next to the room that I'm in. The guy is maybe, 55 or something. He's quite big, he's got a belly, and he's down bending on his knees. I'm thinking, fuck. You're not just doing that for 5 minutes. This is not some kind of workers' yoga session. All day long, plumbers, they're on their knees, they're bending, they've got to get their hands up. That's a hell of a job. You take it for granted. Car mechanics lying underneath a car doing these things. Very hard physical work. Our lives are dependent on so many people getting up early in the morning to milk the cows, to get the milk ready for the container that's coming to take them away. All of that makes my life easy. So, instead of it being a self-referential movement, a centripetal movement into the center, we're moving into a more centrifugal thing. We're sending out and sending out. So you can do this on a general level, but how I would present it to you is it only functions well on the basis of emptiness, because the heroic ego is a demon. You know, I am going to overcome all difficulties. I am going to do this. Really? You're going to get tired. You're going to get burnt out. This was one of the tasks of a traditional mother superior in a convent, that she would get to know the novices, and she would find the ones that were incandescent, that were burning with a flame of faith. And she'd be thinking, not here, darling. You know, because we know what it's like. You're going to burn up. We want the slow, steady ones who are not too excited, who are not too depressed, because it's a long, long road being a nun. It's a long road. In the same way in our Dharma, we don't want the excitement of I'm going to conquer everything, but I'm just going to participate in this way. So how we do this practice is, in our heart, we imagine like an open door, the door of emptiness. This is the source and the end point. Just as the this is meteorologically maybe not accurate, but in the Tibetan system they say clouds arise from the sky and vanish back into the sky. So in terms of emptiness, thoughts and feelings arise from emptiness and spread out into the world, and thoughts and feelings dissolve back into emptiness. So the starting point is my center, my core, my essence is ungraspable, open emptiness. This emptiness has no limit. So although we can imagine or visualize it as being in our heart, it actually has no size, no dimension, which we'll be exploring soon. And then we send out rays of light to all sentient beings, wishing them well, sending hope, sending love, but primarily with a sense of sending out rays of light which are connective and illuminative. And then we gather in the difficulties and limitations of all beings so that they come and dissolve like drops of rain into this open space of our heart. So I'll show you how we do the practice, and it's up to you whether you do it. You can do it for a little bit if you feel a bit overwhelmed, or you don't, if you don't enjoy doing it, or you don't see what to do, just stop and look at the trees. It's best if we do this outside, but I'll show you how we do it first. This is a practice we do standing, if I can. So we're standing in an easy, grounded way. And we start with the sound of ah. So ah, we've already got the sense. Ah is openness, emptiness. Ah. And we keep this sound going continuously. So as a group, people are coming in and starting at different points with ah. And we begin by offering benefit. So you're spreading light and happiness and ease out to all beings. And then, after some time, according to your own feeling, you start to gather in the difficulties. And you can imagine soot or muddy water or darkness flowing into your heart, but your heart is open and empty. There is no ego there to be contaminated and limited. And it dissolves, and it dissolves. And then you transform this again into ah. And you just change these two, and then always end with the positive. Don't end with this, because because your plumbing might not be good. You might not be able to flush it away. Because our ego will be involved, and it is a little bit disturbing. So you have to do it according to how your felt capacity is at the moment. Again, it's not heroic, it's not triumphalist, it's not overcoming all difficulties. It's keeping the evenness. There is positive and there is negative. Sometimes in our life we've been happy, sometimes in our life we've been sad. Both are part of our life. You can't get the scissors and trim away all the bad bits and only have the good. Our life is not like that. So in a similar way, we offer this beauty and light and truth and love and goodness. And we bring in the darkness, and the darkness dissolves in the source, which is emptiness, just as the virtue and the kindness and the generosity arises from the source. So I suggest we go outside to do this, so we can stand easily. You have a bit of space. Before we do that, are there any questions about the method?
Does eyes open or close?
Usually eyes open.
Like how many times do you do ah?
Well, we will keep the sound of ah continuously all the time.
But when you keep the rays of light.
They don't have to be synchronized. You're just keeping ah going all the time, because ah is the emptiness which offers the good and accepts the bad. So the ah is like the stable point of openness. And from the openness, the light shines out, and into the openness comes the dark and dissolves. Yeah? Self-arising and self-liberating. Yeah?
And the breath.
Pardon?
Breath. How can we breathe? How can we
Well, you get used to making the sound of ah. Ah. You're getting a bit too technical for me. I would say find your way into it. The problem is if you have too many rules, then there's me, there's my activity, and there's the rule. You have a triangulation. Love triangles are not good, my dear. Yes, you finish on a giving. Yeah.
Is it a general taking a giving, or particular? Do I think of misery